I'm going to start. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities for Wednesday, June 28th, 2023. This meeting is convened by electronic means as authorized by Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, the City of Vancouver electronic meetings, and as such, committee members may participate in person or by electronic means. If a council member attending by electronic means loses their connection during the voting process, team members are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process is suspended, and the team members' contact information has been circulated to you. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Council members participating virtually are reminded that in accordance with Section 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. Any council member whose video is disabled will be marked absent for that portion of the meeting. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website, and the link to that form will be tweeted out on Van City Clerk. I would like to note the City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind Council that when addressing speakers and team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by their first and last name, role, or title. I would also like to acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I would also like to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. In case of an emergency, if we need to evacuate the building, I would like to direct your attention to the exits. There are 2 exits located beyond the glass doors and to the left. If these exits are obstructed, please direct your attention to the 4 exits in the chamber, and please use the stairs and not the elevator. And I would also like to highlight that there is a defibrillator located at the end of the hallway outside the council chamber. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Sim has a leave of absence for civic business for the entire day. Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby Young also has an LOA from 9 to 1, but I believe you're online.
I'm present for the needed votes to support the grants. Thanks.
Got it, thank you. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly has leave of absence for personal reasons for the entire day. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry is on his way, but absent at the moment. Councillor Montague also has a leave of absence for personal reasons for today. However, I believe you are here.
I am present.
Councillor Klassen. Councillor Meisner is in the chair, and Councillor Jo.
Present.
The meeting has quorum, Chair Meisner.
Great, thanks, Tina. At this point in the proceedings, I will relinquish the chair to Deputy Mayor Klassen for reading of a proclamation.
Thank you, Chair, and I'd like to so today, June 20. Hello? Oh, it is. Today, June 28th, marks Eid al-Adha, an official day of observance for the City of Vancouver. Eid al-Adha is one of the most important Muslim holidays and an important opportunity to reflect on and share the values of the Muslim community, which include generosity, compassion, and caring for others. The festival of Eid al-Adha sends a powerful message that communities are stronger when we focus on the shared values that unite us. I will now have all of us read the proclamation.
A proclamation from the City of Vancouver for Eid al-Adha. Whereas the City of Vancouver is home to a thriving Muslim community, which is estimated to be almost 18,000.
And whereas Eid al-Adha is one of the most important Muslim holidays and is a celebration connecting Islamic history and the shared histories of Islam, Judaism, and Christianity through their common Abrahamic heritage.
And whereas in the Islamic lunar calendar, Eid al-Adha falls on the 10th day of Dhu al-Hijjah and lasts for 3 to 4 days. The festival also follows the completion of Hajj, which is the annual pilgrimage to Mecca.
And whereas it's also known as the Festival of Sacrifice, which often takes the form of service and selfless giving. It is a day of forgiveness, compassion, and generosity, where Muslims strive to help those in need and share their blessings with others.
And whereas traditionally the day is spent celebrating with family, friends, and loved ones, often wearing new and best attire, and also and include in the giving of gifts.
And whereas Vancouver is proud of its diverse communities, representing many traditions and faiths. And now, therefore, I, Mike Klassen, along with all of Mayor and on behalf of Mayor Ken Sim and all of Council, and on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim June 28th, 2023 as Eid al-Adha in the City of Vancouver. So now, I'll present the proclamation to Tariq Tiab from the organization Foundation for a Path Forward. Please come to the front. Eid Mubarak to all who celebrate.
We invite everyone up for a photo. Want to do a big group photo? Yeah.
Okay, thanks everybody. We will now review the plan for the day. We have 14 items of business on today's agenda, 6 reports and 8 council member motions. We will recess for lunch at noon and reconvene at 1 p.m. Should the business not be completed prior to 5 p.m. today, we will recess for dinner at 5 p.m. and reconvene at 6 p.m. And should the business not be completed this evening, the meeting will reconvene on July 4th at 3 p.m. I would like to remind council members that if amendments are brought forward, they must be submitted to the city clerk in final written form before the council member introduces them. Please ensure the clerk has received your amendment by using the council meetings amendments DL mailing list. And before we begin to hear from registered speakers, I would like to remind council and members of the public that in accordance with the updates to the procedure bylaw that were enacted at the May 10th, 2023 council meeting, public speakers may only speak for up to 3 minutes, and council may not ask questions of the public. Members of the public should state whether they are in support or opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it's not noted on our speakers list. And following the last speaker on the speakers list for each item, we will go back through the list for those who were not present when their name was initially called. As chair for the meeting, I'm suggesting that for the reports with no speakers, we adopt the recommendations collectively in a single motion. Reports 2 through 5 have no speakers. Does any member wish to hold reports 2 through 5 for debate or questions to team members? Okay. Okay. And does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on these consent items 2 through 5? So, do we not have enough? I'm just wondering. Okay, so that was moved by Councillor Dominato. Seconder, Councillor Klassen. Okay, we are going to do a registered vote just to ensure that we have the correct number of people. We have 2 people online, yeah. So, clerk, please take us to the voting panel.
Chair, can I get a vote assist in favor, please?
Yep, for sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, in favor, Councillor Klassen? Yep. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, the following have been approved on consent. Report 2, Downtown East Side Plan Implementation and Strategic Grant Allocation 2023. Report 3, 981 Davies Street, allocation of additional funds for social purpose facility, community, BC's Queer, Trans, and Two-Spirit Resource Center Society. Report 4, contract award for supply and delivery of ductile iron pipe. Exciting stuff. Report 5, contract award for PS 2022-0147 ENG RFP, supply and delivery of copper pipes, saddles, and brass fittings. These things are important when you're running a city. Okay, so before we begin, oh, pardon me. Councillor Dominato, I see you on the list.
Thank you, Chair. I am, since we've dealt with the consent items, I am wanting to move a motion to vary the agenda, specifically to move Council Member Motion A8 in my name and that of Councillor Bly ahead of A1, and it is in part due that there are no speakers to this motion, as well as there is a chance I may have to take my daughter to an after-school activity. I'm not sure yet at this time, so I'm hoping that with the grace of council's support, we could vary the agenda for that.
Okay, can I get a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Carr. And all those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Any opposed say nay.
Yay.
Okay, that carries unanimously. Okay, so we will vary the agenda. We'll move motion A8 to the top.
Just to vary it.
And deal with that first.
That was it, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so next item on the agenda is Equity Framework Implementation Update. Before we begin this item, I'd like to note that the procedure bylaw was updated on the May 10th council meeting to allow for reasonable accommodations for speakers who require those accommodations. I would also like to note that for item 1, we have closed captioning for those viewing online. And the link to the closed captioning page will be tweeted out on Van City Clerk on Twitter. Additionally, I would also like to note that a yellow memo was sent highlighting additional work that has been done that was not reflected in this report. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? I've not seen any. We have team members here this morning to introduce the item. Good morning, Aftab. Good morning. Please go ahead.
Thanks for having us here. Good morning, council, city colleagues, community partners, members of the public in chambers and watching online. My name is Aftab Irfan. I'm the Chief Equity Officer for the City of Vancouver. I'm presenting to you an annual update on our equity initiatives at the city. This is accompanied by quite a big report with 6 appendices. So for more detail, that would be the report to check. And of course, also accompanied by closed captioning online if folks need a little bit more by way of accessibility. قبل از هر چیز دیگر شروع می‌کنیم با ادای احترام به مردمان بومی این سرزمین مسکویم و سکوامش و سلیوتوت که از آغاز تاریخ در اینجا زندگی کردند و بقیه ما به شکل مهمان در سرزمین اونها زندگی می‌کنیم. Of course, thrilled to add my land acknowledgement to the chairs in my first language, Farsi. I do this on behalf of many linguistic communities here in Vancouver. We are all so grateful to be here. And our work in equity aims to center and speak to the distinction of Indigenous rights while we look for solidarities and synergies in removing barriers for other racialized groups and communities that have been denied equity. So the reason that we are here is Council in 2021 adopted this little document called the Equity Framework, and we were asked to come back every year with a little bit of an update about how it has been implemented. So we are recommending that Council receives that for information. We also have a couple of different policies that really come out of the Equity Framework or are closely associated. We are recommending today that Council receive for information the language access policy. And then finally, we are bringing forward the new respect in the workplace policy, looking for council to approve that and rescind 2 existing policies that would be replaced by the new policy. We are also asking that this new policy becomes an administrative policy going forward in the sense of staff being able to make administrative changes to keep it up to date, and that it comes into effect January 1st of 2024. So I won't go into the equity framework in any detail, but just maybe to remind us that it presents us with a vision for a city where those who are most marginalized are not excluded from care and opportunity for flourishing, rather that they're systematically prioritized for it. Equity framework is not an action plan per se. It gives some definitions and some directions, and it's really implemented through a myriad of initiatives, including a set of community-facing initiatives and many, many internal initiatives, which I will speak to briefly in this presentation. So just to begin with, community-facing initiatives. Really, this is the work of my colleagues in arts, culture, and community services, and it's really organized around a set of identity-based strategies, recognizing that the barriers that are faced, for example, by women are not the same ones that are faced by racialized communities, that if you really want to remove barriers, we need to understand what those are for every specific community. And so that's the way that we do this work. This is, of course, also complicated by intersectionality, the fact that for many of us, we are standing at intersections of multiple identities. I might be a racialized person and also a woman, and so each of the strategies also aims to have an eye to intersectionality. Very briefly, the identity-based strategies currently speak to these issues. So just from left to right, people with disabilities, seniors, racialized groups, and especially at this moment, the Black community, the South Asian community, and the Chinese Canadian community. Women, trans and gender diverse folks, and of course, Indigenous folks, and the work with Indigenous people is really done under kind of the sister framework to the equity framework, which is the reconciliation framework. Also, very briefly to say, the identity-based strategies, the way that they actually get implemented is through what I think of as the functional, the nuts and bolts strategies and the business of the city. So ranging from the transportation plans and projects to housing, to neighborhood plans, to bylaws, to capital planning. And so there's a kind of integrated way that we go about implementing these strategies, which means that the work of equity at the City of Vancouver doesn't just get delegated to one part of the organization. It is actually done really in collaboration with a lot of different team members and colleagues. The work on the community-facing pieces are presented to council quite often, so I won't present them in detail, but I just wanted to give an overall update in terms of the status of the different reports and where they're at, the different strategies and where they're at. The work on UNDRIP, of course, fully underway, came to council for adoption, the strategy last year, and action planning is happening right now. I would say the work on the accessibility strategy very much on track, on its way. We brought an update on implementation to council on that last month, and more coming pretty soon. The age-friendly action plan existed really between 2012 and 2015 and has been revived in some ways this year with the creation of a new seniors planner and the senior housing strategy. So that one is on the way. And then the various pieces of work on cultural redress and anti-racism are also underway, specifically the three that I spoke to. I would say, the work on cultural redress and the Chinese community, that has been before council quite a bit. Anti-Black racism, we had turnover in the staff who was leading that work, so that is just about to get back on track. But this work continues to be quite complex, and we do have vacancies in this area, but it is actually fairly well resourced, and we'll continue with the support of council and staff. Then there are two strategies that I would say are up for renewal, and that would be the Women's Equity Strategy and the Trans and Gender Diverse Inclusion Action Plan. These strategies, when they were adopted in 2018 and 2016 respectively, were really kind of cutting edge. They have been very influential, and they have done a lot of work. And I would also say we have basically done most of the things in these strategies that we are able to do at this moment. So the world has changed. There's new issues that have come up. On the women's equity strategy, I would say there needs to be a kind of look at the pandemic and the impacts of that on women. And then this issue of intersectionality. What are the issues faced by Indigenous women, racialized women, disabled women, sex workers, different smaller groups that we want to be looking at. And on the trans and gender diverse action plan, again, this world has changed quite a bit. There's a lot of conversation now about safety, about housing, about service provision. We have, in fact, been part of a trans and gender diverse two-spirit roundtable with BC Housing since 2021. So the landscape has changed, and there is need for renewal. So these would be two pieces that we would be looking to prioritize. I think there's even potential to look at, do we want a singular gender equity strategy that brings these two together while keeping some of the distinctions, again, between the issues of women, transgender diverse, and two-spirit people. So I'm going to move us to internal initiatives, many of which come from staff, are initiated by staff. Some come from the strategies I've just named. Some come from council directly. And really, they're about changing the culture of the city, improving the experience of team members at the city, and improving processes and structures that ultimately touch the community. The way that we think of this work is that it happens through many, many small victories. We talk about them as the small wins, and they are listed in detail in appendices of the report. This is how we get our house in order, which is the tagline for the equity framework. I'll just say briefly that the Vancouver Police Department, Vancouver Public Library, and Vancouver Economic Commission, their initiatives were not listed in the appendix because they're technically different employers, but we know that they're doing also a lot of great work. Every other department in the city is included in this list, long list of actions. I'll just mention the approach that we've taken to the internal initiatives because it's a little bit unusual. We don't actually have a robust internal strategy around this work. What we have instead is a pretty robust maturity assessment and goal setting exercise that was done in 2021 using this tool called the Global Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Benchmarks. This is a tool that was developed by a small NGO in the U.S. and involved over 110 equity, diversity, and inclusion experts. Essentially, what they did was draw on their experience in tons of organizations and identified 15 areas in which we could be pursuing equity within an organization. That ranges from recruitment to learning to finance to public engagement. And in 2021, we took a stab at benchmarking the city with respect to its performance on equity in 14 of these areas. Within each area, this tool basically describes what it means to be inactive, doing nothing on equity, what it means to be a best practice, really pushing the envelope on equity, and a level 2, 3, and 4 in between. So, and within each of the levels, there's a kind of descriptive a description of what that level means. I'm just putting one example on the slide. But what we did when the benchmarking happened was that we were able to self-assess ourselves as standing somewhere between a 1.5 and a 3.5 in the 14 categories that we benchmarked ourselves on. And then we set goals that range from a level 3 to a level 4 to be arrived at by 2025. As you can see on the right-hand column of this table, over the past year, we have made progress on basically all of the categories, in some areas more significantly than others. I don't have time to go to all of this, but I'm going to highlight 5 priority areas that we identified in 2021, 22 as being significant for moving the internal equity initiatives forward. One of them is leadership and accountability. And this is really, the question here is, are your leaders engaged? Are they paying attention to equity, and are they showing leadership? I would say that in 2020, when I first arrived here, there was more excitement and more engagement, especially around racial equity. Some of that has dissipated, but what has happened instead is that we've really mainstreamed our conversations about equity in all of our leadership spaces. So when there is a coming together of leaders across the city, I'm usually there as the Chief Equity Officer. We have like kind of a standing item on equity. There's been workshops with city leadership team. There's been workshops with council and the new park board commissioners. We have leadership competencies that have to do with equity and reconciliation built into how we measure progress in terms of our developing our leaders. So everybody at the city who's having a performance conversation with their manager is actually talking about equity and reconciliation, which is really pretty good. So pretty good progress in this area. Category 5 is advancement and retention. A lot of people think that the way that we're going to get to, especially diversity, but equity also, is that we're going to hire a lot of diverse people. It turns out that this category matters more. So this question of, are people who are here actually thriving, or do they have a sense of belonging? Do they want to be here? If they leave, do they want to come back? And so we actually rated ourselves pretty poorly in this area, and there has been some significant improvement over the past years. So there's been succession planning for exempt staff with a specific equity lens, trying to prioritize folks from equity denied groups to progress within the organization. There are mentorship programs in several of our departments, and also globally with the Women's Leadership Program through Minerva Foundation. We have a BIPOC leaders mentorship group that is existing within the city. We've been much more kind of targeted with exit interviews to understand what's happening when folks are leaving. And with the new respect in workplace policy, if that is adopted, I think that would also go a long ways towards making sure that we can retain people, because of course, if you have a workplace that's not respectful of who you are, you don't want to be here. This category 8 is assessment, measurement, and research. We also rated ourselves pretty poorly, but this is really about, are our equity efforts evidence-based, and are we working with data in equitable ways? I would say that over the past 3 years, this has been, we've built this up basically from scratch, and we've come a very long way. So you would have seen the segregated data analysis from the employee benchmark survey, from the recruitment pipeline. We are now keeping track of training, who's taking training in what areas. There was this initiative to look at collecting identity information on election candidates, which appears in the appendix of this report. We have a very active community of practice within the city, folks who are working with data. We're pretty close to having some metrics figured out for measuring this going forward. So a lot of movement in this area. In the area of communication, we've basically streamlined equity communication into our everyday spaces so that staff aren't only thinking about equity twice a year when they take training, once a year when they take training, but it's kind of part of every day. It's part of the newsletters. It's part of the space that we occupy. We have also done a lot of work in trying to understand the needs of about a third of our workforce who are not on the network, not on email, and how can we make these messages more available to them. So a lot of work happening in that area. And then the early implementation of the language access policy. And as we do that more fully, I think, again, we'll see a big jump in this area. And then finally, category 10, which is focused on learning and development. The big shift here has been that we've gone over the past year from folks taking essentially kind of random trainings in equity, a little bit ad hoc, to now having a curriculum that has a beginning and middle and kind of an end, but it kind of paints a trajectory, and depending on how you are, you can take your learning to the next level. There has been a lot of new offerings that have been developed or are under development by the Human Resources Department, and often in conversation with folks with lived experience. So really excited about work that has been done in this area. Okay, my notes say to take a breath before I keep going. Just want to highlight two of the policies. So this one, which has been led by civic engagement and communication folks, is the language access policy. So to define language access, it means removing barriers for people with limited English to access information and services offered by the city. We learned in the 2021 census that about 1 in 4 Vancouver residents use a language other than English at home. And so this language access policy is really about improving equitable access to information, services, participation, building of trust, and really a sense of belonging. Seeing your languages, having your languages heard, it increases the sense of belonging. It also brings visibility to local Indigenous languages, Halkminum and Squamish. In an ideal world, I think we would want to make all city information perfectly accessible to everyone with limited English, and maybe someday with the aid of technology we can do that. That is not the world that we are in right now, and so translating everything for everybody is not actually manageable or economically feasible. So for now, what this policy does is try to be a strong starting point for bringing consistency and consistent approach to offering translation for written public-facing materials, the kind of thing that you would get in the mail or things that you would see on the street proposed by the city. And it doesn't include a lot of things. So for example, it is at this moment limited to the written material. It doesn't include interpretation, which would be verbal. It doesn't include ASL, Braille, other forms of interpretation for people with disabilities. It doesn't include things that are not in anything but a city notice. So it doesn't include, for example, a translation of our bylaws or policies. And further work needs to be done with the local nations for inclusion of local Indigenous languages in this policy. I'll just briefly speak to the approach, which is that we have defined 4 categories of information that goes out to the public: critical, compliance, participatory, and awareness. So critical would be life and death kinds of situation, health and safety related. This would be extreme weather warnings, emergency alerts. Compliance would be information that's necessary for following regulation, paying your taxes, paying fines, paying fees. Participation would be information that's encouraging participation, engagement in surveys, joining a program, being consulted on a planning project, for example. And awareness building is intended to build general awareness, notice of holidays, promotional marketing material, that kind of thing. So essentially, for every piece of communication that goes out, we think about how critical is it, and so the higher it is on this list towards critical, the more important it is that it be translated into the languages that make it accessible to folks who have limited English. We even have kind of thresholds developed for this. So the threshold of what percentage of the population speaking a home language would make that language a strong candidate for translation, and that differs between citywide and localized. Just to give you an example, what this means is that if we have critical information that we are putting out, it gets translated currently to these 11 languages: Japanese, French, Portuguese, Korean, Farsi, Vietnamese, Punjabi, Spanish, Tagalog, and simplified and traditional Chinese. If we have information that has to do with compliance or participation, it only gets translated to the top 6 languages. So the criticality is less. It still gets translated, but to fewer languages. So that's kind of the gist of that policy. A lot more to say about it, and happy to answer questions. I will just say that there's a kind of financial implication to this. So currently, translation is being contracted out to professional translators almost entirely. The city departments who are responsible for the project are paying for that, and the position that council approved in the last budget coordinates the implementation of this, ensures that everybody knows about this policy, provides advice and referrals. That is not the person who does all the translation or even coordinates all the translation. So that's maybe important to understand. And then finally, I'll just get to the respect in the workplace policy, which we are asking council to actually vote on. And this was developed, it's an HR policy, and it was developed in conjunction with the legal department, equity office, and the change management unit at the city. The reason that we've done this project essentially is the policies we had in place are pretty old. They're both over a decade old. A lot has changed in that space, and we are finding that the policies are falling short of serving our staff and community members. Specifically, we had this question in the Employee Benchmark Survey 2021, where we asked staff how do they feel about the statement: "I'm confident that appropriate action will take place when I report an incident of discrimination or harassment." What we found was that only 58%, so less than 2 in every 3 staff, agreed or strongly agreed with the statement, meaning that about a quarter didn't agree with the statement. So the revisions that we have taken on is really looking to change these numbers more than anything else. One of the things that we did was a review of other jurisdictions that have similar policies. We looked at these 9 jurisdictions. There's some clear best practices. Toronto and Edmonton in particular stood out, but we would also note that both of those cities have quite a bit of internal capacity to actually implement a policy like this, quite a bit bigger than what we have at the city of Vancouver. So we were drawing inspiration from them, but also from other organizations more similar to us in terms of capacity. We then also consulted with the unions and with staff and management. So gratitude especially to CUPE 1004, CUPE 15, and IAFF 18, which provided detailed comments on an earlier draft of this policy in 2022. And gratitude to almost 200 staff who engaged with this in early 2023 and provided also very helpful information. I'm just going to highlight a few points from this policy and procedures that accompany it. First of all, the vision. I think what we have in this policy is not a vision of everything will be fine and everybody will be respected and no problems will ever happen, but instead we have a 3-part policy. The first part is we will try to prevent. So we will learn about each other, understand each other, so we can avoid hurting each other. We can avoid doing harm to each other. But part 2 is when people hurt each other, which is going to happen. We are a very diverse place. Some of that is going to happen. That when it happens, we have widespread capacity for repair. We have quick ways of saying, well, what happened here? Is there an apology in order? Like, being able to manage that fairly swiftly. And then when that doesn't happen and there is an escalation, and sometimes that's absolutely the appropriate thing to do, we use formal processes and we try to minimize harm. We make those processes also as gentle as possible. That's the 3-part vision. This policy, again, replaces 2, and in doing so, it really defines one key term, harassment, as an umbrella term for prohibited behavior. That includes discriminatory harassment, things like racism, sexism, anything that has to do with one of the human rights grounds, and then what's called personal harassment, which is other behavior that might be humiliating or intimidating. Both of these are prohibited under the policy. We've also made a mention of behavior that don't necessarily meet the threshold of harassment, but that make somebody feel uncomfortable or disrespected, and we've said those essentially also need to be able to be brought forward. We're making mechanisms for those to be brought forward and addressed in more informal ways. The other thing that this policy does is define a singular set of expectations regardless of who is interacting with it. So no matter if you're staff or members of council or if you're a community member, there's expectation to be respectful in this workplace. At the same time, the policy clarifies that the city has different levels of power, jurisdiction, influence, authority, considerations, depending on who is involved, and different mechanisms will be used to address concerns that come forward. Finally, this policy reintroduces informal resolution mechanisms into the way that we do our work. So essentially, when something happens, if something happens, and if staff are not able to, for example, directly address it between themselves, there is an investigation path that is available, which is really about figuring out if there is need for discipline, if the policy was breached, if harassment happened, and if there's a need for discipline. But there's also alternative informal resolution processes, restoration processes, which would be things like mediation, group conversations, facilitating a quick apology. And this is pretty in line with the aspiration of the city to become a restorative city as well. Just two more slides. Summarizing the directions for the revisions we've put in here. We've tried to simplify the language and process wherever possible. I've just given examples of those. To update the language to speak to current context. For example, we added the language of the digital space as part of our workplace. We've added the language of indigenous practices to the tools that we can use to work through conflict. We've introduced some trauma-informed elements. For example, we've increased the length of the period where you can file a complaint of harassment from 6 months to 12 months, recognizing that for some people it takes a while to be able to bring an issue forward. And we have explicitly allowed for support persons for a complainant and respondent. Introduce some new accountability elements by being very clear about roles and responsibility of the people administrating this policy. That includes human resources, the equity office, and supervisors. And we've also put in mechanisms to make complaints about those people who are administrating the policy if that is ever needed. And then we've introduced some transparency. There's a lot of things that happen behind the scene when a complaint is filed or an issue is brought forward. We've kind of tried to speak to, for example, why an investigation might take as long as it does. Why is it that the city might need to turn down an investigation or bring in an external investigator, for example. Just trying to give folks some understanding of what is going on behind the scenes as a way of increasing confidence in what's happening. And we've tried to retain procedural fairness. So that's the concept of, when there's a complaint about you, you actually get to speak to it. You're not just kind of convicted without any process. And alignment, of course, with provincial legislation. There's a lot that needs to happen if this gets approved for it to come into play fully. Of course, we need targeted communication and training. We are working on the creation of a workplace restoration team, a little team within the equity office. Continuing to support staff in public-facing work sites. We did learn through the consultations that that's where a lot of our staff were facing instances of harassment. And so there's some interventions needed in those spaces specifically. Monitoring of the implementation, what cases are actually coming forward. Continuing engagement with staff and unions, and what we are proposing is to review and revise this policy in 1 year, just noticing that we're changing quite a few of the pieces, and we need to know how that all lands. I am going to leave it there and go to questions.
Great. Thanks very much, Aftab and staff, for the presentation. Questions from council? I see we have Councillor Carr. Please go ahead.
Great. Thanks so much. I just have to ask you a question right off the top. Is this the last, I know you're leaving the city, is this your last presentation to council?
Yes, I think it is, yes.
Well, I just would like to start by saying you have made an incredible difference here, and I just thank you for the work that you've initiated, and just how you have initiated, because you have been a model of, I believe, the workplace, the city that we want to see. So you've been incredibly good in educating people in a kind and gentle and persuasive way. And your own behavior is such a model of integrity. So I thank you
Thank you very much.
for just having been of service here in the city.
Thanks so much. And you're welcome. Thank you.
And I do have some questions.
Okay.
Since this is your last council presentation, there are many things in the policies that you've put forward, and I'm wondering if, when you leave the city, what are you most hopeful that we will continue to robustly pursue? Like, what is your dream for the legacy and change that you want to see here?
Yes. I mean, in a way, it is all of it. I think what has been very important is, and what has worked about the way that we've been doing this work is that all of the work on equity hasn't fallen on the equity office or social policy. That there's this kind of distributed way of doing this work with staff across the city. And I think some of the signals that council has sent about the importance of this work has been really important. I'm just thinking of the budget conversations earlier in the year, and adding all the pieces that had to do with equity and the identity-based strategies. I'm hoping that we continue to do that. I think what we've tried to do is make equity exciting, I think it is, it's so much richer. All the conversations are richer. The solutions are better when we have different voices that can actually speak. And so I'm hoping that spirit will continue very much.
I'm actually unsure myself of the actual stats right now. So we know that we want to have a more equitable workplace and see advancement of people of varying backgrounds in senior positions. So do you have the data? Like, what right now, how much of Vancouver's workforce is comprised of people who are from equity seeking groups?
Yes, we do have that data, and it came from the employee benchmark survey. And there's 2 memos from last year that speak to this in detail. But I'll just say we did look at senior leadership at the city, exempt senior leadership. And in some ways, it is as diverse as the rest of our workforce and the community. For example, the representation of women, it's pretty close. It's something like 44% women in senior leaderships right now. People of color, it's about 25%. So there is a gap definitely in terms of racialization of our senior staff. People with disabilities also quite small. I think it's around 4%. So yes, there's definitely improvement to be made. I mean, I think that's why the mentorship programs really matter. Those pieces to make sure that folks can come through and get some of the information that would be available to you if you were from a dominant group, but isn't always available if you're the only person of your identity group in the room.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. One of the comments you made in your presentation was that a few years ago, there seemed to be more excitement about the issues around racial equity. Can you just explain that further and what you think has happened?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that the killing of George Floyd happened in the summer of 2020, and there was a lot of global attention to some of the issues that we are still talking about. I think the findings, for lack of a better word, of the bodies at the residential school, that was another wave. So it is difficult to sustain excitement about something that's traumatic for a very long time, and I think it's natural that we are out of that phase. What you want is exactly what we've got, which is that while that wave is happening, we find ways of normalizing the conversation and bringing it into all the little bits and pieces of what we are doing. And I think there will be another moment, right? That these issues haven't gone away. There will be other moments of crisis when we will be again focused on these issues, and hopefully we are in a better place when it's coming up again.
Okay. That's it for my time. Thank you again.
Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fry.
Thanks. And Aftab, echoing Councilor Carr, thank you for all the work you've done on this during your tenure at the city. You leave quite a legacy, and thank you for that. And of course, to your team as well. Sorry, I should have been more complete there. Really, I just want to highlight too, I'm very appreciative of this new respect in the workplace policy. I think it's quite comprehensive and does really modernize sort of the approach. And I'm a bit curious how this intersects on the HR side, but I'm gonna table that for a second and ask you a more immediate question on the equity targets and the service provision piece that's not yet analyzed. And I'm just curious if you could tease that out a little bit more and really what the difference is between service provision and then like public engagement and customer service.
Right. Yes, category 13 of the GDIB. So the tool that we've been using is used by all kinds of organizations. So for most places, like if you're a company, your service or your product would be whatever that you're making, shoes or something like that. So the case of the city, we have like 100 different services we provide to community. There's a few of them that are called out in the GDIB, like customer service, like grants that we also pulled out. But everything we do in planning, infrastructure, like, basically 99% of what the city does falls into that category of services to the community. We couldn't figure out a way to benchmark that without having 150 different conversations. It's just like kind of a question of scale. But I would say a lot of the work that we're doing is beginning to touch on that work. I'm thinking specifically of this, looking at all of the city bylaws and seeing which ones need to be reviewed to come into alignment with the equity framework. That work is getting us thinking about the 150 different things that the city does. So we are making improvements in that area. And I think, definitely there's departments that are taking this very seriously and thinking about their service provision and how it relates. So it's not that that's not happening, it's that we haven't systematically benchmarked it in quite the same way. Makes sense.
I appreciate that. And because of course, as the elected, we often hear from public around areas of service provision and where they feel it didn't meet. And I would say even more so, I would imagine that 311 Van Connect hear a lot of that kind of stuff. And I'm curious if there's going to be a mechanism, even tools for 311 Van Connect to sort of assess and then report back on specific issues where equity may be kind of an underlying piece to that customer service provision.
Yes, yeah. I think we talked about this a little bit with the accessibility strategy, but yes, we are trying to work with 311 and build a tool with it or off it or in parallel to it that does a little bit more directly track. I mean, the nice thing about 311 is that the issues that come through are tracked. They're just not necessarily connected with equity at this moment. So yes, I think that would be a big game changer once we can collect that data.
And I should add, I'm super appreciative of our 311 team. They are the front-facing on so much of this stuff. And
yes, yeah, for
I
sure.
think an incredible resource and opportunity there. Thank you, Aftab. I'm not sure what my time looks like. Okay. You know what? Actually, okay. Well, actually, I did have a question more on the HR side of the of the respect in the workplace policy, and how we're obviously we're shifting. We're looking towards shifting a whistleblower policy at the Auditor General function for more of the sort of sundry, waste kind of issues. And does this function take away from that previously, the new respect to the workplace, take that out of the realm of HR?
I'll ask Andrew.
Does this free up HR capacity to punt that whistleblower policy over to the AG?
So just specific, it's Andrew Niklicki, Chief Human Resources Officer. So as it relates to the completion of the work on the whistleblower policy, we've been running these big policy reviews in tandem of each other. I've taken the lead on the whistleblower to free up capacity of my staff to actually be much more engaged in the respectful workplace. So our intention is we're almost at the point where we are going to be consulting with our unions and then coming back on the recommendations, myself and the Auditor General, on the whistleblower policy, if that's your question.
That's the gist. Yes, thanks, Andrew. I appreciate that. And With that, I cede my time. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'll also echo a huge thank you, and particularly moving to hear the land acknowledgement in Farsi. So thanks for doing that. I'm curious. I have a very specific planning question around the new language access policy because I'm just trying to picture its implementation. So I'm wondering, this might be a question, well, you can decide who it's a question for. Wondering in the situation of the Joyce Street rezoning of a number of really beloved Filipino restaurants in particular, one of the pieces of community feedback we heard was about the lack of translated information and planning documents for the Filipino community there. And so I was just looking at the numbers on the chart of what gets translated where and trying to match that with that specific situation and wondering what would be translated for that situation in the future based on this policy.
Hey, good morning. Amelia, Senior Public Engagement Specialist in CEC. So with the question around rezonings, and this is one very good case study, is that it is considered hyper-localized. And so the policy at this point doesn't have any provisions around a smaller scale. So we have citywide scale outlined. We also have local area plans outlined. So anything smaller than that, we definitely have to be working with staff and project teams to take a very strategic approach and look at kind of what kind of language demographics there are in the neighborhood. So moving forward, I think that we will definitely look at what are the best ways to work with rezoning projects in a way that doesn't also hold back the process too much, but taking into consideration, not just residents, but what are kind of the commercial demographics there as well too.
Okay, that was going to be my follow-up. So not just who lives in the surrounding blocks, but who we know is traveling and relying on those.
Precisely, yeah. The policy has a further consideration around encouraging staff to look at, business demographics, to look at, if possible, commuters and those who work in the neighborhood. Yeah.
Okay, so those 1% type categories wouldn't apply to that situation, but there's direction within the plan to be considering those factors in hyperlocal communications.
Yeah, correct. Mm-hmm.
Great, appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, my next question is: can I move for another round of questions?
Yeah, we can do that. Can I get a seconder?
Not going to fit.
Seconded by Councillor Joe. All those in favor say aye. Yep. Any opposed, nay? Okay, that carries. Please go ahead.
I'm wondering what some of the next steps of work on trans and gender diversity on a trans and gender diversity strategy might look like in your mind.
Right. And Sandra, if you're here, you might want to speak to this as well. I'll just say, I mean, I think essentially we need to go back to community and talk with them about what is needed. That is what happened in the last round when the first action plan came into place. I think just in terms of resourcing, if you want to speak to that, or prioritizing what.
Yeah, thanks so much for the question. Sandra Singh, General Manager, Arts, Culture, and Community Services. So yeah, as per AFTAB, we do need to kind of do a kind of connect with community and do an assessment of where we're at and what we achieved and what's still outstanding in terms of barriers to safety and inclusion. And then we'll need to identify some impactful actions that the city needs to take in terms of resourcing. We'll have to figure out what that scope is. I think what we're interested in terms of moving forward are kind of quicker to implement action plans versus like really broad strategies where it maybe takes us a very long time to deliver. And so we'll have to kind of scope that out over the future if this is something that council would like us to work on.
Okay, appreciate that. My last question is, I'm wondering, Aftab, what council support for this work looks like as we welcome and support a new person into your role. I actually might need to come back onto the list, but interested in what we can do to support the work continuing through that transition.
We'll save that. for
Come
second
back.
round.
Yeah,
Okay.
cede that for now. Thanks.
Perfect. Thanks. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Aftab and the team. I also want to echo my fellow councilors to acknowledge your great contribution to City of Vancouver. I think as the first CEO, the Chief Equity Officer for Vancouver, you really left a good legacy for City of Vancouver and really set up a really high standard for the future Chief Equity Officer. Thank you, Aftab, and we will miss you a lot. Okay, question. So, I think we cannot deny the fact that the racism, discrimination still exists in City of Vancouver, whether it is against a certain group of culture community or against LGBTQ community or against our indigenous community. So this is a very general question. What do you think City of Vancouver can do more, can do better in terms of creating a more inclusive and diverse city for everyone?
Yeah, and just again, Sandra, you might want to weigh in on this, but I would just say the thing that we can do is almost actually today's example was a great example of acknowledging aid in council chambers, and I think the more we can create signals of who belongs here and remove the barriers for their meaningful inclusion, the further we would go. My notion is that at some point the racist will be less and less relevant. That as most of us become not just more welcoming, but willing to step in when we see something happening, in intervening or fixing the things that we can fix, including systemic barriers in our policies, bylaws, all of that. I think that's how we change the kind of scene at the city. A lot of the work that we've been doing on anti-racism and cultural redress is also looking at what are the historical wrongs that have been done and what does the repair look like for specific cultural communities. Sometimes that means placemaking, creating new spaces, creating new community centers, like that I think having smaller spaces where people feel a complete sense of belonging is going to be also very important to be able to continue to be in the city.
Thank you. So my next question is, so I think this council brought forward a motion early this term regarding the equity lens review of all the historical bylaws. I think the team will report back to council by Q3 this year.
Yes, sometime this year, yes.
Yeah, so I think you mentioned a little bit in the presentation. So I just want to have a general update where we are at. What are the progress we made for that particular motion?
Yes, yeah. So the Equity Office is coordinating that project, and so we are working with engineering services, business planning, and with planning and sustainability. I can't get anybody's names quite right now, but those are the departments that have the most bylaws. We have 167 bylaws. We've done right now a cursory review to just kind of understand where we might want to focus, and now we're working with the staff in those specific areas. We developed a kind of like, what are we looking for? What is the test to know if there is inequitable outcomes from this bylaw? And now we're applying that with staff. So we are planning on bringing to council a kind of prioritized list of here are some bylaws that would be really important to get revised. Here are some that would have, a smaller impact and kind of give you a classification. So I think that project will make a huge difference. So really looking forward to seeing what happens with that.
Yeah, so does that include all the very early, years, very old bylaws? Because I think a few weeks ago, most of the councilors visited Vancouver Archive, and we still see some very old bylaws on the paper.
Yes.
Yeah, they don't have electronic versions. So does that include the very old, early history of Vancouver's bylaw as well?
I think we include all bylaws that are currently in place. So if they have already been archived and are no longer in play, probably not. But yes, everything that is on the books right now. And yes, there's some very old ones, and there's some that just the language needs some updating. There are other ones where it's kind of like the content is what needs updating to make some of the changes we are hoping to see.
Great. I really look forward to that report back to council.
Right.
Yeah, thank you, After.
Thank you.
That's all my
Okay,
question.
thanks, Councillor Joe. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Chair. Aftab, I'll echo what others have said, and you've taken on the daunting task of creating this office, and to see this kind of comprehensive review is really valuable for us in terms of moving forward. I see a very small trophy there on the podium with you. I'm not sure if that's been given to you, but I think, Paul, maybe we should get a larger trophy. For your work here, and I wish you all the best at SFU Senator Dialogue.
Thank you.
You used the term creating signals, and I think I know that the work that we do to acknowledge our local nations, as well as groups such as the Muslim community representatives that we saw here today, is very valuable. How would you say that we can continue to strengthen by creating more of these signals that that we are an inclusive city and an inclusive employer as well?
You know, I actually think that this council does a very good job of that. I think you are sending the right signals. The thing about it is that it then needs to be accompanied by actual action, right? So at some point, it will be experienced as performative if all that we are doing is sending signals. So I don't think I have additional. I mean, the only thing that I might say is. Just remembering that there are some communities that we are not necessarily connected to, a part of that are also important. So you know, not leaving folks out. And of course, the more marginalized folks are less likely to be in our natural networks already. So yeah, just paying attention to where there are gaps and then backing it up with action.
You mentioned the city of Edmonton was, I don't want to compare ourselves to Toronto, it's so much larger, but city of Edmonton are doing things that you consider best in class. What are a couple things we can take away from our fellow, the other jurisdiction?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you want to add to this, maybe I'll start. So city of Edmonton, definitely has a pretty comprehensive set of mechanisms for working with behavior that don't meet the definition of harassment but are problematic. So they actually create this like zones of behavior, and there's the yellow and the orange and the red and the green, and so they provide a lot of kind of direction for where to take the different pieces. I'm not quite sure if this is Edmonton and Toronto, but they give, for example, a sense of timing. So if you're bringing a complaint forward, they would say within 90 days we would address it, or there would be a completion of an investigation. We haven't gone quite that far, and largely the kind of reason behind that is resourcing and being afraid that we will say 90 days and then we are backed up, and that can't quite be achieved. But we are going to be kind of keeping track of what is happening. Are we running into bottlenecks? And I think in the next iterations of this policy, we could go towards, but basically providing more certainty to the folks who are coming forward, recognizing how chaotic and scary it could be to bring a complaint forward.
Very good. So I've just got over a minute and a half. I did a really great, interesting survey around electoral candidates and the elections. Some interesting lessons in there. I think we've seen more equity denied groups getting involved here, but what are your sort of top line kind of thoughts about how we can make our elections more inclusive?
Yeah, I mean, the thing that really stood out for me from that survey was that it is really socioeconomic class that seems to be barriered, right? So homeowners, educated folks, the whole higher income folks are more likely to run for council. So, you know, I don't understand politics probably enough to really know, but I think it is really looking for diversity in that sense, you know, looking for folks who don't fit into that category who might be able to run. I think probably, you know, how much you can get paid to be on council could help with that. You know, there's some,
And we can do some
even
work there.
and even I was going to say maybe a kind of like an equitable formula of depending on where you're coming from and what your income is otherwise. For this to be a viable option for folks who don't have very high income. So yeah, it's not my area of expertise really, but that's my thought.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you again.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I just wanted to ask, in case you have any thoughts, what council's role is in supporting. I think it's just always an important transition from the first person holding a role to welcoming and supporting a new person. So what can we do to support that role, but also the work as it continues to grow and be embedded in all parts of the organization?
Yeah. It's funny, I didn't actually prepare for this question really at all, but I do think I think especially in this new term of council, I think the kind of formal engagements that we've had in terms of workshops and that kind of thing have been very helpful, both for me to get to know council and for you to really understand a little bit more in depth what we are trying to do. I would think continuing to ask for those and kind of systematizing a continuing connection with the chief equity officer really makes sense. I also have really welcomed when the mayor's office or members of council reach out with something that you're thinking of doing and just asking for opinion. How would this land? What could possibly happen? Which communities might be impacted? That kind of consultation, I think, it allows us to move in a more seamless way. So both city staff and mayor and council encouraged to do that. And then, I feel like there is. Among staff, possibly a kind of a fear of, are things going to dissipate with our first chief equity officer leaving? And so anything that you can do to reassure and speak in your own ways to the importance of this work and how you embody this work, I think would be very helpful.
I appreciate all of those. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle, and thanks, AFTAB. I just wanted to reiterate all the gratitude that you've heard from around the chambers today. And I've had the pleasure of working with you at UBC and now here at City of Vancouver, and want to wish you the best at SFU. And thanks for all you've done here at the city.
No worries. Thanks very much.
Okay, we do have one registered speaker for this motion, and we will go to that speaker now. Good morning, Dr. Zellerer.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Evelyn Zellerer with Peace of the Circle and coordinator of the Restorative Collective and Vancouver Becoming a Restorative City. I am a grateful resident of these beautiful unceded Coast Salish lands of Vancouver. And I'm here applauding Chief Equity Officer AFTAB and her whole team, and in support of their recommendation of the respectful workplace policy. If you approve this, especially creating a new restorative team here at City Hall and offering restorative options for everyone working with the city for addressing conflict and harm, you would be taking a historic step. This would be pragmatic first steps also towards fulfilling your commitment to becoming a restorative city, as AFTAB mentioned. As leaders, we have to go first in striving to live and work restoratively. Of course, conflicts are going to occur. That's natural, normal, to be expected. What's key is that we require restorative ways to respond, to resolve, and to build these healthy relationships together. Going to be brief. It is just, again, extending my incredible admiration and respect for AFTAB and the team of what they've done. I wanted to add and echo these words of gratitude. And I do look forward to facilitating a peace circle with mayor and council. And I'm hoping that can be scheduled in the near future for us to further explore ways that leadership and governance can become more restorative. As AFTAB said, this is actually really exciting, innovative work. So thank you for your time and your listening.
Thank you very much for your words, Dr. Zellerer. Okay, that's the end of our speakers list. Thanks everyone for speaking to council today. Would someone like to move a motion? Okay, so moved by Councillor Klassen and seconded by Councillor Dominato. Any discussion, council? Any discussion from council? Please add yourself to the queue. Okay, Councillor Boyle.
Just to say again a huge thank you to the whole team and folks all over the organization, the city, who support and lift up this work. Whether it's the main focus of your work or you lift it up and strengthen it in in ways that are important and embedded throughout the city. It's hugely important. It's been all of this a long time coming. I was reading the report this weekend, just stunned by how many pieces of it are moving forward, and really in awe and grateful, and look forward to strongly supporting the work as it continues in the coming years.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd like to echo the thanks you've already received, AFTAB, for your leadership here at City Hall and the City of Vancouver, and to all of your team. And I think piggybacking a little bit off of, oh my goodness, Christine. Councillor Boyle, comments. I just want to reflect, you mentioned early on around the equity framework that some of these issues aren't being talked about as much at this point, but you're talking about more really embedding that lens across departments, across the policy work you do. And from my perspective, that is a test of success. In fact, that it's not that we still need an equity framework, and we still need to have the work, the implementation, and an attention to this work. But the fact that it's becoming more and more a part of our culture, it's a part of our practice, and to me, that is definitely the pathway to success. And it doesn't mean there isn't work to do, but just acknowledging that. And so I will wholeheartedly support the report and the recommendations, but I just wanted to acknowledge that piece, and thank you to your team.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Okay, see no more discussion. I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting screen, and Council, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you for all of your service. Okay, that concludes report 1 on the agenda. And we did adopt a few reports on consent. That was 2 through 5. So we are now going to just take a brief pause here while we switch over the staff in the room. And we just lost quorum, so just bear with me here. Do we have Kirby Young online, or is she? No? Okay. Oh, we're good. Okay, we're back. Okay, we will resume with item 6. This is 518 Main Street, Baghira Hospitality Limited, Happy Valley Turf Club, dual license, liquor primary application, liquor establishment class 1. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Okay, seeing none. We do have team members here to introduce the item, and Council. Okay, no, let's do the introduction first from our staff. Do we have any comments, opening comments?
No, staff are available for questions.
Okay, great. Thank you. So Council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of staff or team members. Any questions from Council? Not seeing any questions. Okay, well, let's keep moving. We'll move to our first and only, we believe we have 2 speakers on this motion. So let's hear from Bert Hick. Good morning, Bert.
Good morning. I love this thing. Good morning, members of council. I'm going to let Louis speak first, and I'm going to go afterwards. I'm going to be very brief. Go ahead, Louis.
Okay, we can vary that. Yep. Good morning, Louis.
Morning.
So you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you. Most of you have been to my business at this point, or I've spoken with most of you about how this process is. So for me, I just kind of wanted to explain how cumbersome and damaging the current process is, because I've got 2 licenses in application right now, and I still don't have the first one, even though the dual licensing was processed and approved over a year ago. So at the very beginning is the fee stage, and that's why I kind of work with Bert on as a consultant. After that, I then have the public consultation phase, which is 2 weeks where an 8-foot by 4-foot sign is outside my business, which looks like the bailiffs have taken it from me, or there's a big kind of black mark on the business. That just allows someone who doesn't like the business to weigh in. Now, luckily, we do a lot of good work to say, like, in terms of the community and the industry. So we haven't really faced that, but a lot of businesses, including some of my family members that own businesses, have that, where someone's like, I just don't like this, so I'm going to weigh in, and that will slow down the process. After that, we have a whole bunch of paperwork to put in. Now, that's fine. That's part of due diligence and process. Then we get to this point, which you would think would be the final stage, but it's not. After that is then when we have to go back and we have to then put in your good neighbor agreements, your acoustic reports, a bunch of other signatures, which is fine, but why was that not before the council point? The council should just be the final stage. We approve of this, go. Then after that, I've got to meet with the liquor inspector. And so I've met the council have approved. We've got a report that says it's approved or recommended. And so I've met all 3 kind of branches of approval, but then I have to meet someone from the city staff. So even though they've written a report to say this is great, I still have to meet someone. So even though this is going ahead, I won't see this in fruition for a couple more months. Now, my business is all nighttime. And with the summer hours, people come in later and later. So right now I have 2 hours to 90 minutes of viable business, and I have to close my doors at 12 o'clock. I tried putting in an hours extension on a food primary just to hold me over, but that still wasn't quick enough. So right now my business is losing $10,000 in revenue a week, just because of the pace of how this goes. Now, a year ago, I brought this to everybody's attention of how the restaurant industry is going, where we're currently at. Restaurants Canada echoed this months ago with the city staff. It still hasn't moved forward. Like 50% of restaurants in the next 12 months will be closed if we do not change. Like, we've got a World Cup coming up. We've got people that don't find many avenues for happiness nowadays, and these businesses are really struggling, including my own. So this whole process needs to find ways to speed up, whether it's like a Nexus program where it's like, that's a proven operator. We just need to find ways to speed this whole program up. So.
Okay, thanks, Louis.
Thanks.
It's time, but appreciate the comments. Bert.
Thank you. First off the top, we support the recommendation of the report. We don't want to get sidetracked here because we very much support that. I'm just here to, first of all, support what Louis has said, because the issues are policies and process, but mainly process. And it's not just the city process, it's also the liquor branch process in Victoria. Give you an example, the Mount Pleasant Vintage and Provisions restaurant application for dual license came to council back on March the 29th, and they just got approved in the last couple of days for their actual dual license. So there is a lot of process that goes through. But I want to pay a shout out and a compliment to your team here, your staff team, because we met with you folks, talked to you about the issues with Ian Tosson of the Restaurant Association, Jeff Gennard of ABLE, Mark von Schelowitz, and talked to him. As a result of that, a working group was put together, headed up by Andrea and her team, and we've had a meeting and we've got a process going on to try and speed up the process of getting through a DP, a BP, business license, liquor approval, city liquor branch approvals, and so forth. And we were scheduled to have a meeting today, but today became conflicted, so we'll have another meeting. But the timelines are very difficult for the industry, and we look forward to continuing to work on the policy changes and the process changes that need to be made. And a shout out to Andrea and Sarah and Gage, because they're doing a great job at trying to solve this problem they're in. At some point in time, I'd like to see a dialogue between the city and the province at the liquor branch to see if we can streamline some of these processes so you don't have to put up a sign for the city notification, then take that sign down and put up another sign for the liquor branch process, that sort of thing. But anyway, they're doing a great job.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that, Bert, that there's some progress being made, so thanks very much. But more work to do, obviously. Okay, that is the end of our speakers list. Thanks for coming to speak to council today. Someone would like to move a motion on this report. Councillor Klassen, seconded by Councillor Nominato. Any discussion, Councillor Fry?
Yeah, and happy to support this application. I'm wondering, Chair, if I can ask through you just a couple of clarifying questions of staff. And I'm just like I appreciate Lewis Hart's frustration and obviously tough times in the industry, and he wants to move things faster. I'm just curious on the three items that it seems that we're asking for: the time limited development permit, the acoustic report, and the good neighbor agreement. Are there processes to expedite that a little bit more? I understand the time limited development permit is something that gets crafted from today on kind of thing, or?
Yeah, and I think Sarah Hicks, Chief License Inspector, from the picking up on Bert's conversation where we've been meeting with industry, we have developed an opportunity to make that time-limited development permit issuance far faster. In these circumstances, they should be able to be issued within a matter of days after approval is received from council, really speeding up that opportunity to complete things. The acoustic report and the Good Neighbor Agreement, as part of our process to ensure that the business is fully aware of their requirements and is successful in achieving those. Our staff goes out on site to meet with the operators and just make sure that they're aware, walk them through those opportunities and make sure that they understand what's in front of them.
And so the time process for those two pieces, I mean, what is that?
Those are completed prior to the provincial license being approved. So our staff is really diligent in making sure that they go out there and get that completed so that the business is ready to go. The acoustic report is on the side of the operator, so it's as quick as they can get the business into.
That's a third party kind of acoustic reporter kind of, okay. I do appreciate the work you guys do to move these faster, and obviously I totally appreciate the frustrations of folks in the industry who are, they're struggling. So thank you. Appreciate that, sir.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to, can I speak to the report at this time? We've moved in second.
Yes, it's been moved.
I just simply wanted to say I support the staff report. I do appreciate the considerations that both Bert and Lewis are raising, and appreciative that the working group is underway and that there's some productive conversations about how we can address some of the challenges. But happy to support the report that's before us today and look forward to hearing more from the working group. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Klassen.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thanks to the proponents and to staff also in the work that they're doing. I know that we're trying to move some mountains right now, when it comes to liquor policy, I think it's probably perhaps one of the deepest rabbit holes you can possibly go down is to try and understand the provincial regulations, and that's why you have people like Bert Hick, who can lead us through those, navigate those issues. We just recently met with Destination Vancouver as a council, and one of the things, our takeaways there, where there are many takeaways. First of all, that Vancouver is being positioned as a culinary capital. We're now a Michelin city. This is not something that we sought out. It was something that came to us, which is something that the Destination Vancouver described to us. We were asked to look at things through a tourism lens. So my question through you, Chair, to staff is can we take the feedback that we're hearing, some of the work that we're doing around supporting our restaurant and culinary and hospitality sector, and really choose to make this as an overall approach to supporting a sector that is so huge employers and really important in terms of our economic vitality. Now, I also wouldn't mind, I know the city manager was in attendance as well, so he may have a comment about this, but it's really the question is around the tourism lens of putting this, our work through that.
Yeah, the tourism industry is incredibly important to Vancouver as a whole, and certainly our hospitality industry. I think in DBL we're certainly doing a lot of work to look at where we can speed opportunity for business across a wide variety of spectrum. We are also in the midst right now of a liquor policy review in order to help modernize those opportunities, which we'll be bringing back to council later this fall. for that work, as well as our special events policy, arts and culture events policy. I think there's a lot of work which will create a lot of opportunity for the city.
Excellent. And just the other question is just in terms of our intergovernmental work, are there opportunities where the City of Vancouver could be advocating to the province and to the liquor board for changes?
Yeah, I think, on a staff-to-staff basis, we have a good working relationship. I think as we bring forward updated policy considerations for council, there will be, opportunity within that to advocate to the province for a broader set of recommendations, certainly of what industry is looking for, but there may be limitations at a provincial perspective to date.
Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you both. Okay, seeing no more discussion, we'll now go to the vote. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting panel, and council, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thanks very much. And that concludes item 6, report 6 on the agenda. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, staff. Chair, I would like to move another motion to vary the agenda with respect to the council member motions, and that is to move motion A3, naming the city's new Chinatown office, ahead of A8, because I think we'd already moved that one. And I believe the mayor is joining us online, and we do have the one speaker to that motion here at City Hall at this time.
Okay, so that's moved by Councillor Dominato and seconded by Councillor Klassen. All those in favor say yay. Any opposed say nay. Okay, that carries. So we'll deal with motion A3, A8, and then the rest of the motion agenda. Just a moment here while I get my script in order. Okay. A3. Okay, motion A3, naming the city's new Chinatown office is to be moved and introduced by Mayor Sim, who is joining us via WebEx today, and seconded by Councillor Joe. I'd like to remind Council that in accordance with the updates to the procedure bylaw that were enacted on May 10th, 2023, Council members may not ask questions of the mover. Mayor Sim, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Can you hear us okay, Mayor? Not on WebEx yet, okay. Okay, we're just going to take a recess here for a minute while we get the mayor connected to WebEx. So back in a minute. Good morning, Mayor Sim. So great to have you online. So you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. So please go ahead.
Hi.
Can you hear us, Mayor Sim?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? And
Yes, we can.
I apologize for the background noise.
We can hear you. You're a little faint. We're going to try to increase the volume here.
Okay.
Just a moment.
I turned off my video. Can you hear me a little better?
It's a bit better. Just if you could please try to talk as loud as possible, that'd be
Yeah,
great.
okay.
So you've got 2 minutes. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Now, I'm extremely proud and humbly honored today to introduce this motion, which I've co-submitted with Councillor Joe. I'm proposing that our new City Hall satellite office in Chinatown be named in honor of Juan Alexander Gumyao, in recognition of his significant contributions, as well as his dedication and service to the people of our city, to the province of British Columbia, and Canada as a whole. Juan Alexander Gumyao is an amazing figure, or was an amazing figure. He lived an extraordinary life in service of many, and the lasting impact of his legacy on Vancouver and Chinese Canadians is substantial. He is the first person of Chinese descent born in what is now Canada. In 2020, he was shortlisted by the Bank of Canada for the newly redesigned $5 bill alongside 7 other important historical figures, including Terry Fox. In 1947, when voting rights were finally restored for Chinese Canadians, Juan Alexander Gumyao was able to cast his vote in the 1949 federal election at the age of 88 after years of advocating for civil rights for all. Therefore, it be resolved that the City of City Hall satellite office in Chinatown shall be named in honor of Juan Alexander Gumyao in recognition of his significant contributions and his dedication in service to the community, the city and people of Vancouver, province of British Columbia and Canada, and the lasting impact of his legacy on Chinese Canadian history. On a personal note, I know that as mayor of this great city, I stand on the shoulders of giants who fought for my right as a Chinese Canadian to not only vote, but to also hold office. To this end, thank you, Mr. Gumyao, for laying the road for me and people like me to be here today.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Okay, we have one registered speaker for this motion, Jeffrey Lee. Good morning, Jeffrey.
Hello. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed city councilors. I'm Jeffrey. Although I'm not a resident of the city of Vancouver, I live in Burnaby. As a Chinese Canadian myself, I've been involved with a lot of initiatives taking place in Chinatown and with the Chinese community here in Vancouver. And I just want to give my thoughts on this proposal and this motion. Today, I stand before you to advocate for change that will enrich the cultural mosaic of our beloved city of Vancouver and contribute to the tapestry of Canada as a whole. It is time to rename the office in Chinatown to honor a remarkable individual who has left an indelible impact on our community, Juan Alexander Gumyao. Juan Alexander Gumyao's contributions to Vancouver and the Chinese community cannot be overstated. By renaming the office in Chinatown after him, we have an opportunity to celebrate and amplify his positive impact, ensuring his legacy resonates throughout the generations to come. Renaming the office in Chinatown in honor of Juan Alexander Gumyao will serve as a powerful symbol of unity and recognition. It will signify our city's commitment to honoring the cultural heritage and diversity that thrives within our community. By doing so, we create a more inclusive and welcoming environment for all residents and visitors. Moreover, this renaming will highlight Vancouver's historical role as a Canadian gateway to the Pacific and its close ties with the Chinese community. It would serve well as a beacon, showcasing our city's rich multicultural history and the significant contributions made by the Chinese Canadian community in shaping Vancouver into the vibrant and diverse city it is today. By honoring Juan Alexander Gumyao's name, we uplift his spirit of advocacy and his dedication to defending the rights and dignity of not only the Chinese community, but of other groups who have once been disenfranchised and excluded here. It sends a resounding message that Vancouver values and cherishes the contributions of all of its citizens, fostering an atmosphere of mutual respect and understanding. This renaming also presents an important opportunity to educate and inspire future generations about the importance of cultural heritage and community engagement. It encourages us to learn from the past, embrace diversity, and build a more harmonious and inclusive society. I ask you to join me in supporting the renaming of the City of Vancouver's office in Chinatown in honor of Juan Alexander Gumyao. Let us celebrate his positive impact strengthen our ties with the Chinese community, and showcase Vancouver's historical significance as a Canadian gateway to the Pacific. Together, we can create a city that embraces diversity, fosters unity, and continues to thrive as a beacon of multiculturalism. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much for your comments, Jeffrey. Seeing no more speakers on our list, thanks for coming to speak to council today. We appreciate that. Council, any discussion? Councillor Zhou.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I'm so honored to be able to submit this motion with Mayor Sim together. This motion holds undeniable importance to myself, and I'm sure to the mayor as well because of our Chinese descent. And the decision to name the City of Vancouver's Chinatown office after Wang Alexander Kongyao holds significant importance to our local Chinese community, as well as to the City of Vancouver. Wang Alexander Kongyao was a remarkable individual who played a pivotal role in the history of Chinatown and in the history of the City of Vancouver. He was the first recorded Chinese Canadian born in what is now called Canada in 1861, during a time when the discriminatory policy and attitudes prevailed against Chinese immigrants. He witnessed firsthand challenges faced by the Chinese community, including racism, exclusion, discriminatory legislation such as Chinese high tax and the Chinese Exclusion Act. Naming the Chinatown office after him acknowledged his historical importance and recognized the contributions of Chinese Canadian to the development of the City of Vancouver. Although not confirmed, I think many people believe that he was the only Chinese Canadian voted both before and after the Chinese Exclusion Act in 1923. His story symbolized resilience and perseverance despite facing numerous obstacles and systemic discrimination. He advocated for equal rights, education, social justice, and the right to vote for Chinese Canadians. Naming the Chinatown office after him served as a reminder of the strength and the determination of Chinese Canadian community in the face of adversity. The naming decision reflects a desire to honor and recognize the contribution of Chinese Canadian to the growth and cultural richness of Vancouver. It acknowledges the significance of Chinatown as a historic and cultural hub and demonstrate a commitment in preserving and celebrating the heritage of Chinese Canadian community. By naming the office after Wang Alexander Kongyao, there is opportunity to raise the awareness of his life and the history of Chinese Canadian in Vancouver. It encouraged the public to learn more about the experience, storytelling, and the contributions of this vibrant community, promoting a more inclusive and informed society. It also sends a very clear message of respect, inclusivity, recognitions of all communities that are part of Vancouver's diverse and rich cultural fabric. So 100 years ago, despite the incredible contribution, Chinese people were not even allowed to enter into this country due to this notorious Chinese Immigration Act, also known as Chinese Exclusion Act. Exactly 100 years later, City of Vancouver will open its first civic office in Chinatown very soon. And today, Vancouver City Council will also have a chance to name this office after a pioneer Chinese Canadian. With that, I really encourage my fellow councillor to support this motion that is co-submitted by Mayor Sin and myself. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Councillor Zhou. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I just wanted to really briefly say a big thank you to Councillor Zhou and the Mayor for bringing this forward. It's an excellent recommendation and an important day to be making this decision. So thanks for your work.
Thanks both. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm also going to keep my remarks brief because I think Councillor Zhou really covered all of the issues, and I simply do want to also reiterate my thanks to Mayor Sim and Councillor Zhou for bringing this forward. It's very timely, and also noting that, later in this week we'll be joining in celebration of the opening of the Chinese Canadian Museum in Chinatown. And so, and Councillor Joe spoke about that yesterday. And so just expressing my thanks and the importance of this day and the importance of this naming. So thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It's hard to add to the words of Councillor Joe and the eloquence, but I did just want to add a couple comments. In that last week, I had the opportunity to zoom in to watch some of the proceedings at the Senate for the 100-year anniversary of the Chinese Exclusion Act, and it was, excuse me, it was actually incredibly moving to watch. And I think to a person that spoke there, whether it was an elected official or the Chinese leaders from across the country that were represented, it was very clear how much the commemoration means to the community. And I know that as the Chinese Canadian Museum starts telling these stories, and the Chinatown Storytelling Center is also focused on that mandate, that these stories are about giving voice to people that didn't have it back then. And it's wonderful to name Alexander Gumiao, but it's also, I think, important to recognize all of the hundreds and thousands of Chinese early settlers and pioneers that before them that weren't recognized, and their voices weren't there, but they paved the way for others to come forward. And so it's incredibly moving. It's incredibly important, and it's very significant that we're doing it this time. And I'm grateful that we have the chance to do that. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. So that motion was moved by Mayor Sim and seconded by Councillor Joe. We will now go to the vote. Mayor Sim, if we could please ask you to turn your video on for the vote, that would be much appreciated. Just a reminder to any council member whose video is disabled, you would be marked absent for the vote pursuant to section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw. So if we could, do we have Mayor Sim on video?
I'm here, and can I please get a vote?
Perfect. Okay. So clerk, if you could please take us to the voting panel, and council, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. And if anyone needs a vote assist, please let me know.
Chair, Councillor Kirby-Young, can I have a vote assist in favor too, please?
Yep, absolutely. Mayor Sim, do you need a vote assist?
Yes, please, in favor of.
Great. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thanks, everyone. And that concludes motion A3 on the agenda. So just a reminder, we did vary the agenda, so we'll now go to motion A8. That's a UBCM resolution, a new fiscal framework for sustainable and predictable local government funding, and is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Dominato and seconded by, we'll need a seconder. Sorry, the person who was in the script is absent. So I'd like to remind council that in accordance with the updates to the procedure bylaw that were enacted on May 10th, 2023, council members may not ask questions of the mover. And Councillor Dominato, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. And I believe that was seconded by Councillor Carr. So please go ahead. Oh, sorry. Just put you on here. Okay, please go ahead, Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair. And just acknowledging that this motion is co-submitted with Councillor Bly. This is the culmination of a number of discussions. Many of us were recently at FCM, but also discussions have been taking place at UBCM around the growing pressures on local government to serve residents, whether it be services and programming or maintaining infrastructure or investing in new infrastructure. And I think one of the key acknowledgements has been is that while often the conversation centers on, different levels of government staying in their lane, the reality is that 21st century cities and municipalities, small and large, need to deal with the issues before them, whether that is aging infrastructure, whether that is climate change, whether that is social issues, public community safety issues in their communities, and are often in the best position to respond and deal with those issues. However, our fiscal framework really hasn't kept up with the times. We're still, most municipalities are heavily reliant on property taxes. And so this resolution is a motion to come forward to UBCM in the fall. And what it advocates for is to have the joint UBCM and provincial Local Government Financial Resiliency Working Group to examine a different approach to financing and supporting local government, and particularly to take a look at a multi-year funding framework that was adopted in Quebec. They have a partnership framework specifically, that a 4-year framework, whereby the province transfers an amount corresponding to the growth in revenues it derives from 1 point of the sales tax in Quebec. And so the intent here is to establish a more sustainable, predictable funding framework. While grants are welcomed and appreciated, local governments have to make applications for those grants. And so what we are hoping to see
Councillor
is an
Dominato.
examination of a different approach to that.
Okay, thanks. Apologies for having to cut you off there.
That's right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, no registered speakers for this motion. And council, any discussion? Councillor Carr.
Yeah, I'm happy to second this motion. I have long advocated for more predictable sources of funding. It's unreasonable to expect the incredibly increased demands on municipal governments to deal with issues that are actually not our jurisdiction in terms of housing, a range of them, and certainly tackling the climate challenge. We cannot do this on our own. It often has been frustrating for me to hear speakers from the public come to council and ask us to put more money in, and for example, housing, and citing things like Vienna as being this model of public housing. All of the housing in Vienna and virtually every city in Europe comes from federal governments, from national governments. It's not money that's generated at the local level. So we do need a recognition of that and a change in policy by the senior governments so that we do have that stable, predictable funding, enabling us at the city level to address the issues that are largely societal as a whole, but land on the doorstep of City Hall. So thank you for putting forward the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. And I'd just like to make some comments here. So I'll just cede the chair to Vice Chair Klassen. I just want to thank Councillors Dominato and Bly for bringing this forward. I was also at FCM in Toronto, and we really do need a new fiscal framework for cities. As has been mentioned by other councillors, we are dealing with new funding requirements in cities as cities have evolved, whether that's the cost of dealing with climate change, the toxic drug crisis, infrastructure needed to support the population growth that we are seeing in our cities, which are also fueled by the immigration targets that the federal government is setting. So that's everything from water infrastructure, sewer infrastructure. All of those are very expensive, and those needs continue to increase. So very, very supportive of this motion, and appreciative of the work that Councillor Dominato and Bly have done to bring this forward for the benefit of all of our cities across British Columbia. Councillor Dominato, closing comments.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, I'd just like to add a couple of closing comments in this regard. Just to note that while we're advancing this resolution at Vancouver City Council, Coquitlam City Council has recently passed a similar resolution based on discussions that took place at FCM around this matter, and that, pointing out that the opportunity that a 4-year partnership agreement tied to, in our case, PST, is really tied to economic opportunities and economic growth, and it is different from previous motions that have been brought forward around the PST. And also to note that FCM has highlighted as part of the advocacy for a new municipal growth framework is that local governments collect less than 9 cents of every tax dollar, yet they build and maintain 60% of the core public infrastructure that supports our economy and our quality of life. And so I think it again just reinforces the importance of this work and advocacy, both with the provincial government as well as with the federal government, and just recognizing that our world has changed, our communities have changed, and the issues that we need to tackle have changed, and along with it, our fiscal framework needs to change. So thank you for the time, and welcome council support.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Dominato. And Councillor Kirby-Yung. We have Councillor Kirby-Yung. Okay. Okay, so we will now call the vote. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting screen, and council, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. And just a reminder to anyone on video, please turn your camera on. Okay, that passes unanimously. And that concludes that item on the agenda. So we'll now move to A1. That's motion A1, council members' requests for leaves of absence. Mayor Sim for civic business on July 5th and July 12th, 2023 from 5 p.m. onwards, and on July 6th and July 20th, 2023 from 1 p.m. onwards, and Mayor Sim for personal reasons on from July 25th to July 28th, 2023, and July 31st, 2023 all day. Do we have a mover? Okay, moved by Councillor Boyle and seconded by Councillor Joe. Council, any discussion on that? Okay, all those in favor say yay. Any opposed say nay. Okay, that carries. That concludes item A1. Motion A2 is addressing historic inequities by improving infrastructure and access to services across South Vancouver and Marpole neighborhoods, and is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Boyle. I would like to remind Council that in accordance with the updates to the procedure bylaw, which were enacted on May 10th, 2023, Council members may not ask questions of the mover. Councillor Boyle, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Please go ahead. And we'll turn your mic on. Go ahead, please.
Thanks so much. So over many years in Vancouver, I have, and I'm sure others around the room have heard many stories from residents across the neighborhoods of South Vancouver and Marpole about service gaps and a feeling of the lack of fair and equitable investments across the neighborhoods, a feeling that they've been forgotten or don't get the attention that they deserve from City Hall. So when leaders from the South Vancouver Neighborhood House presented their research and the thousands of community conversations that they've had with residents in South Van and Marpole, the data reflected those stories. And it's been a real honor to work alongside them and many community leaders, including from family places in South Vancouver and Marpole as well, who serve incredibly important roles in the community. I'm going to be brief because I am particularly glad that Council will get to hear so many of these voices today. And then I hope that Council will stand with them to shift this current and historic inequity and support residents across the neighborhoods of South Vancouver and Marpole in addressing the many gaps, you know, from streetlights and pedestrian and bike safety, neighborhood houses and family places and library services, social infrastructure for seniors and families and renters, support in extreme weather, public spaces, tree canopy, and more. I said I wouldn't speak too much. So we will hear so much more about that and hope that we can work together to shift this challenge and support residents. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Councillor Boyle. Can I get a seconder for the motion? Okay, Councillor Carr. Lots of excitement to second the motion. Okay, we'll now hear from speakers on this motion. And we will now go to our first speaker on the motion. Just bear with me here. We did have to vary the agenda, so my speakers list is just a little bit out of order. But speaker number 1, Mimi Rennie. Mimi, good morning.
Good morning.
So you have up to 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Great. So hello, my name is Mimi Rennie. My Chinese name is Kian Foon. I'm a first-generation settler on the stolen occupied lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. I'm also the executive director of South Vancouver Neighborhood House, otherwise known as SVNH. I've lived in South Vancouver in the Champlain Heights neighborhood for over 24 years. I have 2 daughters who have attended elementary and high school in South Vancouver. South Vancouver Neighborhood House examination of the social inequities in South Vancouver began in 2018 with their Early Development Index, otherwise known as the EDI, which measures how kindergarten children are doing in South Vancouver in comparison to other children in other communities. The EDI indicated that 52% of the children between the ages of 0 to 5 in South Vancouver exhibited multiple developmental vulnerabilities, whereas the average for the City of Vancouver was 36%. With the support of SFU Urban Studies program and Faculty of Health Sciences, we were able to accumulate multiple findings from the research that identified the inequities that existed in South Vancouver before and beyond 2018. When I hear participants share their challenges and barriers to accessing childcare, medical clinics, transportation, etc., I see myself in them. In the 24 years I've lived in South Vancouver, I've never been able to access a walk-in clinic in my own neighborhood. To access one close to me, I had to go to Collingwood or Metrotown. My first family doctor was in Mount Pleasant. After she retired, the closest doctor I could find was in Burnaby. When my daughters were born, I tried to get childcare near me, which was impossible due to wait lists and limited childcare providers. Eventually, I found childcare in North Burnaby, which was not easy to access. Although my girls are 19 and 17 now, when I hear families share their stories of pushing strollers up the Kerr Street Hill or people wishing for accessible transit to get to their nearest supermarket, I see myself in their stories. Just recently, I had the privilege of attending the Canadian Summit Conference in Toronto about Canadian democracy. It was a platform to problem solve around improving voting and understanding the barriers to it. Each session talked about trust and understanding people's voting decisions. In this case, we're trusting that our stories will come with solutions that are not one and done. We as a community are looking for continued community engagement with the city based on the model of sustainability and equity. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mimi. We'll now move to our next speaker, Prabhi Deol. Hi, good morning.
Hello, everyone. My name is Prabhi Deol. I work at SVNH, and I am here today in support of the motion. I want to summarize and elaborate on some of the equity report's key points to give context to the personal stories that will follow from all the wonderful speakers sharing today. From a neighborhood equity planning perspective, South Vancouver and Marpole are falling short in receiving investments for key amenities and social infrastructures, which manifests as gaps in access to services compared to community needs. This impacts the social outcomes of our residents across all ages and stages of the life cycle. The communities of South Van need to be prioritized. South Vancouver is full of multi-generational families, which means we need comprehensive transit options for parents commuting to work, young people commuting to school, seniors with decreasing mobility, and for folks with disabilities. This extends further than bus and train options to also include updated bike lanes and sidewalks. We score poorly on the walkability index, with Killarney being the least walkable neighborhood in Vancouver and home to over 5,000 older adults. We have one community health center for Marpole, Sunset, Victoria, Fraserview, and Killarney. That's one CHC servicing a population of over 130,000 people. During a recent phone call with a nurse at South Van CHC, she sighed and stated that they are busy, busy, busy every day, mostly with youth and senior patients. South Van has a higher percentage of recent immigrants than the Vancouver average, and this area continues to house several different newcomer groups, including refugees, immigrants experiencing trauma, temporary foreign workers, migrant workers, and international students. Despite all this, most immigrant-serving organizations have no physical location in South Van. As well, there's a lack in 2S LGBTQIA+ and Indigenous services in South Van and Marpole, which does not benefit our residents in feeling like they can cultivate a sense of belonging in their own neighborhoods. Finally, there is no community plan for South Van, despite being the site of a major planned development project, the East Fraser Lands in the River District. With no plan, there is no formal commitment to maintaining an environmentally sustainable urban pattern, supporting a range of affordable housing, enhancing culture, heritage, creativity, fostering a robust economy, improving transportation, protecting public spaces and parks, and fostering healthy, resilient communities. I hope to see the development of a community plan for South Van, for City of Vancouver staff and elected officials to work more closely with South Van residents, and for funding and resources to be allocated to our large and diversely populated geographical catchment. Let's move forward together in a good way for a more equitable South Vancouver and Marpole for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll go to speaker 3, Travis Angus. Morning, Travis. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Simgigat Siganam Hanak Skanak Scuba Wilksik Ganak Scuba Nis Mutawat Travis Wat Kingola Nas River Treaty Nations Dewitwit Vancouver A Jugai. My English name is Travis Angus. My hereditary name is Niasbu. I come from the First Nations people of the Nisga'a Treaty Territories. Lived in Vancouver for about 30 plus years. I'm a single foster parent, two-spirit. I have been with South Vancouver for quite a while, and I'd like to talk about the food justice through Vancouver, South Van. During COVID, I had noticed that some of the families were troubled with getting food and stuff, so I started taking out of my pantry and my garden, dropping food off to the back doors of some of my neighbors. With that, South Van heard what I was doing and resourced me and called me forward to resource me for about 16 homes in the first 2 months that I started doing my work. So I started dropping food from home to home. The winter hit, so we had United Way who stepped in and serviced us with gift cards. Of course, it was really difficult for our people to go travel to shopping places to shop for their own food, so I went shopping for them. During that time, we were up to about 25 homes, and then later on was the Vancouver Langara Food Hub, which offered us more services. So I had 41 homes that I drove to every week, every Thursday, to drop off food during COVID. These were homes that were single parents. They were families, smaller families, or people that young adults that were living at home with their children to take care of their ill parents or elderly parents. So it was they were challenged with having to have the ability to get food when they could. The resources that were available were very limited to none. I do want to mention that I was one of the navigators, a hybrid navigator for the City of Vancouver 10-year plan, this previous plan, or the current plan, sorry, for the South Van area and the Sunrise area. I have really not seen much of those promises that were made through that, but I'd like to see more. We have, because of where we are, we're challenged with the diversities of people and the types of foods that we have for the backgrounds. So we're looking at being able to service our people through their needs, their special needs, their health care, through everything else through these times. And it's really difficult because we don't have the resources in a very growing area. South Van the infrastructure is crazy busy. I mean, you see cranes everywhere. I call it the city's new provincial bird, but it's unfortunate, and I would like to start seeing more of that coming out. Food service not only develops be able to help people up. It's not a hand up. It's a handout. It's a hand up, but it's able to be there to support wherever we can and be able to lift our people up. So I thank you for today and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Travis. Thanks for all that work that you're doing in the community. We'll now go to speaker 4. Speaker 4, Joey Liu. Morning, Joey.
Good morning. My name is Joey Liu, and I'm the Food Security Manager at South Van Neighborhood House. I'm in strong support of the motion. Food security and food justice is a huge issue in South Vancouver. For the last 3 years, SVNH has been addressing the high level of food insecurity among residents. In 2020, the pandemic revealed a huge gap and need for emergency food supports in South Van that weren't being provided by the city or other institutions. We stepped into action to offer several temporary food programs, and along the way, we discovered residents like Travis, community groups, and other nonprofits who are doing similar work. With United Way's help, we began working together to provide a coordinated effort. Since then, this banding together has evolved into the South Vancouver Community Food Hub. We're a strong network of partners providing healthy and culturally appropriate food support to 300 households, which is almost 1,000 individuals, on a weekly basis across 6 locations in South Van. Often, participants in our program are dealing with multiple barriers. For example, one participant is dealing with trauma and health issues because of a violent attack. They're no longer to pay rent because they can't do the same line of work they did before, and their disability benefits fall short of their monthly payments. Meanwhile, they have an elderly parent who's dependent on them, and they have to look for other housing while their landlord threatens to evict them on false pretenses. Being supported by our program helps alleviate some of their stressors and helps them to feel less alone. Unfortunately, this is not an isolated story. Every day, our team hears these types of stories from residents as the demand continues to grow. So if you look at what's available in South Van, you'll find only half of the food assets and resources per person compared to the rest of Vancouver. There are 2 food distribution programs, including ours, and they're both full. Often, residents must travel elsewhere to access food support. However, parents and seniors are often reluctant as they experience long lines and commute times, mobility challenges, or they can't pay for bus fare or childcare. Social infrastructure and grants are also lacking. The city's Sustainable Food Systems Grant doesn't grant food provision, and we've seen a decrease in grant funding from other sources. There's also a lack of available and affordable space for food programming, and in fact, our food hub is actually located just outside our catchment. We need this motion to help make our food hub program sustainable so that residents can continue to have the support they need. We also need a neighborhood action plan for South Van that addresses the root causes of food insecurity, incorporates the right to food for every resident, and brings all South Van players and the city and the province together to grow more grocery stores, gardens, food programs, and businesses across the region so people can access food and connection close to home. I hope to see this motion passed by the Mayor and City Council, and I look forward to working with you all to make South Vancouver a more equitable and thriving place to live. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Joey. Speaker number 5 is Jose Mendoza. Morning, Jose. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Good morning. My name is Jose Mendoza. I'm a member of the South Vancouver Seniors Hub Council. I'm here today to express our full support for the motion to improve infrastructure and access to services across the neighborhoods of South Vancouver. We believe that the additional resources being called for will help address inequities and enhance the lives of seniors in the community. While South Vancouver seniors love their beautiful neighborhood, they also face significant challenges such as limited transportation options, health services, recreational facilities, and amenities. Seniors have difficulty finding public washrooms and resting places in the vast geographical area. They also report safety concerns walking along uneven sidewalks or on dimly lit streets, limiting them from going out and socializing with their friends and families. One of my favorite volunteer jobs is to make wellness phone calls to isolated seniors. They eagerly look forward to these friendly conversations, through which they also get connected to community-based programs and services. 2 of the men I call, for example, told me they are no longer able to safely walk or take the bus to local shopping areas. Arrangements have thus been made for volunteers to deliver groceries or frozen meals to their homes. We also strongly endorse the call for sustained funding for the South Vancouver Neighborhood House. Despite limited resources, this dynamic organization continues to respond to the needs of seniors by providing free or low-cost programs and services such as health and wellness promotion, anti-racism initiatives, caregiver support, information and referral, non-medical home supports, computer training, and opportunities for intercultural socialization. Since the pandemic and the heat dome that severely affected the lives of seniors, The neighborhood house has been providing vital services that include delivery of frozen meals, grocery shopping, and wellness calls, all of which are in high demand. With support from the Seniors Hub, staff have also been conducting interactive sessions at local housing facilities to help seniors cope with extreme heat-related risks. In closing, I thank Councilor Boyle for bringing this motion forward and respectfully request the City Council to pass it.
Thank you. Thanks, Jose. Speaker number 6, Cherry Wong. Morning.
Thank you. Hello, dear friends who care about South Vancouver. My name is Cherry Wong. I'm a community navigator with the Reframing South Vancouver team at SVNH. I'm speaking in support of this motion. Just like many residents that I serve at my job, I'm also a newcomer in Canada. I moved from Hong Kong to Vancouver just a year ago. As an immigrant myself, I'm able to see things from the perspectives of the underrepresented communities in South Vancouver and engage with them in ways that they are comfortable with. In my outreach work, I witnessed the engagement barriers faced by a lot of residents, which include language barriers, digital illiteracy, not knowing how the city works, etc. Despite that, there are actually many residents who want to participate and engage in society. They just need someone to guide them and walk with them. One time, I was trying to explain the city's latest housing policy to 2 Cantonese-speaking mothers. There was a Chinese version for the project information, which was super helpful. But for the online feedback survey, I was surprised that even though a Chinese version was offered, it was largely simplified. The original English survey has 17 questions, but the Chinese survey only had 1, which basically just asked, do you have any comments about the project? After discovering that, I decided to go over the English survey with the moms. I translated the questions one by one into Chinese, asked for their answers, and then translated them back into English so they could put the answers onto their own feedback forms. That 30-minute meeting turned out to be 2 hours long. I'm really happy to know that was an empowering process for these mothers, but I also couldn't help but wonder what happens to those who want to participate but don't have anyone to help them. How do we ensure that their voices are heard too? Unfortunately, I don't have an answer, and this story is just a glimpse into the difficulties that South Vancouver residents are facing. However, I believe this motion is the first step towards addressing the inequities in our neighborhood and building a more equitable city of Vancouver. I hope to see change in South Vancouver, and I hope that change will start today. Thank you for listening.
Thanks, Cherry. Speaker 7, Stephanie San. Good morning.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stephanie San, and I strongly support this motion. I'm currently SVNH's User Experience, Communications, and Marketing Coordinator, and more importantly, a South Vancouver resident. My parents actually immigrated from Myanmar, a war-torn country that has been fighting for the same justice since my parents fled in 1988. They packed up their entire lives to settle here in Canada with nothing but the determination for a better life for themselves and their future children. As newcomers, they had zero experience on how or where to get started. My dad and his friends joined a welcome house for refugees where their mentor guided them to learn English, share skills, and build careers. Thanks to that program and that special mentor, my parents were able to afford a small 2-bedroom apartment in South Vancouver. Me and my sister attended the closest elementary school, David Oppenheimer. At 8 years old, I see both my parents working morning to night to make ends meet. My mom told us that we were on the waitlist for the fun after-school care program that all my friends went to. But the truth was, she actually never put us on that waitlist. Because childcare was so expensive, my mom had to beg other parents, strangers, to look after us after school instead for a more affordable fee. If you don't know where Oppenheimer is, it's at the very top of Elliott Street. I lived right below Marine Drive, which made my commute to school 45 minutes long. At 11, I see racing cars pass me and my little sister as we walk along Marine Drive. Before climbing Elliott Street, which back then didn't actually have a sidewalk. Through the snow, rain, heat, and wind, we trudged up that huge hill to fight for our right to education. Now, at 23, I see that little has changed. I see my upstairs neighbor, a family of immigrants, struggling to find affordable childcare. I see the senior in the building next door that has to walk 30 minutes to get to the nearest grocery store in River District. And I see the grandmother and backpacked kindergartner, hand in hand, trudging up that same hill that me and my sister did so many years ago. I'm so privileged to live in a beautiful city with nature steps away from my door and a government that will listen to my voice when it needs to be heard. My parents could only dream of a life like this compared to Myanmar. Do you remember earlier when I mentioned a mentor from the Welcome House? Well, she's actually here today at City Hall, and her name is Lisa Bautista, the head of Reframing South Vancouver. The last time she saw my dad was on a ferry to Victoria, and he was holding a baby girl, which was me. Thanks to pivotal changemakers like Lisa, my dad was able to make a wonderful life for his family, and I hope that residents of South Vancouver from previous, present, and next generations can have access to a brighter future too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just noting the time, we have time to hear one more speaker before we recess for lunch and resume at 1 p.m. So we'll hear now from speaker 8, Javier Badillo. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Javier Badillo, and I moved to Vancouver in 2014. I have been living in South Vancouver since 2015 in the Sunset neighborhood. I'm a part of the Neighborhood Advisory Committee, and I also work for United Way, British Columbia, as a community builder for the Sunset neighborhood, facilitating the High Neighbor Community Engagement Program. I was a small business owner in East Vancouver, and before coming to Canada, I worked for more than 15 years in my native Ecuador as an architect and as an urban and community planner. I'm here today to support the continuing work of the Reframing South Vancouver initiative. A close friend of mine who lives in the West Side always comments when he visits me in Sunset how he feels like he's in a different city. Funnily enough, when I visit the West Side, I feel the same way. And while part is this because of the city's diversity, unfortunately, the feeling is not entirely because of the positives like the authenticity, diversity, and uniqueness that South Vancouver offers. Even at first glance, you can't avoid noticing that South Vancouver is much less green than other parts of the city, due to fewer and younger trees and less green space, fewer new amenities like plazas, and fewer bike lanes. And unfortunately, if you dig deeper, you will find more concerns that needs to be addressed. There is unsafe or non-existent pedestrian infrastructure, less public art, and space for the community to express themselves. There are fewer spray parks and wading pools, no outdoor swimming pool. Inviting public spaces and recreational infrastructure are an important part of placemaking and building a sense of community. Yet, in South Vancouver, there is often poor lighting, uneven sidewalks, and care for public spaces. If this is what our public infrastructure is like, what message is that communicating to residents? South Vancouver is a racialized community and a community of immigrants and newcomers, and this is reflected in the diverse range of small business providing services to our community. The businesses are such an asset of our neighborhood, and we need to protect them from forces of gentrification. And additionally, we need to look at how our public infrastructure can work with how these businesses work. For example, a great aspect of Fraser Street is the market stalls in front of small shops offering affordable produce. However, people shopping have to contend with cars passing by closely at high speed. The markets and the shoppers know the cars should be the priority. Immigrants and newcomers in South Vancouver face challenges like language, cultural barriers, and isolations.
Sorry, Javier, I do have to cut you off. You're over time.
Because of this, we ensure to protect what is already working and ensure we create places to connect that speak to the people who lives here. Thank you very much. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the comments. Okay, we are at time for lunch, so we're going to recess and return at 1 p.m. Thanks, everybody.
Conferencing. To join the conference,
Hi, Anna. Can you hear me? Hello, Anna?
And who is it? Ira that's the security guy? Or no, security IT? Okay. Oh, no, just wanted to add him to the chat. Oh.
Anna, can you reply through the phone so I know that you can hear me?
Hey, Kirsty, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. We are going to continue with speakers on item A2, addressing ongoing inequities by improving social infrastructure and access to services across South Vancouver and Marpole. So speaker number 9, Jake Choi. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay.
Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jake, and I'm a grade 9 student from Churchill Secondary. And I support the motion, and I'm here today representing the amazing South Vancouver community. I want to share with you something very personal with you and talk about the importance of supporting our community by providing more funding and resources. I came to South Vancouver from Hong Kong just last year. It's like being handed a Rubik's Cube and being told, good luck, figure it out. But I guess life just wanted to give us a puzzling challenge. To be very honest with you, it wasn't always easy. But I've also experienced some incredible moments of growth and connection. So one place that played a huge role in that journey is the South Vancouver Neighborhood House. Last summer, I had the chance to meet Hillary, the youth program coordinator at South Vancouver Neighborhood House. She introduced me to their awesome programs, and I was hooked. For the Neighborhood Youth Initiative, I got to be part of the Neighborhood Advisory Committee. What it entails is a group of diverse, enthusiastic South Vancouver residents like me coming together to make a difference in our own community. During those committee meetings, I started to realize the challenges our community faces. South Vancouver is one of the most underfunded areas in the city and receives the least amount of funding compared to other neighborhoods. That's tough. It means we're missing out opportunities for growth and connection. From my perspective as a young person, building friendships and finding support in a new place can be tough. South Vancouver Neighborhood House is like a second home for me. Volunteering there gave me a sense of purpose, and it allowed me to meet students from different schools. We did cool things together like cooking and planning events. But the thing is, there's so much more we could do if we had more resources. So what do I want to see in South Vancouver? Well, more youth programs and opportunities at places like South Vancouver Neighborhood House would be awesome. Imagine having places where youth can come together, get involved in their communities, and share their ideas. That's the kind of stuff that brings us closer and helps us grow. We need young blood in this society. So to wrap it up, I'm here today to ask for your support. Let's work together to secure more funding and resources for South Vancouver. By doing so, we can create an environment where you thrive, where young people like me find their passions and make lifelong connections. It's about building a brighter future for South Vancouver, and by extension, our entire city. Thank you for listening, and let's make a difference together.
Thanks, Jake. Thanks for coming today. Speaker number 10, Leander Lowe. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes. Excuse me, 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Leander Lowe, and I'm a grade 11 student volunteer at South Vancouver Neighborhood House. I'm speaking to support the motion. Firstly, I'd like to address an important issue that we have been affecting the members of our community, which is the lack of social spaces. I am volunteering in a youth program called Leo's, and we used to meet at the front room. The front room is the largest space available at SVNH, with a maximum capacity of 60 people. The big room allows us to build a vibrant and engaging learning environment. However, because there is another program happening at the same time, recently we were told to move to a smaller room that can only hold 20 people at most. Along with the move, the opportunity to foster creativity, collaboration, and personal development has dwindled, leaving us longing for the enriching experiences we once had. Furthermore, I'd like to draw your attention to the disparity in the community resources between the SV area and the East Side. While our catchment lacks community and public spaces for gathering, the East Side boasts multiple community centers that bring people together. This divide leaves us feeling isolated and disconnected, limiting our chances to interact and build strong relationships within our community. The lack of gathering spaces in South Van forces us to go somewhere else for social connection. But transit is another major issue youth face. It has become a significant struggle for us. The poor transit system takes us forever to get around, making it harder for students like us who rely on public transportation to access the resources we need to thrive. The distance and inconvenience involved in reaching places where programs and events are held, becoming a barrier to our educational and personal growth. In light of these concerns, it is imperative that we come together as a community to address the issues faced by the youth community. By doing so, we can ensure that young people of South Vancouver have equal access to quality programming, ample opportunities for personal growth, and a vibrant community that fosters inclusivity and unity. Thank you for your attention, and I hope the motion will be passed as a first step to overcome these challenges and create a better future for all of us.
Thank you. We'll now go to Speaker 11, Emily Sang. Good afternoon.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Emily Sang, and I'm currently going to grade 12 at Killarney Secondary. I stand before you today as a proud representative of our youth in our community. I support this motion to offer more support to newcomers in South Van. My mother and I moved to Canada 7 years ago from Hong Kong. Ever since then, I have become a caretaker for my mother, who does not have the language capacity, and I have personally witnessed the struggle she faces in accessing essential services. It is disheartening to see the large number of the individuals coming into our community, just like my mom, who do not speak English, but there are limited resources available to assist them. This deprives them not only of the opportunity to have their own input in South Vancouver, but also the ability to learn new skill set to thrive in this new environment. Language barriers are a significant challenge for newcomers to access crucial services such as healthcare, education, and social support system. Transportation is another area where accessibility falls short for South Vancouver residents. Public buses, for instance, do not always come frequently to certain neighborhoods, and it takes multiple transfer to reach the main routes. Since most newcomers cannot afford to buy a car, the limited bus routes makes it incredibly challenging for them to access work, school, and other essential services. Equal funding plays a pivotal role in effectively addressing the issue at hand. Regrettably, there's a constant pattern of uneven distribution of funds to South Vancouver, leading to our communities and school receiving disproportionately fewer resources. This disparity creates an unfortunate scenario where individuals are compelled to go beyond their catchment in search of the necessary services. This discrepancy is particularly evident in my own childhood experience. I remember when I was little, it was a constant battle to sign up for swimming classes and summer camps because the spots were taken instantly. My friends even moved away from South Vancouver to another neighborhood to have better opportunities. Now that I am a youth, I hope to see more community centers in South Vancouver for our youth community to play, learn, and grow together. I urge the City Council to pass the motion from Councillor Christine Boyle to allocate more funding and resources to the South Vancouver catchment. Thank you.
Thanks, Emily. Speaker 12, Catherine Langmead. Good afternoon.
I have slides as well.
You have 3 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. There's some lights on the podium. You'll see them go green and.
Right. Okay.
Oh, you have a presentation. Sorry. Oh, slides. Sorry, I thought you said 5. Apologies.
Yes.
Great. Yeah.
And then there's 2 more. Okay.
So go ahead.
Pardon?
Please go ahead.
Okay. I'm Catherine Langmead and live in South Vancouver, and this is year 2 fighting for our pond. For a century, the pond in South Memorial Park served community and wildlife. In 1926, it was dedicated to World War I vets. Until 2 years ago, it was a self-sufficient pond fed by underground streams in the park. Then the Parks Board did extensive renos there. Designed by a woman named Laura, she was the groundskeeper of the park until retirement. Afterward, I asked Laura why the water level was going down so quickly. She said heavy machinery sent in to dig up invasive plants had cracked the natural clay membrane at the bottom, causing it to leak, and that staff were furious and did not want the public to know. I spoke at a recent Parks Board meeting about water exemptions. They all went to Westside Fountains. None had read any correspondence from our community, and I know there's been plenty of it. I was humiliated by the indifference and disrespect experienced there.
Catherine, sorry to interrupt you. If you want the slides to advance, you'll have to let us know.
Yes, I will.
Okay, perfect. Please continue.
Instead of repairing what they broke, they've abandoned a century-old pond, renaming it a seasonal wetland. Citing expense, their decision is punitive action against us and wildlife. Shirking responsibility and abandoning us is a negative. We're fighting for a positive. For a century, it's been a wildlife refuge and is on a migratory flyway where birds stop to rest. It was teeming with now endangered insects, songbirds, ducks, and bats. A family of raccoons lived under the wharf until their home disappeared. Decorative water fountains support none of these creatures. The pond is a destination for field trips, artists, photographers, and tourists. Families and corporate events pay the city to reserve space there for picnics and celebrations. It saves our mental health, delights children, gives refuge from heat, and feeds the needs of wildlife. Next 2 slides, please. It was our only crown jewel and refuge, now reduced to mudflats and algae. There is nowhere else to go. The wildlife is gone. There's nothing there for anyone. Until the damage is fixed and a new membrane put in there, it will never hold water again. Though now inaccurate, online reviews boast of a duck pond at South Memorial Park. Please fix what you broke and give it back to us. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Catherine. Speaker 13, Mark Palispo. Hi, Mark.
Hi.
Please go ahead when you're ready.
All right. Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Mark. I'm a 14-year-old Filipino boy that is raised by a single mom in Sunset and lives near 41st and Fraser. I just finished 9th grade at John Oliver Secondary High School, which is 1 block away from my house and also 1 block away from Memorial Park. And one fun fact about me is that I am a very active outdoor person who is easily, and I mean very easily, captivated by the beauty of nature and life. This is what helps me clear my mind and help me go through tough moments in my life. And so, Memorial Park is a beautiful place with some of the most gorgeous natural green scenery, which also include the people enjoying what the park has to offer. And ever since I was born here in Canada, I had celebrated my birthday at Memorial Park almost every single year. And also, I held my elementary graduation party at Memorial Park, and oh, I had taken some pretty bad selfies back then. And so with all the awesome, calming, and questionable memories and moments in my life spent at Memorial Park, I familiarized myself with the environment. And so without the pond makes me question to myself, is this the same pond I grew up in? And over there, the pictures, those are, I don't really like that. And so what I'm trying to tell you right now is that the pond is a very important aspect of Memorial Park. And it may be more important to some individuals than others. And so some people don't seem to think much about the pond and its current situation. But it is there, and it may seem like the people just glance and walk past the pond, or just read a book near the pond, or just celebrate their birthday near the pond. Whatever it may be, people recognize its existence and natural beauty. I recognize its existence and natural beauty. And so do most of the children, families, young and elderly alike. And so even if you're a young child playing at the playgrounds, cycling around, having water fights, or just playing ball, or even having a lovely, relaxing picnic with your family and friends, Memorial Park is in its most celebrated time, summer months. Will not be the same without the pond. So please fill it with water until it gets fixed, or fix it now for the enjoyment of many, many families that come to enjoy and gather at the park. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much. Speaker 14, Dan Ketchell. Dan, good afternoon.
Hi there. Thank you. My name is Dan Ketchell. Do you have a slide for me?
Do you have a presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
Could we start over?
Check with the clerks and make sure we have that. That's your presentation? Okay. Do you need
That's it.
Do you need it advanced or just the one slide?
I'll tell you. I've got 4 slides.
Okay, so just let us know when you want us to advance.
Could we start over?
Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Dan Ketchell. I'm here to support this motion. I want to discuss the South Memorial Park pond. The pond, this is a picture of the pond that I remember as a child. Thank you. I find that we're trying to save this water feature 2 years in a row now. I don't feel the Parks Board or City Hall know the impact and importance this park and the pond have on South Vancouver and the whole city. It was farmland that was appropriated by the municipality of South Vancouver in 1926. It was dedicated to those that perished in World War I. Excuse me. South Vancouver amalgamated with Vancouver in 1929, and the first cenotaph in Vancouver was moved there in 1939. Next slide, please. This is the pond 1 week ago on the first day of summer. I grew up in South Van, just like Mark, the speaker before me. I have never met Mark before today, but I can see he will have similar memories that I have. As a wee lad in the 60s, my buddies and I would trek to the pond, take off our runners and socks, and wade out to the island. The pond never looked like this. It was never intended to be a seasonal wetland. It's way too easy to get out to that island now. Today, I can walk around the pond and see a person playing a guitar on the bench, people under willow trees reading or picnicking, or an organized group that has paid for a permit to use the picnic area beside what is now this mud pit. Or I could be walking my dog and visiting my daughter who now lives a stone's throw away. Next slide. We're living in difficult times with extreme weather. This place is a solitude of rest where people can come get some shade and watch the ducks and other birds and wildlife in the recently renovated but damaged pond. We have already experienced one heat wave this spring. There will be more. Where are the water features or misting or cooling stations for citizens in South Van? I can tell you, they're on the west side. Maple Grove Park and Pool in Southwest Marine Drive is a good example. I did see one misting station last year while cycling on 10th and Granville. I've never seen one on Main, Fraser, or Victoria Drive. This is the only water feature that I know of in South Van. Next slide. All I ask is that you take a small fraction of the water that is sprayed on over 50% of the rest of the park, including the artificial turf, and put it into the pond or repair it. You don't need to waste money trucking special water from an aquifer and Langara Golf Course like was done last year. South Memorial Park holds the second largest Memorial Day service in Vancouver. I believe I saw Mayor Ken Sims there last year. A ceremony I've been to for almost every year since 1970. My whole extended family attends this with me. I will now proudly tell them the pond that I'm speaking for today is also part of honoring our veterans. Thank you for your time. Please consider this when voting.
Thank you, Dan. We'll now go to speaker 15, Megan Winters. Have Megan on the phone?
Hello?
Hi, Megan. You have up to 3 minutes.
Hi there.
Hi. So please
Thanks
go ahead.
so much. Great. So I'm speaking today in full support of the motion. I think it's a really important one as South Vancouver has long been overlooked in the City of Vancouver's planning efforts. To let you know, I'm a professor at Simon Fraser University. I lead the city's Health and Active Transportation Research Lab. And over 15 years, I've volunteered, advised, and conducted research for the City of Vancouver on advisory councils and working groups. I do have connections directly to South Vancouver. I lived near 41st and Fraser for 10 years, and my family relied on amenities and services in South Vancouver, including the pond that was just discussed. But more recently, I've been part of the SFU team that's been supporting South Vancouver Neighborhood House for the past 2 years. I want to say this is a passionate and caring community, and they've been so driven to seek out data that would document the kinds of disinvestments that they experience firsthand over years. The To do the work, the team has spent hundreds of hours combing through city documents. They've repeatedly invited and hosted elected officials and city staff in their community so that South Vancouver residents could share their personal stories. And many of these people have taken the time to come down to City Hall today to speak at your meeting. My own work, even before connecting with South Vancouver Neighborhood House, had already documented examples of historical patterns of disinvestment in transportation infrastructure. And over in an email, I shared a research study where my team looked at the social equity considerations in the build-out of Vancouver's bikeway network since 2001. And I shared that with maps and visuals for you. Several patterns were clear that I can highlight here. First, we've got substantial inequities in access to bikeways across our city, and these have continued to persist even as the city's built out 150 kilometers of cycling infrastructure in 15 years. In particular, we see that areas with more children have less access to higher quality infrastructure, as do areas where more Chinese people live. And what the maps that I sent along show is sparse, disconnected cycling infrastructure in South Vancouver Neighborhood House. My team has shared these results directly with transportation staff a number of times, but I'm not aware of any reprioritization that would redress these disparities and emphasize different priorities to build out in South Vancouver. Now, whether and where bikeways are a priority to the community in South Vancouver, I leave to the voices that you hear today and the consultation that happens. But I can say that they are certainly calling you for transportation supports in general. I've heard South Vancouver residents in the past 2 years call attention to challenges like a lack of shelters at the bus stops when a lot of these people rely on public transit, long waits between buses in areas that have longer trip travel or longer trip distances than other areas of the city, and a lack of sidewalks and safe bicycle routes that connect people to where they need to go. I've heard this from seniors, from teens, from single parents, from people with disabilities, and you've heard it again today. More personally, as I've commuted across town to go meet at South Vancouver Neighborhood House, I've been shocked at the challenges in wayfinding, the lack of crossing at major arterials for people cycling, and that there's not a grid of route choices where people can get around the places they need to go. Simply put, it feels completely different than cycling in other areas of our city where you might spend more of your time.
Sorry, Megan, we are at time, but thank you very much for calling in.
Thanks.
Okay, we'll now go to speaker number 16, Tomoni Suzuki. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hello, Mayor and the Council. My name is Tomomi Suzuki. I am one of the Neighborhood Advisory Committee members in South Vancouver and a mother of a preschooler. I support this motion, and I'd like to speak about housing today from my close personal experience. We need more reasonable priced and family-friendly housing. We received an eviction notice twice in our 9 years living in Vancouver. Both happened in South Vancouver, and the impact of the last one was much worse than the first one. This happened this April, and we struggled to find a new home because we have a child this time. Individual homeowners usually avoid a family with small children because, in their opinion, children likely bring a conflict with other tenants, and the owner doesn't want to deal with it. And here is the other issue. Recently built rental houses are mostly smaller square footage and not suitable for a family, especially when we require an office space for working from home. Top of that, the majority are 1 or 2 bedroom apartment or condo, and less than 900 square feet. Not many 3-bedroom options are there, and they are gone very fast from the market. As you can imagine, children need a space to burst their energy, and Vancouver has a long rain season that is not present to be outside sometimes. This issue is all related to housing becoming a commodity. Moreover, recent inflation and rent increases are not helping us either. We decided to stay in Vancouver City because of stable access to hospitals and clinics, educational facilities, more opportunities for our son to be exposed to our ethnic background. All because we want our child to be healthy, thrive in his life, and be successful. The city should increase affordable housing options for families to ensure a stable and healthy environment for children's growth. Since I have only 3 minutes to speak, I sent an email to each one of you to tell more points I want to get the attention for the South Vancouver area, such as east-west public transportation, maintenance on green fields and playgrounds, educating South Vancouver residents to use Van 311 apps, and more. I hope my voice and other fellow speakers' voice are received well and see the improvements soon. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We'll now go to Speaker 17, Nilda Barino. Hi, Nilda.
Hello.
Please go ahead.
My name is Nilda Barino, and I use the pronouns she, her. I'm a second-generation European settler. I have the great privilege of working for the Association of Neighborhood Houses as the Executive Director of Marpole Neighborhood House, also known as MNH. I fully support the motion brought forward today. Located at 70th and Hudson in the former Fire Hall 22, MNH has proudly served the community of Marpole over the last 4 years, and we've learned a great deal from residents about what they believe makes the Marpole community special and what services, resources, and amenities are needed to boost the livability and resilience of the neighborhood. Next image, please. Through our community engagement activities, neighbors have shared that in addition to the lack of green spaces, inclusive gathering places, safe walking paths, and overall health services, there is a tremendous amount of anxiety related to housing. Neighbors have expressed their frustration with the minuscule availability of housing choices and the ever-increasing rental rates. Additionally, we know that there is a growing number of homeless and precariously housed neighbors that call Marpole their home. They remain in the neighborhood and access the limited services provided because they feel safer in Marpole than traveling to other Vancouver neighborhoods, even though those communities may have additional resources. The constant uncertainty surrounding housing and the idea of being pushed out of the neighborhood they love is a tremendous strain on their well-being and social-emotional health. Next image, please. In addition to supporting the community and advocating for accessible, affordable housing and adequate community resources in Marpole, MNH is committed to respecting and promoting the inherent rights of Indigenous people. We believe it is our responsibility to facilitate opportunities that bring Indigenous ways of knowing to all aspects of our work. We know that providing welcoming spaces for cultural sharing is extremely important for Indigenous neighbors to engage in ancestral teachings and ceremony. We also know that this work is a process that takes time, collaboration, and resources. Last slide, please. On behalf of Marpole Neighborhood House and all the amazing neighbors we build community with, we urge you to approve this motion so MNH and Marpole's community partners can continue to work in partnership to achieve the city's healthy strategic goals. Ultimately, an inclusive community that is adequately resourced creates safer places for everyone to thrive and belong. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thanks very much. Okay, Speaker 18, Oliver Cowan. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Hello, my name is Oliver, and I am a volunteer at the Marpole Neighborhood House and a Marpole resident. I am here to speak in support of this proposal. I support this motion because it addresses the needs of our community. For example, as a Marpoleite, I frequently have to travel all the way to East Vancouver to access services like low-cost grocers and food banks, free dental care, safe injection supplies for hormone replacement therapy, and affordable laundry facilities. This is hours of transit every week and a significant energy investment for someone who is disabled. As we all deal with the rising cost of living, more of us find ourselves precariously housed. Many of our neighbors are already unhoused, often being pushed further out of the city by the sweeps and away from the resources available downtown. Those of us lucky enough to afford it are forced to settle for whatever we can find, tiny rooms in old, neglected buildings, exposing ourselves to mold and insects and crumbling foundations, just waiting for renoviction, all the while watching new condos that we know none of us will ever be able to afford rise up around us. As the price of groceries goes up as well, food security also poses a major challenge for our residents. A variety of programs exist, supported primarily by volunteers and community donations to serve this need, such as the Family Meal Program at Marple Neighborhood House, the Community Food Hub at St. Augustine's Church, and the Free Pantry in the park. But it is clear to us that there are still people going hungry. Many of our seniors and disabled residents face challenges getting to and from affordable grocery stores or food pantries, and many of us lack the time and energy to prepare meals throughout the day or attend meals during work hours. Places like the Marpole Neighborhood House highlight the fact that this is a passionate, motivated community that wants to support each other. As a volunteer, I see my neighbors giving so much of their time, energy, and ideas to improve the quality of life for all of us here. And I see our incredible tiny staff team running themselves ragged, trying to obtain enough funding from temporary grants to keep the house running. I urge you to support this motion and give Marpole the tools it needs to be a successful, thriving community that takes care of its own. Help Marpole residents like me access the services we need to keep building this beautiful and vibrant neighborhood. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Speaker 19, Alan McDougall. Good afternoon, Alan.
Good afternoon. My name is Alan McDougall. I reside in Marpole for the last 20 years, and I'm in favor of the motion. I want to thank Councillor Christy Boyle, the other councillors, and the management of the Marpole Neighborhood House for giving me an opportunity to speak before you today. My name, once again, is Alan McDougall. I've lived in British Columbia for 93 years. Please don't ask me where else I lived. I'm a member at the Marpole Neighborhood Community House for the last 5 years, and I can't speak too highly of them. The purpose of my being here today is to bring to the attention of the councillors to be aware and of the need of funding and support of the group Marpole Neighborhood House. A little bit about Marpole Neighborhood House. Staff and volunteers at Marpole Neighborhood House. I have found over the last 5 years of membership that they are a loving group, always friendly, courteous, understanding, and skilled, and understand the needs of the members that they service. It's my pleasure to visit with them a couple of times a week, and they're just excellent people, and they know what they're doing. Thank you. Oh, pardon me. I thought I might go over time, so I had
you got 40 seconds.
I had an escape clause in my contract. I could go into it anytime.
It's pretty smart.
Here it is. This is for good behavior, I guess. My time has run out. I hope that I have convinced the councillors that Marpole Neighborhood House is a worthy group, a great asset to the community with many programs underway. Any request for funding and support should be a priority to the Marpole Neighborhood House. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Alan. You're right on time. appreciate you coming into City Hall today. We'll now go to speaker 20, Mike Burdick. Good afternoon, Mike.
Thank you, councilors, and a special thank you to Councillor Boyle for organizing this. Marpole has truly been left out in the cold as it relates to the rest of the city as far as resources and infrastructure. The growth in population and building in our community is unprecedented, and we're seeing lots of cranes. All you have to do is drive down there. My name is Mike Burdick. I am the president of the Marpole Community Center Board of Directors, as well as the president of the Marpole Residents Coalition, which was very active in 2014 or 2013 when we were negotiating the Marpole plan. And we also, at that time, were fighting the blanket rezoning of the Marpole community. My wife and I have lived in Marpole since 1980, and I've had my headquarters of my company in Marpole since 1990. One of the key points of the 2014 Marpole plan, which many people in the community spent countless hours on and negotiating, was the promise for a 10-acre park on the river. Now, it was interesting. We've just found out that the city shouldn't have been negotiating that park because they didn't own it. It was purchased by TransLink in 2012. So we should have been negotiating with TransLink, but we weren't. So we were misled on that. But suffice to say, that's what happened. Much to the surprise of the community, it was announced a couple of years ago that TransLink was going to build a bus barn on that 10-acre parcel. Now, it is going to house 350 TransLink electric buses. And these buses will transit Marpole to various times throughout the city. This is in addition to the Hudson Street bus barn, which is already in existence. Is this fair? I don't think so. Kent Street is a poorly maintained street going east and west. With the growth in traffic along Marine Drive for various reasons recently, the traffic on Kent has increased immensely. I know because my office sits on the corner of Kent and Canby. I can't imagine what Kent will look like with 1,400 buses per day going in and out of that facility. I can stand here all day and complain that I've had my own business for 45 years, and it doesn't really do any good to complain. We need solutions. So we understand the feasibility of the park will not happen as we thought it would, or it was proposed to us. But we have proposed, and you can see the slide, a pathway that goes around the TransLink bus barn along the river, which would then link up to the Shaughnessy path. So what we're proposing is, instead of the 10-acre park that we were promised, at least give us that pathway so people can enter at the foot of Canby Street and walk along and go all the way to the west. We, the community of Marpole, I think I've run out of time.
I was just going to say.
I'm on my last paragraph, so that's
Mike.
good. I'm
I
good.
have to cut you off, but
I'm good. Thank you. Thanks for your
very
time.
much. Thank you. Okay. Speaker 21, Liz Lougheed Green. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Liz Lougheed Green, and I'm a first-generation settler in Canada, and I'm also the CEO of the Association of Neighbourhood Houses of BC, and I'm speaking in favour of this motion today. Maybe I'll just start off by sharing a little bit about how neighbourhood houses work, because I think it's really important in the context of this conversation. Our role, as we see it, is in co-creating communities with those living in our neighbourhoods, and creating them in a way where everybody has a say and where we all feel like we belong, and where everybody, drawing on their various gifts, has a role to play in actually delivering on those neighbourhood shared visions. A key feature of that work, of course, is to strive for more equitable and inclusive local communities. And one of the reasons that the work of the Reframing South Vancouver project was so important is because it does, in the way it was designed and carried out, allow us the opportunity to really engage with community broadly, to understand more deeply what the community needs are, where the gaps are, and what their aspirations are for their particular communities. Maybe I'll say a little bit more about this particular project and the way it engaged, because it was a little bit unique in the sense that we know a lot of the time community engagement processes really work on economies of scale. And in this case, we really paid attention to who was in these communities, their lived experiences. Sometimes that might include things like, if you're a newcomer to this country from a country that may have a different form of democracy, or where you're afraid to speak up for fear of persecution, for example, or a whole host of other things that might have been part of your lived experience, the way you'll engage with a community development or a community engagement process will change. So in this case, there was lots and lots of work that went into the design based on demographic and trying to really tease out who the neighbors were and how we reach them. And from what you will have seen today, lots and lots of folks that participated as a feature of that process, and the data is rich. I think one of the important things to say about that is that it is really a great way to tap into the unique needs of each particular community, but also what they want. Neighborhood houses have been doing this work since since the 1890s, and we're long-term partners, and I see us as, and I hope that we'll continue to work together very closely with the city in the continued community engagement and planning processes. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Liz. We'll now go to speaker 22, Meredith Sones. Hi, Meredith. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks for the opportunity to be here. My name is Meredith Stones, and I'm here to voice my support for the motion. I'm a researcher in the Faculty of Health Sciences at SFU and part of the team of people and partners that have united to address neighborhood inequities in South Vancouver. Since 2021, I've had the privilege of facilitating a research project in South Van called Youthhood to better understand how neighborhood environments help or hinder social connectedness for local youth. It came to life with the help of an incredible crew of partners, and most importantly, 42 youth who call South Vancouver home and join the project as community scientists. During our 2-year journey together, these youth have mapped close to 200 assets and barriers for social connectedness across South Van, prioritized issues they want to see addressed, and designed solutions for neighborhood improvement. Results from this work are clear. South Vancouver youth love where they live, but the current state of social infrastructure in their neighborhoods is not meeting their needs. The motion before you is an opportunity to change that. It's a necessary first step towards addressing 3 main findings voiced by youth in our study. First, to support their social connectedness, youth need infrastructure that makes getting around without a car easier, safer, and more enjoyable. Second, lack of neighborhood upkeep like garbage, poor maintenance, and vandalism makes public spaces in South Van feel unsafe and uninviting for youth. Third, youth love the vibrant shopping streets of South Van, but they also need quiet, safe, fun, and flexible spaces to retreat and connect. Spaces designed for all generations, not just youth. Some of the youth from the study are here today to tell you more about their lived experience with these issues directly. Their experiences echo what has been found in research elsewhere. Neighborhoods where people can safely walk and bike and have easy access to nature and quality amenities also enjoy higher levels of social connectedness. In contrast, our South Vancouver neighborhoods, where social infrastructure is lacking and levels of social support and belonging fall below the city average. Passing this motion is one way to start curbing these trends and in turn reap other benefits that we know come with greater connectedness in cities, like better health, well-being, and resilience. Passing the motion before you is the right choice for all of these reasons. It also just makes sense when you consider that much of the hard work of organizing and engaging has already been done thanks to the courageous leadership of the South Vancouver Neighborhood House. Also, to the credit of the city, staff from multiple departments have showed up, they've listened, they've built trust. I would say the data, relationships, and community will are all in place to successfully co-create a neighborhood action plan with residents, including the large share of the city's youth who call South Vancouver home. I don't live in South Vancouver, but as their ally, as a health researcher, a parent, and a former resident of Vancouver, I urge you to pass this motion and give young people in South Van the healthy communities they deserve. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Speaker 23, Megan Moy. Good afternoon, Megan. Hey, so you have 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. I'm one of the community researchers. I'm Megan Moy. I'm a student, and I live in the Victoria Fraserview neighborhood, and I fully support the motion brought forward by Councillor Boyle. I found that South Van has lacked many amenities that other neighborhoods feature. It concerns me to say that my friends and I would travel away from where we live to get to areas that cultivate more social connections, such as restaurants, community centers, and public spaces. Compared to other neighborhoods, where a store or a basketball court is a little walk away, South Van youth just don't have the same convenience. Because South Van is lacking amenities nearby, we need to make getting around without a car safer, easier, and more enjoyable. When I don't use the bus, I'm skateboarding or biking to get around. And unfortunately, there have been countless occasions where I've been tossed off my skateboard due to uneven sidewalks, potholes, and cracks in the road. This doesn't just pose a serious hazard for commuters like myself, but to the elderly and those with mobility aids as well. We need to strongly emphasize the importance of all ages and demographics when we create change. From my perspective as a biker, poor visibility at night can cause many accidents. Bike lanes need to show clear delineation from roads with things such as reflective patches, painted lanes, or better lighting. However, the most used mode of public transportation has a reoccurring problem. Bus stops don't have enough protection from weather, if any at all. It is truly unpleasant to be waiting 15 to 30 minutes for a bus in 30-degree weather or heavy rain without shelter in Vancouver. Bus service off-peak hours and better bus routes could also be looked at. As for public spaces for youth, parks and recreational areas can be upgraded. The youth from our research team suggested beautifying public spaces with gardens, colors, and murals or art, and to give us youth an opportunity to help create that beauty. More suggestions were to reduce noise pollution and to provide covered or indoor areas. While South Van deserves larger amenities like water parks or skate parks, youth are just as excited about using little spaces within our neighborhoods as places for connection. Alongside the requests of improving social infrastructure, we need to keep longevity in mind for our existing structures and additional improvements. Without this care, neglected neighborhoods garner trash, attract vandalism, feature disrepair, and overall make our communities feel unsafe and uninviting. I kindly thank you for listening and hope this motion is passed. And please consider a skate park in South Van. Thank you.
Thanks, Megan. Okay, speaker 24, Emily Eng. Do we have oh, hi, Emily. Good afternoon. Oh, we've got 3 minutes. Please go ahead when you're ready. Yeah.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Emily Ng, and I'm a Chinese Canadian living in South Vancouver, specifically in the Victoria Fraserview neighborhood. And I fully support Councillor Boyle's motion and urge its passage to ensure South Vancouver has access to social infrastructure and services other parts of the city enjoy. I've always enjoyed walking down the streets and seeing lively shops and public institutions like restaurants and cafes, schools, libraries, and supermarkets. South Vancouver is a culturally diverse place where many youth feel at home in the smaller cultural communities, such as Punjabi or Chinese markets, to name a few. But it's hard to particularly feel safe in South Vancouver because of uneven road and sidewalk conditions and lack of transportation and infrastructure. For example, from personal experience,
What is it? Was it?
Hi, Anna. Can you hear me through the TELUS line?
I think so, yeah.
No. They've all been using that exit.
Can you hear through Slick and YouTube and TELUS and WebEx?
Always have some kind of table. Good way to get your Cornish cards. Unlock everybody.
Yeah, they did. What happened?
Can Anna hear? Anna, if you can reply from your phone so I can hear through the system.
Hey,
Woohoo.
Christy, can hear you well.
Thank you, Anna. Great. I'm going to mute my mic now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your patience, everybody. We have those technical issues resolved, and we will resume speakers. Speaker number 25, Al Houston. Hi, Al. Good afternoon.
Ouch.
You have 3 minutes, Al.
First off, don't get old. It's a trap. Good afternoon, Councillor Meisner and fellow councillors. My name is Al Houston, and I'm here to speak in favor of Councillor Boyle's motion of addressing ongoing inequities and improving social infrastructure and access services across South Van and Marpole neighborhoods. I sit on the Indigenous Advisory Committee and the Indigenous Advisory Council and Neighborhood Advisory Committees at South Van Neighborhood House. The IAC works with the SVNH board to promote harmony with programming at the facility. As there is an growing Indigenous presence in the South Vancouver area, we are fortunate to be asked to teach cultural respect to the newcomers who come to Canada. This has other neighborhood houses seeking their own IACs as well. I'm also a member of the NAC, and we as a group take notice of issues brought to our attention. One issue is the uneven sidewalks brought about by the beautiful trees that line our city streets. However, with the growth of the routes shifting the sidewalk blocks, it's causing difficulties for seniors and citizens to move about, especially for people with mobility issues such as myself. I myself have tumbled over my walker and again with my scooter because of the uneven and broken concrete. I challenge the city, go on a field trip, grab a walker or a scooter, and you'll see what I mean. Further, issues include the lack of appropriate bus stops matching with crosswalks to help citizens to cross the streets safely without jaywalking or traveling afar to the nearest traffic lights to cross. Finally, as a Two-Spirit member of the community of South Vancouver, we have found other members of the Two-Spirit, lesbian, gay, bi, trans, questioning, intersex, and the A stands for, I'm not too sure, I remember it. It'll come to me, but let's not worry. The community wanting to get away from the Davie Street Village as it's becoming harmful and scary. So we fellowship in our own neighborhood, and slowly we are able to live without fear of who we are. Hooray for South Vancouver. So after all of this said, please consider these and my colleagues' concerns for a better and safer South Vancouver neighborhood. Your decision will help us. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Al. I think A is asexual, FYI. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Okay, speaker 26, Liza Batista. Is it Liza or Lisa? Liza?
Lisa.
Okay.
Lisa, yes,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Thank
Okay,
you
you
so
have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much. I support this motion put forward by Councillor Boyle. My name is Lisa Bautista. I'm first-generation settler, migrant worker from the Philippines who came to Canada as a live-in caregiver. So I came here and work as a nanny. I have worked for 27 years in the immigrant and settlement field, so I know the racialized populations of South Vancouver. Currently, I'm the manager and the lead for the Reframing South Vancouver initiative, which is South Vancouver Neighborhood House response to the inequities and underrepresentation of South Vancouver neighborhoods. Reframing South Van has done extensive community engagement to over 2,000 residents. Some of them were here, a lot of them were here, and you listen to their day-to-day joy and challenges. 80% of these populations are, as I've mentioned, racialized from immigrant and refugee background. We want to elevate their voice. In our community engagement, the community felt that the engagement done by City of Vancouver is not for them, that engagement and speaking up is not safe. They also don't know how to ask. That they think that complaining is not acceptable, where City of Vancouver system is very much a complaint-driven process. The common saying, squeaky wheels get greased. Well, I come from the Philippines, where where speaking up can actually cost you your life. And same for a lot of the residents. For example, one of the speaker earlier, where her father came from Myanmar and came to Canada as a refugee. So South Vancouver is riddled with people from those backgrounds. It is important to understand this context because it's important to know their frame of reference. Otherwise, we compound their oppression. We silence these voices. They cannot participate as they feel it's not safe in participating in our civic democracy. So please approve this motion. SVNH has already done 80% of the work and utilized the decolonized community engagement approach that we have built trust, relationship, collaborative in our process. Those people, when we engaged, they were so grateful. They felt that somebody has time to listen to them, that as a process, they have learned the issues. They participate, give feedback. One of the seniors, she's Filipino, she was so happy to see me. She felt represented. In tears, she told me that now she understands the issues that she was having was part of a larger issues, and she was thankful that that they can now not live in the margins of the society. So. In that picture that you see is our approach in decolonizing way. Okay.
You are at time. Apologies. I just have to treat everybody equally.
Sure. Thank
Thanks.
you.
Thank you
Yes.
very much. We'll go to speaker 27, Lei Li. Good afternoon.
Hello. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the council on behalf of the neighborhood that I live in, the communities that I'm a part of, and also on behalf of the neighbors around me. As a member of the LGBT community, I've experienced violence for trying to access swimming and exercise facilities. I have to travel 45 minutes away from where I live because of verbal and sexual abuse that I've experienced in the just in the areas. Also, I'd like to. So we need resources for the LGBT community in Marpole specifically. Like Marpole is its own unique neighborhood, and funding. Like the pedestrian infrastructure, the uneven sidewalks have been mentioned several times. But in Marpole, there's also a problem of not enough four-way stops. There's two-way stops all the way along Hudson Street, which put school children in danger as they walk to school. So I implore the city council to have the common sense to apply to vote in favor for this motion. There are systemic problems that need systemic solutions, and I appreciate your consideration in these matters. I yield back my time.
Thank you very much. Speaker 28, Robin Miller.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Robin. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
All right. Hello, councillors and Mayor Sim. My name is Robin. I'm a mental health support worker. I live in the unceded territories in South Vancouver, and I'm calling to support Councillor Boyle's motion. When I was born, my parents moved away from Marpole, first to the surrounding cities, then to the U.S., because they felt that South Vancouver was not a good environment for their children. I returned to Vancouver after living in the U.S. because I saw the beauty here, not just in the land, but in the wonderful people and the culture of the city, and the principles and public services that made that culture possible. However, while it's far better than where I was, I have come to find that it's still not nearly enough to meet the needs of the people who make up the community. With rents being driven perpetually higher, people find themselves clinging to awful housing because they simply couldn't afford to live anywhere else. Those who do so still face the threat of eviction. The people of Vancouver who work low-wage jobs are an integral part of the city's function and of its culture, but the space for them to exist here is shrinking perilously. Even new constructions nearby are disheartening when every new apartment is outside the price range of most community members, and the lack of mixed-use development means that new housing is contrary to access to services and public spaces. With grocery prices similarly soaring, even those who have stable housing find themselves in need of more and more services. In my time volunteering at Marpole's Neighborhood House, I've met many of the lovely people who reside there. Seniors, unhoused people, disabled people, queer residents like myself, and many others have flocked to our community meals and events. It's always a beautiful moment to see the work of volunteers and the wonderful staff provide for such a diverse group, but it's not enough. At such meals, we already have to turn people away because we rely on donated food and volunteer labor, and still, the neighborhood house can only operate on weekdays. It's not enough to meet the needs of people who try to attend, let alone to try to expand to include workers, students, and children who want to become more involved in their community. Other sources of support in the neighborhood similarly rely on capricious donations. More, clearer, and nearer access to services which have consistent, reliable funding is a necessity for the future of Marpole. I urge you to support this motion and give Marpole the tool it needs to allow its community to survive and thrive. Help Marpole residents access the services needed to keep building a beautiful and vibrant neighborhood. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Great. Thank you. We'll go to speaker 29, Nanette Wong. Hi, Nanette. Good afternoon. 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, City Councilors and fellow residents. Hello, my name is Nanette Wong and a resident of Vancouver. I'm honored to address you as the Community Board Chair at South Vancouver Neighborhood House. I stand before you in support of Councillor Boyle's motion. Growing up in the Fraserview area of South Vancouver as a child of first-generation immigrants, my older brother Warren and I have witnessed the transformation of our neighborhood from the mid-1970s to the 2000s. As an entrepreneur, I started my business in our parents' basement and eventually settled in the Sunset area's Southbridge Business Park, where I have been operating since the 2000s. The reality of our current community in South Vancouver differs significantly from my personal experience. Collaborating with SFU, we conducted an extensive research known as Reframing South Vancouver, shedding light on the tremendous growth and diversification that has taken place here. Amidst the findings lies a sobering fact. A homeless population has sought refuge in our neighborhood due to the challenges they face in the downtown east side, where conditions have become, quote unquote, too rough for them to bear. As business owners in the Sunset area, we encounter similar difficulties to those faced by residents in the River District. The lack of regular and timely public transit options not only hampers our ability to attract talented team members, but also hinders the overall success and potential growth of businesses located in that location. In light of these findings, I implore you to support and pass Councillor Boyle's motion by directing staff to review the valuable work of the Reframing South Vancouver Initiative, the neighborhood advisory committees, and the insights gathered from the Youthhood study. We can ensure that our engagement processes, policy decisions, and funding allocations are rooted in the authentic voices and experiences of our residents. Moreover, this motion aligns harmoniously with Vancouver's overarching goals, such as the Healthy City Strategy, the Vancouver Food Strategy, and the Social Infrastructure Strategy. By embracing this motion, we demonstrate our unwavering commitment to fostering a city that values inclusivity, diversity, and equal opportunity for all. In conclusion, by supporting and passing this motion, we have the extraordinary opportunity to create a lasting, positive impact on the lives of South Vancouver and Marpole residents. Together, we can forge a future where every individual has the opportunity to thrive, where social infrastructure is robust and inclusive, and where our neighborhood is a shining example of equitable growth and prosperity. Thank you. Sorry,
Thank you.
I'm looking.
Clearly had a timer there, so great job. Speaker 30, Paul Beasla, on the phone.
Hi, my name is Paul. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. You're a little faint, so you might need to speak up, but go ahead.
Okay. Paul Beasla, I'm a resident of South Vancouver, a privileged settler on Musqueam territory. I want to first off thank SVNH. Sorry, I'm getting a huge echo, so I apologize. Again, I want to reiterate that I thank SVNH for all their hard work and labor on this report. Thank you to Councillor Boyle for putting this forward, and thank you to all the speakers who spoke before me so eloquently and to the issues that have affected them respectively. One of the speakers spoke about gentrification. A lot of what I say is with respect to process and the lack thereof. They spoke about gentrification. We understand that very well in the Punjabi market, as I represent the Punjabi Market Collective as well. And the solutions to gentrification and other development are that things should be done with collaboration. And unfortunately, there are no processes around collaboration when it comes to specific types of zoning. If those collaborations exist and those processes exist, it would make for a more, I would say, what's the word? Collaborative process. Sorry, I'm reusing some of my language. With regards to transit, many spoke about transit. 49 bus, which goes right through South Vancouver and connects the Marpole area, Fraserview, Sunset, Killarney, is the third busiest route in the region, behind the B line and the R4. The challenges that we have are with respect to infrastructure, and I'm hopeful that streets and operations and engineering can have a look at that to make service more efficient. We're here today not because of anything that the current administration has done, but because of the neglect that we faced from previous administrations. And the current elected officials have received an overwhelming majority, and it's predominantly from South Van because we needed that change, because we needed someone to listen to us. Coming back to process, an example of solutions that work. 300 of our community members were turned away from a recent park board meeting for a turf field in South Van. We are now bringing that process that engagement to South Van this coming Saturday on Canada Day. If we want solutions for South Van, they have to come from South Van as well. And we need the city's help to engage and listen to us. Another example around public safety that we've already implemented many years ago was a community policing center at Khals Dewan Society, which is a key pillar institution in our neighborhood. Solutions like this, engagements like this that are in community will allow us to continue to give the city and other stakeholders the solutions that we need and want. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thanks very much, Paul. We'll go to speaker 31, Nathan Davidowicz. Hi, Nathan. So you've got 3 minutes, Nathan.
Yeah, thank you, Chair and councillors. Since 1971, I lived in South Vancouver, from Marpole to Killarney, Champlain Heights. I currently live in Oak Ridge and proudly a member of the South Vancouver Senior Networks. We had many great MLAs and MPs, but for many years, no elected councillors live in Vancouver South. We need a ward system of election at the civic level. Many speakers spoke about transit. Well, I would encourage these speakers to come and speak at the July 27th meeting of the Mayor Council at Metrotown. I'm speaking at the meeting tomorrow as well. Well, back in 1973-74, I and many other citizens group launched the petition for the 49th Avenue Crosstown bus. We got 30,000 names, and the bus started in March of 1975. Well, now the number 49 bus is one of the top 5 bus routes in the city of Vancouver. I support the proposed motion by Councillor Boyle, and much more needs to be done. Former Mayor Mike Harcourt, for example, promised us a bus service on 57th, 54th Avenue. City Council should ask TransLink to return to the pre-COVID bus schedules. Richmond Council just passed a motion on Monday, just 3 days ago, and so Vancouver should follow with a similar motion to Richmond. There is many inequities in the infrastructure in South Vancouver, as many of the speakers also noted, about lack of sidewalk, lack of lighting at bus stops, I can tell you, lack of benches. Every bus stop should have a bench at least, and where possible, a shelter. Later this year, maybe, I'm not sure when the city manager is going to bring the contract for the renewal of the street furnitures, but it's a 20-year contract, and I hope the city council will study it thoroughly before awarding it again to a company that's out of the country, because the present contract is awarded to a company from France instead of a local company. So thank you very much for your assistance.
Thank you, Nathan. Speaker 32, Long Tran. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I think I have a privilege to be longer because my name is Long.
Still going to be 3 minutes long, sorry.
Good afternoon. Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity to express our concerns to you. My name is Long. I'm a 20-year Marpole resident. I would like to bring up an idea to the council to consider the possibility to save you money to form a social community partnership to help the needy in the city, and particularly, well, in Marpole alone. I've been volunteering in our community for a number of years, and I've seen people lined up for Food Hub in our area keep telling me that they try to line up there for hours because they try to save money for the rent to prevent to being homeless. But unfortunately, that I seen that like a church that was handling hosting the program, the resource is training to be in the red alert level. Like on Thursday night shift that I am helping has to put on hold. Has to put on hold. That is not a good news to the people. We spend average about $300,000 for an SRO unit, and average of about $30,000 operating cost to help the homeless, and $1 million for the social services. I was thinking, why do the city can step up to have a plan to group all these existing groups, no matter it's a temple or a church, and helping the people for a long time, to provide them some resource to continue helping, that in the long term would save the city millions and millions of dollars. Let me, please allow me to give you an example. In the year of 2017-18, there are 30 to 40 homeless staying overnight under the carport at our Marpole church, one of the church. I've been there for several times and bringing donations from our Marpole residents to help. And honestly, I have to give a thumb up. It has worked so well and so good for over a year without any help from city or government. And this is a sample that I think, well, of course, no single church or organization can do it in a long time. So I think if we can group together all of these people, all their in their catchment, that can share the resource and help with the cities participate in there, I think it will be a successful outcome, that we will not see the problem with the Vancouver's east side if that program was working, from 2017. So I urge the city can reconsider. This is a plan.
Sorry, Long.
Potential.
I did let you go 30 seconds over, so I'm going to have
Thank
to
you.
cut you off. Apologies.
Well, yes, thank you. Well, if you any interested, can come to our neighborhood, Marple, that I can give more details. I think that we save you money, not asking for money. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker 33, Aaron Anderson. Good afternoon, Aaron.
Good afternoon.
3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Erin Anderson, and I'm here today to speak in support of this motion in my capacity as the chair of the Community Advisory Board for Marple Neighborhood House, and as a Marple resident for almost a decade. Since November of 2020, I've been a proud member of the board for Marple Neighborhood House, one of several houses that are part of the Association of Neighborhood Houses of British Columbia. I've recently heard from our South Vancouver Neighborhood House about the valuable insights into their community gained through their community engagement work. And I believe Marpole would benefit from this type of in-depth research into the needs and concerns of our 25,000 residents. I believe a focused study of Marpole will provide important information on our community's current challenges and hopes for its future. This work will provide useful data for the city in terms of the types of local services and support that would be most beneficial. It will improve our house's understanding of the community we serve to help inform our own programs, and it will ensure that all of the people of Marpole are given an opportunity to be heard. I'm grateful for the City of Vancouver's past support of these initiatives, and I hope that you will also support Councillor Boyle's motion today. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now go to Speaker 34, Meg Holden, on the phone. Hi, Meg.
Yes.
Hi.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. Thank you. I know 3 minutes. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to this motion. I wanted to speak in support because I think the city should view it as a really collaborative and pragmatic path forward toward equity in the way that the city approaches South Vancouver neighborhoods. I'm a professor in urban studies at SFU Vancouver, and for the past 2 decades, I've worked with hundreds of grad students, including past and current city staff and community partners. And in particular, I'm the lead author on the research report that you've heard something about today, which is the South Vancouver Neighborhood House and Marpole Equity Report. And so in this report, we examined equity in a way that hasn't been done before in Vancouver, although it is an approach that's being taken in other Canadian cities like Toronto and Ottawa. And by looking at allocations of resources from a variety of City of Vancouver data sets, including the social grants, the DCLs, the CACs, the major planning projects, social infrastructure strategy, capital plan, and other relevant government and nonprofit databases, we were able to show definitively that the way that allocations happen is not equitable to these neighborhoods, and that this inequity is getting in the way of these people, many of whom you've heard from already today, doing the work that they really seek to do in order to make their neighborhoods even better. And we're talking about 1/5 of the city's population, 1/4 of the city's youth, a disproportionate share of the city's recent immigrants, the disproportionate share of larger households with children, and lower income. As a result, you've heard how these neighborhoods are relatively lacking compared to other parts of the city in very impassioned ways today. I wanted to just differentiate briefly this report that I'm just referring to from the Reframing South Vancouver process, because the Reframing South Vancouver process followed from that neighborhood equity report, but was really all the vision and all the inspiration of the South Vancouver Neighborhood House and its partners. And so SFU, I just want to clarify that we received no city funds nor any neighborhood house funds in order to do this research, which was completely independently produced and funded by the SFU Community Engaged Research Initiative. I was listening this morning to your meeting, and I heard your outgoing Chief Equity Officer emphasize two things in terms of some of Council's questions about how to really implement the equity strategy. I heard her say that I heard her refer to the fact that socioeconomic disadvantage cuts across and is a common feature of so much disadvantage in the city. And also, I heard her refer to the magic and the value of creating spaces in the city and throughout the city where people truly feel like they belong. In the past 3 years of
Sorry,
working in
Meg,
partnership...
you are at time.
Okay.
Apologies. But thank
Okay.
you very much for calling in. Okay, that is the end of our speakers list. Thanks everyone for coming to speak to council today. Council, is there any discussion? Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I have a number of things I want to say that I'm going to save for the end, but circulated one small amendment to council. Maybe you can
just move us to the amendment queue and I'll put you back on. So please go ahead.
Okay, I think it needs a seconder.
Oh, yeah, seconder. It's going to take me a bit to get used to the new rules. So
We'll
seconded
help
by
each
Councillor
other.
Fry. Okay, perfect.
Just to name the important work that family places also do in the neighborhood and their role in the ecosystem of social infrastructure I have been so grateful to work in particular with the neighborhood houses on this, and I have been grateful to get to visit both the Marple Oakridge Family Place and the South Vancouver Family Place a number of times, and similarly have been blown away by the work that they do. And certainly one of the themes that we've heard and that has come out of this neighborhood engagement has been about the need for family supports, intergenerational family supports, and childcare. And then also wanted to lift up the need for improved public library space in the neighborhood. And again, thought it was just important to name that specifically. The Marpole branch is the smallest branch of the Vancouver Public Library, and renewal and expansion of the Marpole branch has been part of every capital plan since 2012, but has not yet moved beyond consultation. The East Fraser Lands is waiting for a library or even a kiosk or some kind of access. The closest branches for residents in the East Fraser Lands either aren't actually close or because of the geography that folks in the neighborhood will know well are quite difficult to reach. And then the nearby Collingwood branch is the Vancouver Public Library's highest priority for redevelopment due to its small size relative to the growing population and huge need. So anyway, just adding those to, again, the whole number of needs that residents themselves have identified so clearly.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Boyle. Okay, seeing no one else on the queue to speak to the amendment, we will now call a vote on the amendment. So clerk, if you could please take us to the voting panel, and council, if you could please cast your vote on the voting panel. This is on the amendment. Okay, that passes unanimously. Okay, we'll now go back to the main queue. Councillor Boyle, did you have anything else to add, or should I go
I'll
to the
wait
next?
till later, thanks.
Great, okay. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I also circulated a amendment. So please, you can, move me to the amendment queue.
Yeah, we'll do that right now, and I'll add you back. So please go ahead, Councillor.
Okay, so can we bring out that amendment?
It should be up on the screen there now.
Okay, there we go. We need a seconder, hey?
Yep, seconded by Councillor Klassen.
Okay, thanks. So, first I would like to appreciate Councillor Boyle for tabling this motion. I think it's a well-prepared motion with a great intention. Appreciate the effort for putting this motion together as a good first step, but I think the recommendation in this motion are not enough. So we should do more for the residents in the South Vancouver and the Marpole. That's the reason why I bring forward this amendment. So I include the factor of public safety. I think during the campaign, we probably knocked on thousands of the doors in the South Vancouver and the Marpole areas, if not more. I think the public safety concern is a common theme that we heard from the residents over there. I also want to highlight that in this report, reframing the South Vancouver's initiative that was put together by the South Vancouver Neighborhood House, public safety has been mentioned multiple times. On page 87, it says the safety concern become a barrier for the community engagement for South Vancouver's residents. So I think ignore public safety is not right. In addition, South Vancouver Community Policing Center does fantastic works, and they have a great engagement with the community. I think we should strengthen the collaboration and the partnership with them, for the benefits of residents in the South Vancouver and the Marpole neighborhood. And also, I think if you chat with the residents in the Sunset neighborhood, especially talking to the young people over there, they really want to have a new sports turf field. So, we should really explore the feasibility and the possibility by working with the park board. So that is the reason why I include the turf field in this amendment. Also, the tree canopies, is probably the easiest but the most effective way of mitigating the extreme weather events. So we should consider that as well. And transit. So certainly it is one of the most important issues raised by the residents in South Vancouver and Marpole. In our 94-point platform, we would like to push for a rapid bus line from River District to Marine Drive SkyTrain Station. It's one of our important policy. I'm so glad to see, under our advocacy, the TransLink is now working on improvement of the rapid bus line in that area. So also in consultation with TransLink with respect to the transit service on 49th Avenue corridor, we will benefit a lot of residents over there. Last but not least, recommendation E, so about childcare. So, actually when I read the motion, so, when I saw bullet 2, talking about the gap in childcare spaces in the neighborhood, I was pretty excited. But when I read the recommendation at the end, seeing without mentioning anything about childcare spaces, I was equally frustrated. So both childcare and healthcare are a provincial mandate, but only healthcare was included in the original recommendations. So, I think we should really, finding a childcare is very difficult for many families. My son is 18 months old now, and we are still waiting for childcare. So we've been waiting for almost 2 years and still waiting. And it is a huge challenge for many families, both financially and in other ways. And also families in the South Vancouver and the Marpole areas, they are not exceptions, as we heard many concerns from today's speakers. I think we should consider advocate to the senior levels of government to find a way to expand childcare services everywhere in the city, including South Vancouver and Marpole. So that's all about this amendment. I hope it is clear. I hope to get support from my fellow councillors. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Joe. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I just want to say I really appreciate Councillor Joe's support of the motion, and I can support these amendments. It certainly is a chance to bring together all of the issues that we've heard. As Councillor Joe mentioned, public safety has come up a lot, and it's mentioned in a number of ways in the motion. Particularly a couple of the things that I've been hearing have been around street lighting as a public safety investment, as well as supporting residents who are precariously housed and homeless in the neighborhood. And so, again, a number of ways that we do that. I will say a couple things. My sense is there are very mixed feelings on a new turf field. So I can live with this. It says include consideration of, but I will just flag, I hope this isn't seen as like a full throttled endorsement of a new turf field. There are a lot of Parks and Rec recommendations and requests from across the neighborhood, including sports facilities, of course, but also we heard about a desire for a skate park. I've heard from a lot of parents about desire for a splash pad or water space. You know, a number of residents raising issues about the pond. So I'm happy to see a turf field considered, but I wouldn't necessarily want that prioritized above a number of these other issues that have been raised. And the last, well, and also happy to see 49th Avenue mentioned. I was fortunate to be the mayor's sub to the TransLink Mayor's Council last term, and so I know that this avenue along 49th has been a priority for a number of years. I appreciate it was part of the ABC platform, but respectfully has been underway long before that advocacy, and so happy to see it added here too as a regional priority based on the significant need in the area. And then the last thing I just wanted to say was the item E here. Well, I am happy to add childcare to it. Was actually about a specific concern about the community health clinic that is there being moved to another place. And so that was the intention of E, but certainly advocating to senior governments about childcare funding too is important. I just don't want to lose the specific neighborhood concern about that community health center being moved. But overall, you know, appreciate the collaborative approach and support for the motion.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to express my support for Councillor Joe's amendment here and in the body of the original motion from Councillor Boyle. I have been a squeaky wheel on South Vancouver issues for many years before I was in elected office. And I see some of these initiatives here I think are very positive ones that will contribute overall to a thrust of supporting and in strengthening the social infrastructure of South Vancouver and many of the amenities that maybe other parts of the city have in greater abundance. I also just want to point out that the South Vancouver Neighborhood House, I had a chance a few years ago to become more familiar, work with that organization, was involved in some neighborhood patrols that were being coordinated in our community for a period of time. We would just go out together, a number of people from the community. We had been trained by the neighborhood, sort of the community policing center, I should say. And I've watched them be a really important sort of boots on the ground organization in terms of connecting with young people, with communities, very diverse communities. So including them as part of this overall coordination of new community investments, I would be very much in support of that. So with that, I'll sort of just say that I will be supporting this.
Thanks, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, well, when you start discussing community amenities and you have a former park board commissioner sitting there, it's hard not to comment on it. So I wasn't going to, but I'll jump in. And I will say that the things that we hear about that matter deeply, and I know that Mike Burdick's gone now, but kudos to Mike Burdick and Albert Leung, who have long been champions for the renewal of the Marpole Community Center, for example. And what we heard about is community facilities, outdoor pools. So we fully funded Marpole, the Sunset Senior Center, the important seniors in the neighborhood. There was a pool going at Sunset. And the other thing we heard a lot was turf fields. And the park board actually did an analysis in terms of equity across the city of where they were located, as well as the kind of the state and repair, et cetera, of that. And definitely South Van was underserved there. And you know, soccer and other things are huge, right, in terms of kids and other activities, other sports there. So I would say that, you know, having gone sort of in depth through sort of a lot of external consultation on that, I will underscore that there's a clear, demonstrated, quantifiable kind of third-party engagement need that was, I think, identified in the turf strategy. And so I'm really happy to see that inclusion there. So I just wanted to add that perspective. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Okay, we'll now go to the vote on the amendment. So please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, that passes unanimously. We'll now go back to the main queue. Councillor Joe, did you have anything else?
I'm good, thanks, Chair.
Just point of information,
Yeah.
Chair. I just wanted to ask the amendment, just to make sure the clerk, there was an amendment earlier that included bullet 5, I guess, and I just want to make sure that that was not lost as part of the changes that we just approved. That's all.
We did account for that.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young, anything to add? Okay, back on the main queue. Okay, so now we'll go back to the main queue. Any discussion on the amended motion? Oh, Councillor Glasson, you want to be back on. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So we're back on the main queue?
We are, yeah.
Very good.
Please go ahead.
Yes, I have an amendment for
Okay, move us to the amendment queue. We were on the main queue and now we're... I asked you both if you would like to add anything and we're back on the main queue. No, we voted on the amendment and then we went back to the main queue. Okay, I see. Okay, let's just keep going. So Councillor Claassen. Okay, we'll add you. And then Councillor Kirby-Young. Let's go ahead, Councillor Claassen. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks very much, Chair. Okay, so I do have...
Sorry, I have a quick point of procedure. Did we complete the vote on that amendment?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
We
thanks.
voted.
Okay.
Passed unanimously. Go ahead, Councillor Claassen.
I have an amendment here. So we obviously rely upon city staff to give us their assessment of how these initiatives, when brought forward, are able to work most effectively. One of the things that I've really taken away from all the amazing stories that I've heard through emails and through our speakers here today is that there is such a broad range of diverse interests. I could start to list them off, from community gardens to transit to support for the LGBTQS plus community. And so with that in mind, I feel that I've added the phrase other stakeholders to make sure that we are entirely inclusive of a broad-based engagement on issues of priorities of all of South Vancouver's neighborhood, whether it be Killarney, Victoria Fraserview, Sunset, Marpole, and what have you. And then also, in just more or less in response to some of the city staff comments, just making sure that we are being able to properly work with both the outside stakeholders, the neighborhood house, the Marpole and South Vancouver, and making sure that we are able to seek and work with other potential partners and other government grants that might be available for moving some of this work forward. So with that, I am presenting an amended A, B, and C.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Claassen. Councillor Kirby-Young.
I'm on the main queue.
We're on the amendment queue. And we do need a seconder. Okay, seconded by Councillor Joe.
There's something funky going on with the queues.
We are in the amendment queue. Are you not seeing that, or?
On the main queue, we didn't switch to an amendment queue.
We are in the right queue. There's an amendment on the floor, and we're in the amendment queue. Councillor Claassen just spoke to it. And then Councillor Kirby-Young, did you have anything to say on the amendment?
No, not right now.
Okay.
So, something's funky.
Okay. I'm not sure what you're seeing versus what I'm seeing, but we can look into it. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. If I could ask a point of information to you, to the mover, please, of this amendment. My question is regarding the amendment in Section B of this motion, and specifically BII. And I'm wondering about that wording, ensuring the work is adequately funded through potential government and other grants. Does this mitigate the fact that the original motion talked about, and it still is in there, to have a potential city grant contribution? I'm feeling like there's a conflict there, that it seems like you're saying now it should just be potential government and other grants, or are you actually also including a city grant? You're not deleting that section?
Yeah, no,
or
it would be, I mean, obviously, we have a whole granting process that our staff lead. This would include the opportunity of seeking outside other partners as well on this.
Okay, so this is in addition to the language that's already there about the, okay, I just wanted to make really clear that point.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. You know, I'm supportive of the amendment to Section A. I think that's thoughtful and sort of broadens the engagement, which is always a good thing. I'm a little more troubled by the amendments to B and C because I feel like it effectively amounts to kind of kicking the can down the road a little bit, and it's less of a commitment. I think the original motion, and why I was supporting Councillor Boyle's work on this, was the original motion really was directing staff to work in collaboration with the groups. And presumably they would come back with recommendations or a granting structure or what have you to further that work when the actual implementation of it. But we're actually asking staff to begin that work and to do that now. I feel that this really gets into a different tangent where we're discussing the potential of a grant rather than starting the work. And I think that changes the cart-horse relationship. So for that, I'm hoping that we're able to at least maybe sever these amendments. I support A. B and C, I'm not supportive of. I think this just kicks the can down the road and really undermines the work that Councillor Boyle and the community were coming forward with. So,
okay. So, wanting to sever A, B, and C, vote on them separately.
A and BC.
And BC together. Okay. Okay. We can get to that just before we vote. So, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I am just going to echo what Councillor Fry said. I read this amendment a number of times to try to figure out if it was sort of just wordsmithing or if there was an impact. And I keep reading it to try to figure that out. But the extent to which I think there is an impact, my concern is that it slows down the work and commitments that I hope for us to be making to the neighborhoods and residents. So similar to Councillor Fry, happy to support A, but we'll be voting against the amendments to B and C.
Councillor Klassen.
Through you, Chair, with my time here to the city manager, I just wanted to put the question back to staff as to the amendment here. It looks very much like what I believe we heard from staff just in terms of prioritization. There is a concern here that we might be in a position of taking away resources from other organizations and other communities for the sake of shifting them in this direction. And that was what I perceived from some of the comments that we got from staff.
Through the chair. So yes, this isn't work that's currently contemplated and we don't have a structure in place to resource it. So it would require reallocation of staff time and resources away from other work. That isn't clearly articulated here. So we may have to come back to council once this is passed with a more fulsome kind of analysis of what those implications are. But this is very clearly new work, at least as we're interpreting it. So I think that was the feedback that we provided to council. And
again, through you, the chair, just really quickly, then we would have an opportunity with this amendment to actually seek some of that community input from the named organizations and then come back, perhaps looking into our budget 2024 or for opportunities for engagement and following through in terms of resourcing some of the things that we're talking about.
That's what in terms of the amendment that's in front of council now, that's how I was reading it as well.
Okay, very good. So just that, my final comment is that this, I think, achieves the goal that that the mover of the motion is set out. Thanks very much.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Fry.
I'm going to jump back in, and I appreciate the clarification from the city manager. And I think the key distinction here is we're changing the operative verb from work to discuss. And we've heard loud and clear from a lot of the folks at MARPOL. We've had lots of discussion about a new library for MARPOL. We've heard lots of discussion about things, but we haven't seen the work. And I think we all are cognizant that this direction does say, yes, staff, please come back with what this work will, what resources will have to be enabled to support this work. But we are suggesting that this is the time for discussion that we had in 2012, the time for discussion. Those are like, we want to move forward. We want to work, not discuss further. And I think that's the key distinction for me, why I'll continue with asking for the sever of A, and so I can vote against B and C.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, maybe I can help navigate through this. Maybe ask a clarification question through you, Chair, to the city manager, if I could.
Please.
And that is to Paul. I'm wondering in the original language how staff interpret, as it said, to support the continued work of the Reframing South Vancouver initiative. Would staff have read that meant that funding was automatically there, or like everything else, we would have to do an assessment process as part of our existing projects for that neighborhood, for others, look at the budget and operational plan, and would have to bring forward recommendations to council? So would that sort of process still remain, regardless whether it was that language or this one?
So I want to make sure I understand.
I guess the question is that whether it was the original language or this one, neither of them sort of guarantees funding. Like, there's still a process that we have to go through. Is that correct in terms of available budget, prioritization of projects, bringing budget recommendations forward to council, all of those parts and pieces? Because I think the issue here that we're really discussing is, do people think that this motion is guaranteeing a whole bunch of funding for a whole bunch of things off the bat by passing it, versus we obviously, there's far more even in this motion for one neighborhood than the city's ability to put into next year's budget or even this capital plan. There's obviously a lot of work to be done and important work. So I'm just wondering if you could provide some perspective on that.
Thank you for the clarification. Yes, I would concur in terms of my interpretation of it, that any new investments in the neighborhood, things like infrastructure or facilities, amenities, and so on, yes, those would be decisions that would be made by council at whatever point those are brought forward. I think the motion as originally tabled, it would, though, direct staff. We would have to reallocate staff time to do this work and engage in the manner that's contemplated in the motion. So that is a resource implication. The motion is quite directive, as has been indicated, that staff would have to start, we would do that work, or we would have to figure out how to resource it or what that would look like. But yes, any significant new investments in these neighborhoods will still have to be traded off by council against all the other demands, and those would come back to you for sure.
And there are, maybe a quick follow-up if I could, like for example, the expansion of the Marpole Library has been contemplated for some time. That's still under contemplation.
Yes, it's a project that we're working on right now with VPL in terms of what the options are. There is a new library, of course, at Oak Ridge, but yeah, the Marpole Library branch in and of itself is a significant pressure point for the VPL, and we're looking at options with Christina Castell and her team for that branch.
Okay, and then when you say trading off other work, if this motion was directive in the way it was originally written, my last quick follow-up, without some flexibility to come back, so was that directive that staff need to do this, therefore they'd have to stop doing something else, as opposed to allowing council to have a conversation about it? What are the kinds of projects that ACCS are working on that they might have to stop doing? Is that things like Murdered Missing Indigenous Women's Task Force, the Equity Framework? What kind of, are those the kind of projects we'd be having conversations about?
Yeah, thanks through the chair for the question. It's a difficult one to answer. The team hasn't done that analysis. I would say it's beyond ACCS staff as well. There would be other departments that would be impacted by this. So we would have to go away and put together a more fulsome assessment of what this entails, what resources we would suggest, and then probably give council an indication of what we think that would mean for other work underway.
Okay. Thank you. So just to follow up, thanks, appreciate the clarification. And then Chair, just in follow-up comment to that, I think it would actually be important for council to have that conversation around trade-offs and prioritization, because I noticed even for South Vancouver, one of the initiatives that council supported is a South Vancouver apology in terms of, and some of that work has been facilitated, but still more to be done there. Previously supported motions on the Punjabi market and advancing revitalization of that work, also important initiatives in South Vancouver. So I would like to know, as a councillor, are we going to put some of the Punjabi market work to the side in favor of doing some of the other work that's suggested here, or following up on some of the, some of those other pieces? So I think that that's an important conversation, as opposed to council not having the chance to kind of weight that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, just wanted to weigh in on this discussion in terms of providing my support for the amendment in A, and to really recognize that that in B, what this is doing is saying clearly, it's a response clearly to the work that's been done by this neighborhood. I mean, a very extensive survey and report written by them identifying how they have been under-resourced. There are elements of community services, city services, that they simply have not been able to have. They don't have them. They haven't. There is a sort of a lack of fairness. And this is a community, is an area of our city with a great number of equity-seeking citizens, residents. And so I think recognizing in response to their work that we should do our work at the city is really the fair thing to do. So I will not be voting for B, or the amendments in B and C.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Okay, we did have that request to sever the vote, so we'll vote separately on A, and then we'll vote on B and C. So first we're going to vote on A, and that's highlighted up on the screen there. So just voting on A right now. Okay, that passes unanimously. Now we will vote on B and C together, and we'll just get that up on the screen. Okay, so you can see that highlighted there. So Council, if you could please cast your vote on B and C. We'll just get the voting panel up for you. So please cast your vote. Okay, that passes. In opposition, Councillor Carr, Councillor Boyle, and Councillor Fry. That was for B and C. Okay, we're back on the main queue. Councillor Klassen, anything to add?
On the main queue, other than just to sort of final remarks?
Yeah, we're on the main queue.
Very good.
Yep.
So first of all, I want to just thank the people behind this initiative and the report authors. Many of the points rang true. I grew up in Killarney and attended Killarney Secondary and was a student council guy, and my stomping grounds is Champlain Mall, and most of my youth is spent there. In the time since, I've been involved in many initiatives to support and bring attention to some of the disparities in the south side of our city. In 2007, when I was in the Vancouver City Planning Commission, I brought forward a proposal for to be a part of our work. Be part of our work plan is to address concerns around the south side sort of amenity deficit. In 2009, I wrote a column talking about how 49th and Fraser, with its four corners having three banks and being potentially a new downtown for South Vancouver, where we can see Vancouver's diversity proudly on display as members of our Chinese and South Asian and European diaspora mingled in a most wonderful way in the markets and shopped in each other's businesses there. In 2011, I also co-led an initiative called Vancouver Street Stories, and there's actually a plaque now at 44th and Fraser that talks about the history of South Vancouver. So as I said, I've listened to and heard many stories that have come across, and the thing that really struck me is just the strong differences that you hear from so many different communities in terms of what they're looking for. Everything from having a community garden in Rosemont Park, which I used to live next to with my mom, and I think it's a great idea, but I don't know how we have an opportunity to do that with this current process. We've heard around concerns around transit. I think that is a full-fledged advocacy with TransLink that we need to look at. I've heard about the need for safer pedestrian experiences, public safety, and as well as sidewalk repair. And I think a very legitimate call for more supports for the LGBTQS plus Q2S plus community in the neighborhood. So I think that by expanding our consultation and speaking to leaders in the community, we are going to hear more about what this community needs. South Vancouver was originally imagined as a blue-collar community, and it remains a friendly and unpretentious part of our city where my mom still lives today. And so it's so clear that South Vancouver is not received the attention it deserves from a planning and service delivery standpoint. I know that it took community leaders such as Walter Schultz, formerly of the Sunset Community Center Board, took him to find the funding to build that important new facility at 52nd and Main. And that was in spite of the resistance he got from both the park board and the city at the time. So the area is home to many of our young families, as well as some of the most elderly community members, which is why I think we need to really work together to speak to people in the Killarney, Victoria, Fraser Street, Sunset, Punjabi Market, and Marpole communities, and hear from the BIAs as well, and as I mentioned, the South Vancouver Community Policing Center. So I think I really do believe this is the beginning of a process that will start to really give importance and priority to South Vancouver that it is long overdue. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to address a few points here. One was we did hear from several speakers who raised concerns with us about the pond in South Memorial Park, and I did a bit of research on that. That pond wasn't an original pond. It wasn't a natural feature. It was actually dug out in the early 20th century. Hard for me to believe, 19-something, those earlier, you think this is the 20th century. And so, it's a victim of climate change. I think we all need to recognize that right now. I mean, or over many years, it's been able to exist, but last year they had to pump or truck 100,000 liters of water to fill it because we have hotter, drier conditions in that early spring and summer. And, that's very sad to say, but we need to recognize it and also motivate us to put our efforts into making sure we mitigate as much as we can the impending and accelerating climate crisis. But that's just an aside. I just wanted to address that because it was an issue that was raised during this discussion. My major comment, though, was I think that it's, I can't even remember a situation where we had a large number of speakers like this, where every speaker showed up and every speaker spoke in support. I mean, that's really testimony to the strength of this community. It's testimony to the publication that they worked on that, thank you to all the organizations, SFU, the Neighborhood House and SFU Urban Studies and Health Services that actually collaborated on that. They were very good about talking to counselors about this report. They've done so much homework about what the needs are. That's why I think we need to move as a city on actually working with them to implement the various measures that they have suggested through their extensive community work that would be needed to actually improve the situation there, to address issues of inequity. And I'm just so incredibly impressed by that work that they've done. The youth that came out all the way from, barely teenagers to people in their 90s to come out to speak in support of this. And I feel a real sense of honor to be able to listen to all those voices.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I know people into closing comments, but I actually have an amendment, so I apologize for disrupting the flow. But
Move us to the amendment queue. Let me turn your mic back on. There you go.
Thank you.
No problem.
Anyhow, the amendment, which has been circulated to Mayor and Council, and I think staff are going to bring up on the screen, essentially deals with the pond. And I know that there's been lots of discussion back and forth with respects to damage, causation, state of repair, et cetera. There's a lot that we've heard today from the community around a whole bunch of issues that fall under different jurisdictions, some senior levels of government, and in this case, it's actually the elected park board. But I think it's really important that we help sort of amplify the community's voice with respect to the importance of this. And so the amendment essentially asks that we request the mayor to write to the park board chair and acting general manager to get specificity and line of sight for the community into what their plans are for the current assessment of the pond and for repair. Because I think that it's obviously beloved in the neighborhood. It's important. I know there's seniors that do Tai Chi every morning at 9 o'clock there. They have for years. There's lots of other folks that enjoy it, and these water areas are important to health and well-being, but I think the community are looking for some clarity on information as to, are you fixing our pond? And when might that happen? And so that's really the spirit of the amendment. Thanks.
Okay. I'd like to second that amendment.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Boyle.
Happy to support it. I too have been corresponding with many residents about this, and happy to see how we can move forward a solution.
Great, thank you. Councillor Carr.
Oh, I didn't think that I was on that. But anyway, I support this is because it's definitely seeking more information on the situation that I just raised.
Okay, got you on here. There we go. Yeah, I think there's maybe a little technical gremlin today. So, okay, so seeing no one else on the queue to speak to the amendment, clerks, if you could please take us to the voting panel, and council, if you could please cast your vote on the amendment. Okay, that passes unanimously. Okay, now we're back in the main queue. Councillor Kirby-Young, anything?
Yeah, thanks. In speaking to the main motion, I appreciate Councillor Boyle bringing this forward. South Vancouver is, and Marpole are impassionate communities and ones where there is really a strong social fabric. There's definitely acknowledgement of deficiency in the age and some of the amenities. Some of that honestly comes along with density. Marpole is seeing a lot of density come in, but the pace of delivery of the amenities is behind, whereas South Vancouver is a bit more predominantly single family and hasn't necessarily seen the CACs coming in that actually support some of those amenities. It's probably worth noting that that's one of the reasons that council looked at making some changes to the CAC policy, that instead of area-specific CACs, that we move to citywide so we can start redirecting some of those funds. And it does take a while when you're building some larger scale amenities like libraries and others to amass the funds sufficiently. In the case of the library, there was also a very active community conversation, which is probably important to recognize when the city had potentially looked at co-locating the library at the community center and putting it on Granville Street. And the community said, no, we don't want that. We want the community center to remain at the park. That access to outdoor green space when you're doing programs and for kids to run outside and to have community picnics and engage sort of inside and outside the building was really important. And so that was another factor in the library. But it's fantastic the community center is fully funded and that's moving forward. I'll also say too, one of the things I was really not pleased to hear about, that would be wrong, but it was to say, as was sort of the state and the importance of things like the streets, safe walking, sidewalks, roads, potholes, for biking, that kind of thing. We spent a lot of time last term where I think that core services, if you can call them that, or, kind of key services, maybe is a better way of putting it, were less prioritized. We actually had budget cuts to doing some of those things. It's why we put extra funding in the last, and this year's operating budget to put $1 million extra into things like fixing potholes and keeping up streets and that kind of thing, because it really does support livability, right? And it matters. And so hopefully some help is on the way and we can have some conversations around some of that funding can go towards updating some of the really egregious or challenging areas in the South Van neighborhood. But I think it's a really good reminder of the importance of the basics. And that's what we're hearing. I will say too that I think we really need to laser in on what the city can do most effectively here in the short term that will have the biggest impact. A lot of this stuff is advocacy, things like childcare, healthcare, and a lot of that's out of our control. But some of the other things are, as I mentioned, potholes and others are things that we can directly do and really move forward. So I'm hopeful that in some of the analysis of this, we can identify some of those quick short-term wins where the community will feel some of the commitment and the love coming back, and identify some of those that might take a bit longer to move forward. But happy to support it. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just closing remarks this time. Okay, no further amendments. Okay, fantastic. I'll start by saying I'd like to thank Councillor Boyle for bringing forward the motion, and also to all of the speakers who came, and also to all of the residents who wrote us with respect to this motion. I think I'll keep my comments brief because others have spoken before me, but I think we've known for some time that there is a disparity in services and infrastructure when it comes to the south part of the city. Often we talk about an east-west divide and disparity east-west, but in fact, increasingly, it's more north-south and more north-south. And part of that is due to the increasing densification of the northern part of the city and neighborhoods in the city. And so I think it's timely to have this conversation. I think we heard loud and clear from residents the range of issues, whether it be lack of community infrastructure, whether it's about health services and supports that are more the provincial jurisdiction. And from my perspective, we do need to look at the area, but recognize that within South Vancouver, there's a number of different neighborhoods, and they have their own unique and distinct needs and histories and culture. And so there's a bit of a nuance to this work. And so recognizing that Killarney and Champlain is not the same as Marpole. It's not the same as the River District, which is a rapidly growing neighborhood, which is part of South Vancouver. I appreciate the conversation that's taken place around public transit. We know a significant number of residents within South Vancouver are using public transit. And so suffice it to say, I'm happy to support the motion. I'm pleased to see the amendments that have come forward from my colleagues in response to a number of considerations that they heard from residents and other community groups, and look forward to there being broad engagement with a range of organizations and groups and agencies within the South Vancouver area. And so I'll leave it there in the interest of time, but happy to support the amended motion.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thank you to Councillor Boyle for bringing this forward and for bringing so many amazing speakers, actually. It was pretty inspiring to hear everybody. And as Councillor Carr alluded earlier, to have that many people who signed up actually show up is a real testament to the passion behind the speakers and what they feel for the neighborhood. And it reminded me of my late stepdad, who was he was born in Marpole shortly after it was incorporated into the city of Vancouver in the 1930s, and his family were Irish homesteaders who came there when it was still a village called Eburn. And it was, they were farmers. It was farmland, and it was separated from Vancouver by like forests and stuff. And then after, the incorporation of Marpole into the city of Vancouver, we saw the war boom and all these houses were built for returning soldiers. And we saw, South Vancouver become part of Vancouver, but it was always a little bit separate that way. And we keep seeing these sharp distinctions. I want to name MLA George Chow, who's always been a champion for let's see more transit in South Vancouver, and look how underserved this neighborhood is. The stark illustration of when we've approved the East Fraser lands and the River District, but we haven't really resourced them appropriately. We've built lots of housing, but and this is new initiatives. And then I think about what went down during COVID, and we saw the really stark illustration where the lack of the food desertification and the lack of food security and the need for food hubs, and where we were actually telling people that who needed to access food banks that they were going to get on a bus in the middle of COVID when everybody didn't know what was going on and were afraid. They were going to have to take a bus to the Queen Elizabeth Theatre to get food bank because there was no food hubs in South Vancouver. To me, that was a really stark illustration of where we're underserving. And of course, that was part of the inspiration for when I, in the last term, brought forward the Punjabi market revitalization motion that was unanimously supported by many of my colleagues here. And and unfortunately, COVID came along and sort of derailed the progress. So I'm very happy to see this work coming forward. I think it's incredibly important. I'm not going to lie, though, I am really disappointed with the last set of amendments that have changed the tenor of this from being a work priority to being a discussion. And I think that it was a relatively late amendment, so I didn't have a full chance to digest it. But I think where we're seeing the real distinction here is we're directing staff to discuss the potential of grants from the city to support this. Now, we know we have a very complicated budget conversation going on, so we've punted this over to a grant conversation while we're also stressed about 9% budget increases for the next 4 years. So that's a very different tenor than like working on this project. And maybe that would involve city grants, maybe it would involve senior government grants, maybe it wouldn't involve grants at all. Maybe it would just be involving a work plan. The amendment has passed and changed this motion, has really changed the direction. And I'm a little disappointed by that because I feel like if we're just going to be discussing the possibility of a grant for this, then maybe we might not end up going anywhere. I would have much rather seen us actually do the purposeful work as a city to actually engage some of these subjects. I'm going to vote for it as amended anyway because I still think it's sending us in the right direction, but I feel like it's incredibly watered down, and I'm disappointed on that. But I am appreciative of the opportunity to talk about it. And again, thanks to Councillor Boyle and everybody who showed up to speak to this.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Chair. So Councillor Fry mentioned passion. I'm not surprised in the least of the passion as somebody who hails from this community, grew up in schools in the neighborhood. I know the passion it's then, and it's passion that we saw when we were out on the campaign trail. With regards to the amendments, I'll respectfully disagree with my council colleague. This was an important conversation. We have now broadened that conversation. This conversation will now include groups that have not been heard in this process. And again, with the greatest respect for all the work that was being done by the two neighborhood houses, we do have other parts of the community, as I mentioned, the policing center, other community leaders, the Ross Street Temple, the Punjabi Market. I'm aware enough of the past of this. The South Vancouver was once the District of South Vancouver, amalgamated in 1929. And as a result, it has always been sort of in a position of not being central in some ways to the focus of our city. We spent much of our time on the northern side, as Councillor Dominato mentioned. It's more density has been there, but we have seen some really interesting things happen in this community over decades. There used to be streetcar communities, which is why Victoria, Fraser, and Maine have very exciting high street areas, really great shopping areas with small businesses. And then the Champlain Heights community, which was actually developed in the council time of Art Phillips in the early 1970s, took all of that wooded area and built co-ops and townhouses and all sorts of new housing that I ended up growing up in as a young person. And so, and if I look now at the Champlain Square area at 54th and Kerr, it's incredible what they have around there. They've got seniors, residences all around. They have a local shopping amenity. They have social housing over Fire Hall number 5. They've got doctor's offices. They've got local shopping, local restaurants, all within walking distance, and townhouses that we'd love to see in other parts of the city as well. So we have some very successful neighborhoods, but we need to try and support them. We need to make sure that they're safe, that they're supported, and that we're able to try and make sure that places that are under-resourced get the attention they need. I'm thinking of Champlain Community Center, which was built in the 1970s, has barely had any new changes or updates to it since. So I think we've got a really great opportunity here, brought forward by Councillor Boyle's motion and the work of the community groups that were behind the Reframing South Vancouver initiative. And I'm very glad that we're going to be able to start this conversation, bring it into our Budget 2024 conversation, and really lean in and try and support South Vancouver communities, whether they be in Killarney, whether they be in Victoria Fraserview, whether they be in Sunset or Marpole. They're all going to get that attention that they deserve. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I just wanted to wrap up again by echoing a huge thank you to the community who have been pushing this work for a long time, and with whom it has been an absolute joy to get to work with on moving this forward. I keep thinking about Prabhi's comment near the beginning of our speakers list about the goal of a more equitable South Vancouver and Marpole for all, as well as Stephanie's story that she shared of her mom from Myanmar coming to Canada, and Lisa's support of her mom holding Stephanie as a small baby. The intergenerational work, advocacy for communities across South Vancouver really stood out. And again, as others have said, just has been so valuable to have to hear from so many incredible leaders and community members remind us why this work is so important and why we should not delay it any longer, but make the investments that are needed and long overdue to support communities across South Vancouver. I just want to close by saying the kind of arc of the day is not lost on me either, and I especially appreciated during the equity framework discussion this morning, AFTAB's reminder that signals are important to the community, but signals need to be accompanied by action. And so I am incredibly grateful to the community for their continued advocacy, to council for their support of this motion, and passing this motion is one more step, but and an important and exciting one that we should celebrate, and that I hope the community gets to celebrate and feel as a sense of accomplishment for all of the hard work. And we as a council need to continue to act to make these commitments meaningful in tangible ways that improve lives for residents across South Vancouver and Marpole. So that will be my continued commitment to celebrate today and to keep working hard alongside the community to fill these gaps and make these investments that are needed and overdue.
Okay,
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Okay, seeing no one else on the queue, we will now call the vote. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting screen, and Council, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, that passes unanimously. And that concludes item A2 on the agenda. I'm just going to call for a 1 minute, 2 minute recess, just bathroom break. Okay, we are going to get started again. We will now move to motion A4. This is UBCM resolution, BC Affordable Net Zero Off-Site Wood Housing Industrial Development, and is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Dominato. I would like to remind Council that in accordance with the updates to the procedure bylaw that were enacted on May 10th, 2023, Council members may not ask questions of the mover. Councillor Dominato, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Please go ahead and I will add you to the list. There you go.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the opportunity to present this motion. As noted, it's titled BC Affordable Net Zero Offsite Wood Housing Industrial Development. This really stems from a collective focus, both as a province and as cities, to focus on housing supply, housing affordability, but also to address climate change and a value-added economy. And so the focus here is on how we might work together with the provincial government to deliver a framework that more greatly enables the delivery of offsite wood housing development. We do know there is a labor shortage. It's quite significant and profound. And the ability to do this offsite construction can allow us to deliver mass timber developments. We've seen this throughout the city already, some examples of this. This was a key topic of discussion when I was speaking at the Interior Lumber Manufacturers Association last month, where they were interested in seeing more efforts put into value-added projects, but also investment in mass timber design. And so just to sum up, and I'll speak more at the end, is around it addresses housing supply and affordability to be able to deliver housing more quickly. It addresses climate action and addresses economic and community development, including our own rural communities who have a number of companies in this space. And so I look forward to hearing from the speakers and from the rest of council on this matter. Thank you.
Councillor Dominato, do we have a seconder for the motion?
Second.
Hey, Councillor Carr. Thank you. So we'll now hear from speakers on the motion. And our first speaker is Alex Boston on the phone.
Am I coming in clearly?
Yes.
Sure,
Hi, Alex. So you
And I
have
have
up to 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
And do I have a presentation that is on display there?
Yeah, we can see your presentation.
Okay, excellent. So my name is Alex Boston. I am not a resident. I couldn't afford to live in the city. One of the reasons I'm putting forward this support for the resolution, which can drive affordability, climate, and economic transition. This is an ACE card for British Columbia. Next slide. Now, I would like to underscore that the City of Vancouver is indeed a little bit naughty, but the biggest reason we are not meeting our housing supply targets is our constraints on a construction labor force. They closely track housing completions, and we're seeing a decline in the construction labor force. Next slide. We are projected to lose 40,000 workers over the next 10 years, and we don't have any way of replacing them. Next slide. The biggest opportunity for driving productivity improvements in housing supply is by shifting construction onto assembly lines. We can shorten construction timelines by up to 50%, cut costs up to 20%, improve productivity 50%. It's the only way we'll get to the top of the energy step code in British Columbia. Next slide. We are innovators in BC, including right here in the city of Vancouver. However, this is still only 5% of new housing builds in British Columbia. Our biggest challenge is we don't have enough market demand. Next slide. The BC municipalities can drive demand in 2 ways. One of them is harnessing underutilized land. Next slide, next slide. There's over 4,000 public land parcels in British Columbia. There's at least 15% of them that can be utilized for building off-site construction. If there's an average of 80 units per project, that's 50,000 housing units. Next slide, we're on precedents for housing on underutilized public land. We have them across North America, including K-12 sites. There's over 100 projects in the pipeline in British Columbia, in California. The City of Vancouver has advanced some really innovative opportunities. Vancouver Fire Hall number 5, the NASAMA Strathcona Library, and the UBC Transit Exchange is another one. There's also huge opportunities in pre-zoned, pre-approved, prefab. Next slide, next slide. We're on the final slide right now. Market demand has to be driven. We need much more collaboration between the province, local governments, manufacturers, developers, builders, and an earlier adopter program. Final slide. This is an opportunity to deal an ACE card for British Columbia on affordability, climate, economic development. I hope you can support this resolution.
Hey, thanks very much, Alex. We'll now move to Speaker 2, Maria Roth on the phone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Meisner. Good afternoon, Chair Meisner and Council. My name is Maria Roth, and I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm speaking in favor of this motion. First, as a resident, I support large-scale, equitable, sustainable action that will move housing forward for current and future residents. Targeting builds on empty and underutilized public land is an important first move that will not result in displacement of current residents from existing affordable homes and will result in 100% net gains for the city. This is a great place to focus effort. Second, as part of the team for the SFU Centre for Dialogue Housing Hub Roundtable, this is an informed step into potentially streamlining processes at multiple points in the housing creation chain and reduce risk for all players to help create tens of thousands of safe, affordable homes across the province. The roundtable and this motion bring together many players, from forestry floor to municipal councillor to non-market housing operators, in a decision-making space that currently does not exist and will facilitate collaboration between municipalities and with the province to create homes in BC cities, big and small. One of the roundtable participants spoke about how delivering the first off-site mass timber home projects may be what is actually needed to figure out how to unstick a complex and siloed housing system. These first projects can help set a clear direction that is targeted, measurable, and time-bound, is both ambitious and realistic, and doesn't merely encourage but actively creates cross-disciplinary, cross-sector, and cross-actor housing innovation. This motion can help set that into play. Last, as someone who is a co-op housing advocate, I would like to see commitment and support to the non-market and co-op housing sector with this work, along with supply, construction, and manufacturing, so that we may scale up with knowledge and delivery in innovative ways that will allow us to embed equity and maximize return for public investment on public land. I would like to see sustained exploration of non-market housing models that are both deeply affordable and broad in their sweep, including missing middle and affordable home ownership. Within this, municipal and provincial governments can actively shape new housing models on public land and work to pull in one of the biggest variables in our stuck chain, and that is much-needed federal funding for housing, so that we may aspire to create deepest affordability possible in the midst of a housing crisis which inequitably impacts so many vulnerable city residents. Finally, from my perspective as a community member trying to get new mixed-income co-op housing built, predictability in other systems is key from the bottom-up view to make this happen. The nature of collaboration set into play by this motion has the potential to help us work together with others to deliver co-op and affordable housing that Vancouver residents want and need. I would like to end by thanking you for the opportunity to speak today and would also like to thank Councillor Dominato for bringing this motion forward for your consideration. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Maria. We'll now go to Speaker 3, Cindy Wilson on the phone.
Hello, is my slide presentation available?
Yes, so just let us know when you need us to advance it, but you're ready to go, so you have 3 minutes. We can see your presentation and you're ready to go.
Is that working now?
Yeah, we can see your presentation.
Hello?
Can you hear us okay?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
We can, yeah, so please go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. My name is Cindy Wilson, and I'm the co-founder of Intelligent City. Our headquarters are in Vancouver, and our off-site manufacturing facility is in Delta. With me is my colleague, Mingyuk Chen, an expert on mass timber buildings, and we are both residents of Vancouver. Two of our most pressing issues today are action on climate change and the lack of affordable housing. The positive support of this proposal enables public lands to be activated with off-site fabrication to, number one, create affordable rental housing of high quality and livability with long lifespans. Number two, create a path to net zero carbon rental housing. And number three, to de-risk these undertakings despite the many challenges highlighted in the proposal. Next slide, please. Yep. Intelligent City is a housing technology company that takes... are you okay?
Sorry, we just missed your cue to advance the slide. It's just, I don't think we quite heard you. Which slide should we be on? Do you know the number?
Number two.
Number two. Okay, we're there. Okay, sorry. Please continue. I'll give you a bit more time.
Thank you. No, thank you. Intelligent City is a housing technology company that takes a vertically integrated platform and product-based approach to create mass timber, mixed-use, multifamily housing. Our system has CSA approval, and our work has been supported by Breakthrough Energy Solution Canada, STDC, BDC, to name a few. I'm going to pass you on to my colleague now.
So how can we do this? Number one, flexibility. Our software and system can adapt to multiple technologies, site configurations, performance, and density scenarios. Our strength is 6 to 12-story rental projects for long-term asset holders, nonprofits, and co-ops. We can build up to 18 stories with jurisdictional approval. Number two, skilled labor forces. Our robotic manufacturing can run multiple shifts per day and allow us to move from manual labor to a diverse tech-based workforce. Number three, control cost escalation. We achieve cost stability through economy of scale by purchasing standard components from local or global market in a consistent manner. Number four, fast construction. While site preparation and work are being done, the building's components are being fabricated. Site installation of our component is fast and with less disruption to the neighborhood. Housing units can be occupied sooner. Number five, sustainable. Our system is passive house ready. We are on the path to net zero embodied and operational carbon while minimizing operational costs over its 100-year lifespan. Next slide, please. We're ready to deploy. Two of our current projects you can see in this slide. Both are 9-story passive house buildings. The one on the left is a rental project for Native Housing Society funded by BC Housing. The one on the right is for a private developer on Granville Street. Our Delta factory is ramping up its capacity to an annual production of 400 to 500 housing units. And currently, we are in active negotiations to expand into a larger facility in the Lower Mainland with a 1,500 to 2,000 units capacity per year. Activating public land using off-site mass timber building system is one of the critical puzzle pieces to create affordable and sustainable housing. Together, we can help tackle the housing issues. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we'll now go to speaker 4, Ming-Yak Chen. Are you on the phone?
Yeah, that was me presenting the same.
Oh, okay, you did it together. I see.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
but you're complete now?
Yes, we are complete now.
Okay, thanks very much. Sorry for the confusion there. Okay, so that is the end of our speakers list. Thanks everybody for speaking to council today. Council, is there any discussion? Councillor Carr.
Well, I was super happy to second this motion and really thank Councillor Dominato for bringing it forward. I did do a motion to UBCM last year, which was similar in nature, but no, this one's not redundant. It does take it into a new direction, but I think, thinking alike, it is about seeing if we can reduce the cost of producing housing and the rate of time so that it's much more quickly produced, and to use BC wood so that we actually create a thriving element in the BC forest economy of value-added jobs. I've also talked to many, many youth who would love to work in this kind of field because it meshes with their values around tackling the climate crisis and skilled work. So I think it's really a win-win that I'm super happy to support.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, just to reflect that in my 5 years now on UBCM, this reflects a lot of the aspirational goals that we hear, and there's a lot of consternation around scaling the capacity to do a lot of this work, and B, of course, meeting the province's housing objectives that are coming up, and including the multiple units on a lot. And I appreciate Councillor Dominato bringing this forward as a thoughtful sort of amalgamation of some of those concerns. I think this will land well at UBCM, and I just want to commend Dominato's work on this. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Fry. I'm going to relinquish the chair to Vice Chair Klassen just for a moment here to make some comments. Thanks, Councillor Dominato, for bringing this forward. I think this is a really important piece of addressing the housing crisis, finding ways to accelerate the process of delivering the housing. And it really starts not just with all the processes here at the city, it's also the materials, and this is going to allow us to create housing faster. And I think that there's many firms in British Columbia and even here in Vancouver that are, worldwide leaders in this space. And this is a fantastic way to lift them up and ensure that they continue to keep innovating and also address the crisis that we're in terms of housing. So very happy to support this, and thank you for bringing it forward. And I'll take the chair back. And Councillor Dominato, closing comments.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for those comments and those of Councillor Carr, Councillor Fry as well. And just to reflect, echoing, I think that there's shared concerns around the speed at which we can deliver housing supply, but also doing that in a sustainable way. And so as I noted, I heard one of the speakers talk about the fact that in terms of their manufacturing, it's passive house ready, which is fantastic to hear. I was really struck when looking into and doing some research that some of the data points around less than 15% of single family, single detached, and only a couple of percent of multifamily units in BC are off-site built. Whereas if you look at a comparator of Sweden, more than 80% of single detached family units are built off-site, and more than half of multifamily units include advanced off-site constructed components, and that's rapidly rising. And so I think there is, to the point that Councillor Fry is making, an opportunity here. And it's not simply about delivering more housing more quickly and sustainably. Also, that we're also supporting our own local economy. So there's roughly 24 companies that are mass timber and wood frame manufacturers, and they are all over the province. They're in the Shuswap, they're in Squamish-Lillooet, they're in the Kootenays, they're in Thompson-Nicola. And so when we go back to the interconnectedness of our communities, urban centers like Vancouver are desperately trying to add housing, and we can support our more rural communities in that they have they're delivering the companies that they're manufacturing in this space. So I think that's an opportunity. I also just want to acknowledge that that the City of Quesnel recently passed a similar resolution, and I believe the City of Courtenay is going to be deliberating on a similar resolution today. And so you can see there's interest in this, and I think at the end of the day, we need to be innovative, we need to be creative, and we have grassroots organizations and companies that are willing to partner with us as we address these complex challenges. So look forward to hopefully deliberating on this at UBCM in the fall. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Okay, I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting panel, and Council, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, that passes unanimously. And that concludes motion A4 on the agenda. Motion A5 is a UBCM resolution tackling BC's toxic drug health emergency, and is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Carr. I would like to remind Council that in accordance with the updates to the procedure bylaw, which were enacted on May 10th, 2023, Council members may not ask questions of the mover. Councillor Carr, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Well, it seems that we have a public health emergency that has been in existence for 7 years and has only gotten worse. So no matter what has been happening, it has not been sufficient to tackle the increased number of deaths from the toxic and illicit drug supply that is killing people within not just our area, but our province. And just to note that there's been 12,000 toxic drug overdose deaths since that public health emergency has been declared. My motion is directed at the UBCM to recognizing that this is a provincial emergency. We are feeling it here in our city, but it is being felt in every city, every community throughout our province. What we absolutely need is a better integrated, holistic approach that is comprehensive, that is accessible to people throughout the province, and that is evidence-based. There are two components to it. One is increasing safety, and the other is increasing prevention. So in terms of increasing both users and public safety, one of the measures that is unique to this motion has not been raised by anyone else that I know, but we as councillors learned about, was the fact that because of increasing number of people who use drugs are inhaling or smoking those drugs, and we have a BC law prohibiting indoor smoking, vaping or inhaling, they cannot access, and they have to be kicked out of safe injection sites and supervised facilities, which puts them in great harm and danger. We need to change that as a provincial one in nature around the Tobacco and Vapor Products Control Act. And in terms of prevention, I really want to emphasize that we know that there's an important piece around not just accessing health facilities and programs when one is demanding them as someone who is a user.
Sorry, Councillor Carr, we are at time.
We are.
Apologies.
That's fine. I can speak more to the motion as we proceed. I do have an amendment to the motion. And
Yes.
I'll let you direct me in terms of timing on that.
Okay, sure. Thanks very much. Okay, can I get a seconder for the motion, please? Okay, Councillor Nominato. And we will now hear from speakers on the motion. So our first speaker is Deb Bailey. Hi, Deb. So you have up to 3 minutes, and go ahead when you're ready.
Yeah. Good long afternoon. My name is Deb Bailey, and I do BC membership for Mums Stop the Harm. I'm on the Family Engagement Committee for the BC Centre on Substance Use. I'm a member of the Vancouver Community Action Team, and I'm the creator of Sudden Silence, Hidden Voices, but mostly I'm Ola Bailey's mum. And I would like to speak in favor of approving the motion before council. In April 2022, BC Standing Select Committee on Health, comprised of a nonpartisan group of 12 MLAs, was formed to examine the urgent, illicit, toxic drug and overdose crisis. On June 21st, I made a motion on behalf of, or I made a talk in presentation of Mums Stop the Harm, and I told the story of my daughter, Ola, who is a very vulnerable 21-year-old who died of an overdose. The committee members were really moved, and some of them to tears. And I remarked that this was only one of then 11,000 sad stories in BC. I pointed out that my much-loved daughter had died in late 2015, yet here we were in 2022, 7 years later, and British Columbians were still dying of exactly the same thing. The only difference was that the number of toxic drug deaths had increased almost every year since 2015. In November 1st, 2022, after 932 submissions, the report came out from this nonpartisan committee, and it was called Closing Gaps, Reducing Barriers. I think it should be required reading for every government official and person in office, and probably every troll out there in the media. But I don't really know how many are even aware of this report or have read it. But clearly this committee understood and made recommendations that started with words like urgently ensure, rapidly scale up, urgently fund, evidence-based, accredited treatment. And if even half of the recommendations had been followed, we probably wouldn't be here today. So the motion before council asks once again that we wrap our heads around a different kind of plan and act. People talk a lot about Portugal, and I want to tell you that I've been to Portugal. And when I was there, one of the architects of the Portuguese model said something that made a great deal of sense to me. He said, "Do not follow our model, but do follow our process," which was for the government to actually leave the room or the building and allow a group of experts to design a plan. The Portuguese government agreed that they would implement the plan. So it was kind of perfect because if it didn't work, they could say, well, what do we know? The experts told us to do this. We need to do something similar to that. We did that during COVID. I don't know why we're not doing it now, but I think that's one of the parts of this motion. And on behalf of my daughter Ola and the 12,000 plus BC people who have passed away, I hope that this motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deb, for coming in today. We'll now go to speaker 2, Jeremy Calicum. Do we have Jeremy on the phone?
I'm here.
Hi, Jeremy. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hi. So my name is Jeremy Calicum. I'm a master's in public health. I have my degree in master's in public health, and I did my thesis on the provincial safe supply project in BC that took place over COVID. I'm also one of the co-founders of the Drug User Liberation Front and a board member for the Moms Stop the Harm. While I am supportive of most things that can help people and help to address this project, address the overdose crisis, I'm neutral on the motion for the reason that I think there are some problems with that. It doesn't really go far enough in really pushing for what a solution would be to this crisis. And I've seen the wording, the resolution to the other municipalities or that group that, there's a kind of push for increased prevention by investing in mental health treatment and asking for increased economical accessibility to treatment. But when it comes to safe supply, it's only to prepare a review. And I think there should be kind of stronger wording along that note to really push home that the thing that will actually help address overdoses at the scale that are happening is some sort of safe supply. And I think it needs to be outside of the medical system, because if you talk to anybody in the medical system who's kind of adjacent to safe supply or involved in the safe supply prescribing, they'll let you know that it's largely incompatible with the medicalized system, and that there's a need to really look at other models. So if I was going to suggest any changes being made, if there could be changes made, it'd be around that to explore models of safe supply or responses to the overdose crisis that includes safe supply, that maybe explore options outside of the medicalized model. And I think we have lots of data to support that, and I can talk to it further, but I think that goes beyond my 3 minutes. So.
Okay. Thanks very much for your comments. We'll now go to actually, do we have speaker 3 on the line? Okay. Oh, okay. We'll come back to speaker 3. Speaker 4, Lisa Way. Why? Thanks. Hi, Lisa. So you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Lisa Y, and I'm a member of Moms Stop the Harm. I'm speaking today in support of this motion. The province has lost more than 1,000 residents to illicit drug overdoses just 5 months into this year, and is on track to surpass last year's record of 2,300 deaths. More than 12,000 people in BC have died from overdoses since a public health emergency was declared in 2016. So why are we not taking immediate measures to abate these deaths? I believe it's because of stigma, negative attitudes, prejudice, and discrimination against people who use drugs. Substance use doesn't affect only marginalized and homeless people. Anybody from any socioeconomic class can be affected, including people with problematic substance use and people who just use recreationally. The coroner's report shows that most people dying in BC are males between the ages of 25 and 60. Many of these men are employed, have families, and are passing away in their own homes. Recovery and treatment services are needed, but measures that save lives are essential if people are to survive and access support. Only a legal, regulated supply of pharmaceutical-grade drugs will end the mass overdose deaths that we have been witnessing every day for 7 years. This is not somebody else's problem. Overdose can affect anyone. If the toxic drug crisis has not affected you or someone close to you yet, you are lucky. My daughter Renee was poisoned by drugs that were tainted, unregulated, and unsafe. If those drugs had been regulated, she would have access to a safe supply, just as we all have access to a safe supply of alcohol. Renee was a smart, beautiful, loving person with dreams and aspirations for a good life. She never stopped trying to get well, going into detox and recovery many times. Along her courageous path to recovery, she lost her life to toxic drugs. This didn't happen to my daughter because she was a bad person or a weak person. On the contrary, she was the strongest, bravest, and kindest person I have ever known. This did not happen because we were bad parents. We looked for help everywhere and tried everything to help our daughter. The pain of losing Renee is unbearable and worsened by the fact that drug-related deaths are stigmatized and overlooked. Police investigations and criminal charges rarely follow when someone is poisoned and dies from toxic drugs. Substance use is a health issue. People who use drugs deserve to be treated with the same dignity, care, and respect as people suffering from any other serious medical condition. Every life matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa, and I'm very sorry for your loss. Thank you for speaking today. Speaker number 5, Marianne Moffat. Merder. Good afternoon.
Hi, great bathroom break timing. My name's Marianne, 27-and-a-half-year-old senior artist. I must shower accolades upon our mayor and Vancouver City councilors for your courage in these troubled times. Housing for the Vancouver homeless has my full support. I stand behind Adrian Carr's resolution because it runs tandem to my senior safety concerns in the streets of South Granville, Chinatown, and province-wide. Councillor Brian Montague, my Barack Obama of City Hall, now has my heartfelt support and great respect. Following several conversations around his questionable investigations surrounding the BC Housing Chalmers Lodge project. As a retired Vancouver Police Department officer of 28, he holds many honorable commendations. Brian has been bequeathed with unique street-smart skills of observation and fine-tuned knowledge. His intention is to catch before rather than after the many negative issues that may lurk and present themselves, kind of a postgraduate degree in life. His viable strength and wisdom provide him with an ability to become a valuable team consultant, providing sound recommendations to develop suitable operating platforms in future BC homeless housing projects. Please.
Sorry to interrupt you, Marianne, but we are talking about the motion about the toxic drug health emergency.
Okay, then I
I'll
just
need
have
you to be on that topic. Thank you.
I asked for a town hall meeting, and Talib Nur Mohammed, my member of parliament, suggested I do it, and I just wanted to know why it was declined.
a town hall meeting with councillors.
Yes, a town hall meeting.
Unfortunately, I'm not aware of that request. Not sure if it came to us, but we can look into it for you.
Okay. Can I just leave you with then a little bit of my mother's Alzheimer's wisdom? We're all under too much stress these days, and my mother came up with an answer. She just said, well, Marianne, if you're under too much stress, you just have to get rid of the much. So sorry for diverting from.
That's okay. I'll give that a try for stress relief. Thanks very much, Marianne. Okay, we will, that's actually the last speaker. So, oh no, we'll go back to speaker 3 and see if they're on the line. Do we have speaker 3 on the line? Tanis Rose? Oh, we do. Okay. Hi, Tanis. Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So you got 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Well, yeah, wonderful. Thank you. So my name's Tanis Rose Oldenberger. I'm co-founder and executive director at Mountainside Harm Reduction Society here in Chilliwack, BC. I also coordinate the Chilliwack Community Action Team here. I just got this email just a couple days ago from Deb, and I was just really interested in supporting this motion, though I'm not a resident of Vancouver, but I do work in this toxic drug supply crisis on a provincial level, and I just have a few quite profound points to make. This morning, I was on a meeting with a group of lived experience experts that I've been working alongside for the past 5 or 6 years. We're on a committee at the BC Centre for Substance Use called the Persons with Lived and Living Experience Committee. And we were going through our membership list this morning and looking to expand. And we were looking at this list of 12 people that we've been working alongside as experts on the front lines of this crisis, this list of 12 individuals, friends of ours, loved ones of ours. And there was about 8 of us in the room. 3 people on that list have since passed. We deal with our colleagues and our friends dying at an alarming rate, and we're the ones who are responding with urgency. We are the ones who are on the front lines and who are doing the work of the health authorities, though we don't have college degrees. We have our street degrees. We have our degrees of our lived experience. And we feel like we are the only people who see the word urgent and crisis and actually act literally. And we urged the government, we spoke at the standing committee in the fall in September, and we moved committee members to tears. Recommendations that we have been screaming from the rooftops for the past decade are simply not being done. And the 2.5 gram decriminalization is not going to make a difference. We're talking about a toxic drug supply crisis. If we're talking about the supply chain, we cannot criminalize and push underground the suppliers. Here in Chilliwack, we have had access to, and it has affected my life most profoundly over the last 2 years, to have an access to a clean, tested, regulated supply of fentanyl. It has been the most successful 2 years of my entire life. Tangibly, 3 times in the last year, that supply chain has been rudely interrupted by police. And tangibly, over the 2, 3, 4, 5 days following those busts, I've had experts from the health authority, et cetera, reach out to me, Tanis, what's going on with this spike in overdoses this weekend? And every single time I come back to them with a factual response. It's because our supply chain was interrupted on Wednesday. It was because our supply chain was interrupted last
Sorry,
week.
Tanis.
Now they're just...
I did let you go over, but I do have to cut you off just because of the 3-minute time. So apologies about that.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for calling in. Okay, that's the end of our speakers list. So thanks everyone for speaking to council today. And council, is there any discussion? And I see Councillor Carr. Please go ahead.
Yes, first, Chair, if you wouldn't mind moving us to Amendment Q, I have circulated an amendment.
I'll do that right now, and please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So my amendment is in the therefore be it resolved section on page 2 of the motion, so not the precursor one. But it does clarify the difference between, the difference between the two current programs. There's a federal program and a provincial program. I think it's important that there is that clarification. So the review that would take place, or that I'm asking to take place, would be of the provincial decriminalization pilot program and the 4-year federal safer supply pilot project. So making sure that that's very clear. And also specifically focusing on how the drug policies and programs can be refined to better support people, especially in accessing throughout BC a safer and tested drug supply. Safe supply is absolutely critical, enabling, and we heard from our speakers on that. So that's my amendment. It's, I think, just a clarification around those two different programs.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Carr. Can I get a seconder for that, please? Councillor Boyle, thank you. Okay, any other discussion from council on the amendment? Okay, not seeing any, so we'll go to the voting panel. And council, if you could please cast your vote on the amendment. Okay, and that passes unanimously. It will now go back to the main queue. And Councillor Carr, did that take care of the?
Yeah, that was my amendment. I did circulate an amendment to the whereases. That comes, we have to deal with the motion first,
Okay.
and then I will get back on the queue to do
Okay.
a motion around
Great.
the amendments.
Thanks for the reminder.
Yeah.
Okay, so did you have anything to add to this, or should I go to Councillor?
You know, I'll listen to the other
Sure.
councillors speak, and I'll close. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I just wanted to say thank you to Councillor Carr for this motion, and also a great deal of continued advocacy that she has been involved with alongside Mom Stop the Harm, and also want to say thank you for being here for a good chunk of the day, and for continuing to bear witness to a mass crisis that we should be doing so much more on, and lifting up the stories of your kids. It's really powerful. It's really important that decision makers like us keep focusing on what the real problem is and what the real solutions are, and your voices are so important for that. So thank you. Happy to support the motion.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Carr.
No, I'll just close, sorry.
Okay, Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair. And just a couple of reflections. I'd like to thank Councillor Carr for bringing forward this UBCM resolution. And I also want to thank Deb and Lisa for speaking. I can only imagine how difficult it is for you to speak and relive. And so just to express my condolences for your loss, but still being champions and coming out and speaking. I don't even know where to start. I was working for the province in 2016 when the health crisis was declared around the opiate overdoses, and at the time for the Ministry of Education, and we were being engaged at that time around how to distribute naloxone and what that should look like. And so we were party to a consultation around that. And it's very clear that things haven't gotten better since 2016. And I remember last term talking about how, rapidly we could respond to a pandemic and put resources behind that. But yet we find ourselves it feels like a similar situation, if not worse, when it comes to overdose and a tainted drug supply. And so it's disheartening, but I think that reinforces for me the importance of why we need to continue to advocate, even though we don't, we are not responsible for health regulation at the civic level. We see firsthand the impacts of the drug crisis in our communities and in our neighborhoods. And so we do have a responsibility to advocate to the provincial government and for the federal government for change. wholeheartedly agree, and I can't remember if it was Deb or Lisa that spoke about the need for regulated control of drugs and pharmaceutical drugs, because at the end of the day, right now, the circumstance we find is we have no control, and people are still accessing tainted drugs off the street. And I think the reason that as a city, as a country, we haven't advanced further on this is because of stigma, because of concerns about what that means. Are we condoning drug use? There's a whole bunch of sort of, I think values that are at play. And so at the end of the day, we do need to do more because it is fundamentally a health issue, and every single family has been touched by this. And probably, I think almost every single person in this room can connect with substance use disorders, and whether it's opiates or something else, whether it's alcohol, it's tobacco. My stepdaughter's half sister went for dinner with her father, and he overdosed that night. They went for dinner, and the next day he was gone. That is the reality. Families are experiencing this all over our province, all over our country, but it's particularly acute in British Columbia. And so suffice it to say, we have to get past the stigma, the ethical dilemma, and just deal with this as a public health crisis, and really put the resources behind it, and making sure we have a continuum of supports, everything from harm reduction right through to pathways for recovery and treatment for people. So I'll leave my comments there, but I do appreciate this motion coming forward and that we're continuing to advance advocacy in this space. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. And, you know, I want to thank the moms, Deb and Lisa, for speaking, and of course, everyone who's been advocating for this, and Councillor Carr for bringing this forward. It is a UBCM motion, and in my role as the chair of Health and Social Development of the Union of BC Municipalities, I can tell you that decriminalization has been an incredibly complicated conversation, trying to reconcile this with communities throughout our province, because it's not a one size fits all. And what I think is important in this motion is that it does address some of the deficiencies in the decrim approach that have been really frustrating smaller communities where they're seeking to take more robust bylaw approaches and different kind of mechanisms, because they're not resourced with things like drug testing. They're not feeling like they're resourced with things like consumption sites and overdose prevention services and and indeed bylaws and stuff to deal with public consumption or public intoxication or whatever the local concerns are. This is an incredibly fraught conversation at the province. We've been doing a number of webinars throughout the year. We've got 2 more scheduled for July. It's a very live conversation, and I appreciate that we're bringing some of this sort of, you know, unfortunately, Vancouver's seen a lot of this play out already, and so we have a great deal of experience that we can I think share with communities that are struggling with this across our province, and we're seeing a huge emergence of the toxic drug crisis in things like working communities and resource extraction, where they're building the pipeline. So this is a timely conversation, and thanks to Councillor Carr and for the advocates for bringing this forward to UBCM in the fall.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, just to close, I just want to say thank you to the speakers so much. And thank you to Deb Bailey for originally inviting last term's council to the display at the Wask Center for Dialogue. It was the first, I think, opening display with the tall placards that relayed the stories. And it was then that I spoke to you about how can I help, because I was so incredibly moved. So I did, you know, work with you to produce this booklet. I handed it out. All of you as councillors have got a copy. If you want more to hand out to anyone, just ask me. I've got 2,000 of them in my office. And working very hard to take those placards and put them into booklet form. I read the stories over and over again, you know, looking for grammar and spelling and all of that kind of stuff. And it really affected me to read the stories of how wonderful these kids were. And I saw the love I saw the potential in them, the 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 lives that they were living with their families, their kids, and you know, I don't think there's anybody I know who hasn't had somebody close to them, if not a family member, a friend's family, that has lost somebody. And it's just, to me, so tragic that we can't, in this world, deal with the issues around stigma and solutions like safe supply and treatment on demand that could make such an incredible difference. It doesn't have to be this crisis that we're in now. So I have felt privileged to work with all of you. You've taught me a lot. And I'm hopeful that we can move this forward at the UBCM. And grateful for those the counselors here who have spoken in support. I very much appreciate your work and your collegial solidarity in moving this forward.
Thanks very much, Councillor Carr. Yeah, I'll put you back on.
I think I forgot to mention, thanks to Councillor Bly, who's not here, but she did have a great conversation with me and reflected upon some of the ideas I hadn't thought about in terms of early intervention and prevention. So I did modify my original motion to amend it to include the importance of early childhood detection and intervention in terms of identifying issues that could lead to a healthier lifestyle and greater supports for youth who might be facing stigmatism or any other related health issues. So thank you to her, even though she's not here.
Thanks very much. Okay, I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting screen, and Council, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, that passes unanimously, and that concludes item A5 on the agenda. Thank you. We will now move to, do we need to do the apologies? Okay, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. I did circulate amendment that came to you this morning on the whereas clauses to this motion.
I'm just going to move you to the amendment queue. No problem. Please go ahead.
Yeah, my amendment to the whereas clauses in fact does just differentiate the federal program for the provincial program. It's making that very clear, and so that was in whereas clause 2, and again in the therefore be it resolved clause, so that there is also. Yeah, just clarity around that. So I think it's quite simple.
Thank you. Okay, so we do have that highlighted on the screen. Seconded by Councillor Dominato. Thank you very much. And not seeing any discussion, so we can go to the vote. Clerks, if you could please take us to the voting panel, and Council, if you could please cast your vote on the amendment. Just waiting for one more. Perfect. Okay, so that passes unanimously. Thanks very much. Okay, so we're back on the main queue to vote on the motion as amended. And if there's any discussion, please add yourself to the queue. But I'm not seeing any, so I think we can go directly to the voting. So if we could please get the voting panel up, and Council, if you could please cast your votes on the voting panel. Yes, yeah, I can do that. Just waiting for Councillor. Is Councillor Fry online? Oh, perfect. Okay, so that passes unanimously. Okay, so that concludes the amendment to item A5. So now we will move to motion A6. That's the UBCM resolution, decreasing food waste and increasing food security, and is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Carr. I would like to remind Council that in accordance with the updates to the procedure bylaw that were enacted on May 10th, 2023, Council members may not ask questions of the mover. Councillor Carr, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Art, thank you. I'm wondering if I can move a motion to extend this meeting beyond 5 o'clock to finish this business.
Okay.
There's only 2 left.
Sorry, Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead for your clarification questions.
Sorry, I was just asking for clarification if it's to finish this item or if it's to finish all the business.
I believe to finish the
That's all
business.
the business. There's 2 items
Okay.
left, yeah.
We have 2 items left, so that'd be a motion to continue past 5 o'clock and finish those 2 items that are left for today, all the business for today.
Including the council meeting reconvening?
Yes.
Including the council meeting reconvening.
Okay.
So you moved that, and we had who was the seconder? Councillor Joe. Okay, so all those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Any opposed say nay. Okay, that carries. So we'll continue past 5 o'clock to complete the business for today. Thanks. So now we will go back to, sorry, I lost my spot here. This is the decreasing food waste and increasing food security resolution. Moved by Councillor Carr. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Okay, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Okay, and we'll now hear from speakers on this motion. And our first...
To introduce it?
Oh, sorry. Sorry, this is what happens when I lose track on the script. Sorry about that. So Councillor Carr, you have up to 2 minutes to introduce the motion, so please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, I think my resolution includes the cogent facts that we have a very large number of people facing food insecurity within this province, about 11.8% of BC households, and about 3% who are experiencing severe food insecurity. More than 163,000 people in BC having to use food banks for their food, and that has increased by 60%, or it's estimated to be increasing by 60%. The National Zero Waste Council says that about 63% of all the food that Canadians throw away could have been eaten, and that 40% of that produce ends up in landfills where it actually contributes methane, which is incredibly detrimental to our climate. So it will increase global warming. So it's my motion simply focuses on several aspects of that. First of all, that the province should make available the data. We have federal data, but we don't have the provincial data that actually tracks food waste in order to inform the policies and guidelines, and that will then reduce that waste. Secondly, to support the nonprofit sector who are right now bearing the cost of picking up food, distributing food, and actually looking at supporting them better until we get to some of the real long-term resolutions around food insecurity, which would be addressing poverty and income insecurity. And finally, that we ask the UBCM to incorporate measures to reduce food waste as well as overpackaging of produce and waste diversion into our Clean BC provincial plan. And that idea came from a joint meeting between the Zero Waste Committee and the Climate Action Committee of UBCM, where this issue was raised recently, and I think it was a very good one to pursue.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Okay, so we'll now hear from speakers on this motion. Our first speaker is speaker number 1, Carla Pellegrini, on the phone. Hi, Carla.
Hi there. Thanks for having me. My name is Carla Pellegrini. I'm a resident of Vancouver and the executive director of a local charity called Food Stash Foundation. I'm speaking in support of this motion. I'll start by just reiterating that there is a lot of food waste happening at every level of the supply chain in BC and globally. The city has actually commissioned at least 3 different reports about how to address food waste in the last 4 years. And lots of recommendations coming out of those reports, including trying to measure and understand why all of this food waste is happening, where it's happening, and then from there we can talk about policies to start to curb it. So just reinforcing the importance of trying to measure what we want to manage. And then when it comes to food insecurity, I believe it's actually closer to 1 in 7 BC households from the latest stats who are currently experiencing food insecurity. And reiterating what Councillor Carr said, that long-term solutions to food insecurity are actually those that address poverty, which is the driver of food insecurity. So things like universal basic income, social assistance rates rising with inflation, disability benefits, minimum wages matching living wages. Those are long-term solutions. There's a really important word in the motion, and that is interim. So providing temporary food aid to folks, while incredibly important during tough times like this, it is very interim. It's a Band-Aid solution, and I don't want Council to lose sight of the longer-term issues that really need to be addressed to move the dial on this. And then when it comes to the nonprofit sector, so at Food Stash Foundation, we've been around since 2016. Right now, we rescue and redistribute over 130,000 pounds of perfectly good perishable food that otherwise would be thrown away every month. So just in 2022, we rescued and redistributed over 1 million pounds of food. We deliver that to 35 other organizations, mostly in the downtown east side, who collectively serve over 10,000 people a week. We also deliver to 120 low-income households where disabilities are affecting their ability to access food. And then we have a weekly market that's open to the public and serving over 100 people every week. So as Councillor Carr said, again, there are enormous costs to running operations like this. We have a massive warehouse, a fleet of 3 trucks. We are a proud living wage employer, have a lot of paid drivers and a lot of amazing paid staff helping to do this work. And we are not receiving any funding from the city. We haven't received any funding from the city in over 3 years, despite tireless efforts. Staff told us that they don't know where food fits into its priorities. And we're not the only ones. There are 8-9 other large Vancouver-based organizations that collectively rescued and redistributed nearly 5 million pounds of food in 2022, and all of us are struggling
Carla,
to operate.
You are at time, but
That was it.
thanks very
Thank you.
much. Thanks for your comments. Sorry about that. Okay, we'll go to speaker 2, Louise Schwartz. Do we have Louise on the phone?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Excellent, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Meisner and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. My name is Louise Schwartz. I'm a resident of Vancouver and co-owner of 3 Vancouver-based businesses, Recycling Alternatives, Terraforma Systems, and Regenerative Waste Labs. And I'm going to be speaking in favor of this motion. There are 2 types of food waste. One is avoidable food waste and one is unavoidable. The unavoidable is obviously the results of our preparation and our consumption and ends up in the landfill. As it is right now, a lot of it, 40% of our landfill is food waste, but 63% of that food waste, as the motion points to, is actually avoidable food waste. It's food waste that does not need to happen. And Carla's just spoken about some of the numbers. So, we're a recycling operator. We're collecting 8 to 10 tons of organics a day from the IC&I sector. And in fact, it's a well-known fact that our region, even the province, does not have adequate capacity or infrastructure to manage even the organics we're collecting. So it really is critical we start to get that 63% of avoidable food waste out of the waste stream and focus on just what is unavoidable, and also look not just at the environmental benefits of doing that, but also the benefits in terms of social and equitable food security for those families that now, as per Carla's comment, seem to be 1 out of 7. Carla's already mentioned there's a lot of movement and momentum on the ground already around the avoidable food waste. What we need to do is continue to support moving this dial forward with groups like Food Stash, food banks, Goodly Foods. Recently, City of Vancouver and Vancouver Economic Commission and Emily Carr program initiative called the Circular Food Innovation Lab, I think submitted a report just at the beginning of June. So you can see that. National Zero Waste Council is also working on a very successful international campaign called Love Food and Hate Waste. That is part of the global movement. So I think I would really encourage Council to support this motion going up to UBCM. It is part of a global movement around tackling that avoidable food waste that does not need to nor should be in the waste stream. And it's not just a part of our collective climate action, but it really is the right thing to do in terms of social equity and supporting food security. So I really encourage Council to support this moving up to the UBCM. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much, Louise. We will go to speaker 3 in person, Marianne Moffat-Metter. Hi, Marianne. So you do have 3 minutes.
Yes, I don't need it. My 40-year relationship with Adrienne Carr has continually exposed me to her relentless compassion, sincerity, and integrity to make a difference always. I support her motion and pretty well anything that she puts on the table, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Okay, thanks. Short and sweet. Thanks, Marianne. We'll go to speaker 4, Ben Leahy. You have Ben on the phone?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Ben.
Yeah,
So
can
you
you
have
hear me?
3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity today. So my name is Ben Yeger. I'm a resident of Vancouver. My pronouns are he, him, and I'm part of the LGBT community. I'm the founder and CEO of BetterTables.ca, a Vancouver-based benefit company helping hotels and restaurants control food costs and menu prices with food waste solutions focused on prevention. And I used to be the co-chair of the food waste working group at the Vancouver Food Policy Council, where we actually passed a similar food waste reporting motion in 2022. I'm totally in support to the recommendations for many reasons, and I'm going to share you why I do believe food waste prevention should be a top priority for the city. So there are 3 ones: zero waste, climate, and economy. Zero waste, because the city of Vancouver has more than double diversion rate, which is amazing. But we are still generating 1.3 tons of waste per capita, and that number didn't change since 1996. So what if the city was focusing more on prevention, making sure that tracking food waste is compulsory? As it was mentioned already, you can only manage what you measure, and that's the only way to achieve the SDG 12.3, which is reducing food waste by 50% by 2030. The second one is the climate. So we are experiencing more and more floodings and forest fires. I mean, you all know this already. But what many people don't know is that the carbon footprint of food waste is actually 8 to 10% of total CO2 emissions. So it's actually 4 times the carbon footprint of the aviation industry. But at this moment, we are talking, food is not part of the climate emergency action plan. So what if the city was including food policy in climate policy? We would leverage the most powerful solutions to fight climate change. And lastly, about economy, we were talking about making sure we have economic growth, and we have a culinary capital, which is thriving with the restaurants. So avoidable food waste accounts for $49 billion in Canada. That's 3% of the GDP. And in the city, 63 or 66% is avoidable. So really, what if the city was helping restaurants track and measure food waste? We would really help develop a thriving and sustainable tourism and hospitality economy. And I would love to see the city and all these local businesses thrive to ensure we are achieving a super bottom line. So thank you so much for your time and for the work you're doing on this topic. And thank you for listening.
Okay, thanks very much, Ben. We'll now go to speaker 5, Michelle Raining. Do we have Michelle on the phone?
Yes, hello?
Hi, Michelle. So you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, wonderful. So my name is Michelle Reining, and I'm the Executive Director of Vancouver Food Runners, a registered charity and food recovery organization operating in Metro Vancouver. I'm also a Vancouver resident, and I will be speaking in favor of this motion. So at Vancouver Food Runners, we redirect surplus food from over 150 food businesses in Metro Vancouver to over 120 nonprofit partners running essential food programs. And this year, our volunteers are on track to deliver over 1 million pounds of food in 2023. Thus far this year, we have received no government funding. And actually, just this afternoon, I was denied funding from a large foundation on the basis of not having government funding. I would like to put forward a few points to support this motion. The first point I would like to make is that food recovery work is happening in the city. Food recovery is not a program that needs to be started or launched. As Carla mentioned, there are several organizations already operating the city, and we are collaborating with each other throughout the week to ensure that surplus food is delivered efficiently and effectively throughout the city to nonprofits running essential food programs. Food Stash Foundation and Vancouver Food Runners recently completed an overview of the food recovery sector in Vancouver, and in total, organizations rescued nearly 5 million pounds of food in 2022. This is an in-kind value of almost $60 million, and this mitigated over 2.7 million pounds of carbon dioxide. But unfortunately, the organizations involved in doing this work, again, received no government funding for the most part. The second point I would like to make is that there is substantial opportunity in the food sector for advancing policies and programs that support food recovery. As I mentioned earlier, we partner with over 150 businesses at Vancouver Food Runners, ranging from large grocery stores to university campuses to event arenas to small cafes, and even the film industry is getting involved. And we're seeing increased demand for food recovery services. Businesses want to prevent food waste and then redirect what small amount is left over to nearby nonprofits. They see the financial value for themselves in not wasting food, and they want to support the community and reduce their environmental impact. The timing is right for government to support this work. The last point I would like to make is that food recovery is often a first step towards food waste prevention within a business. Food waste is often invisible to those working in the industry. It's so baked into the system, it's not even noticed. It's when businesses start redirecting their surplus food and that the data is tracked in both pounds and dollars that they really begin to see this issue. Participation, measurement, and monitoring makes the issue visible. At this point, once a business recognizes that this waste is happening, many start changing their operations to then prevent food waste in the first place. And we've seen this ourselves within our organization. To conclude, it's important for government to support this work. Right now, food recovery organizations, at least in Vancouver, are receiving almost no government support to sustain their operations. It is challenging. Please support this motion to help create a paradigm shift where food waste prevention and diversion become simply normalized across the food supply chain. Thank you very much.
Hey, thanks, Michelle. Okay, that is the end of our speakers list. Thanks everyone to speaking to council on this item. And council, is there any discussion? Okay, Councillor Joe.
Yeah, so I really like to support Councillor Carr's motion. So I think for those of us who meet with the Greater Vancouver Food Bank a few weeks ago, or probably a couple of months ago, I think, talking to the CEO of Greater Vancouver Food Bank, David Long, the amount of food wasted every year is really shocking. I think according to the CBC report back in January, in Vancouver, more than 58% of food currently going to waste, and 32% are still edible. So on the other hand, we also see that so many people are relying on the help from the food bank, and the number increased significantly since the pandemic. And also we heard that the Greater Vancouver Food Bank is struggling to find more partners with the suppliers so they can provide more food to more people who need it. But at the same time, we are wasting food to the landfill, which can be really prevented if we have a better system, better process in place. So yeah, so we really need to do a better job in reducing the food waste. So with that, I'm in full support of Councillor Carr's motion going to UBCM. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Joe. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you. Just very quick thank you to everybody who informed me on this motion. And indeed, the trip we took to the Greater Vancouver Food Bank was very inspiring in terms of information that we gleaned about the amount of food that is diverted from being waste by organizations like that without government support. And yeah, it really drove home for me the need to really look at this because those really, those organizations are operating as interim measures till we get to the real solution, which is reducing, which is seeing that food is used, and that's at from the farm to the restaurants, to the homes. And I particularly want to thank those people who helped me with this and took my questions and really did inform me. People with Food Stash, people with Metro Vancouver and the National Zero Waste Council, and Love Food, Hate Waste organizations. So thank you to all of them for really providing me with the information I needed to write this motion.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Okay, we will now call the vote. So clerks, if you could please take us to the voting panel, and council, if you could please cast your vote on the voting panel. Okay, that passes unanimously. And that completes item A6 on the agenda. Okay, we'll now go to motion A7. That's UBCM resolution, increasing BC Hydro's feed-in tariff for renewable energy production, and is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Carr. I would like to remind Council that in accordance with the updates to the procedure bylaw enacted on May 10th, 2023, Council members may not ask questions of the mover, and Councillor Carr, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I will also, after I introduce the motion, be tabling an amendment. I have circulated that. If you need to look it up, I circulated at 12:16 today, so it should be in inboxes. You know, really, this is following from the motion that this council unanimously supported, which was to increase the production of renewable energy within Vancouver. The reason why that is important is because we know BC Hydro has projected that that it does not have sufficient supply to meet demand, even with Site C coming on stream beyond 2030. I've actually heard that from other organizations and read reports that indicate there may be difficulties even starting in 2026. So the need to produce more renewable energy as we electrify our economy and our lives is incredibly important. And the price that is paid right now is just the cost that you bear, nothing advantageous in terms of developing renewable energy. So I'm looking to government to look at a payment for the development of renewable energy that is sufficient to stimulate the production, yet at the same time takes into consideration affordability, energy affordability that my amendment is going to address. So there is a balance there, but we certainly know we need to increase it. Otherwise, we are going to be in, you know, a terrible situation, which we've seen in other jurisdictions where there are blackouts and brownouts, and we don't want to go there. So hopeful to receive your support on this.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Carr. Okay, do we have a seconder? Okay, Councillor Fry. And Council, is there any discussion? Yes, I'll advance you, Councillor Carr.
Maybe, okay. Great.
Move you to the amendment queue too. Sorry, there you go.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, so my amendment is one that just clarifies language around feed-in tariff. I did use that term because it's a popularly used term for the price paid to produce, paid by BC Hydro for the production and the input into its grid of renewable energy. But that is actually quite a formal term. So in between developing this motion and today, I've been informed that is the feed-in tariffs are very rare, and that is more common in legal language to simply refer to the price paid for the energy. So I wanted to make that correction so there would be no confusion around what is a quite formal term called feed-in tariff, even though that's the popular language. And I also wanted to make sure that the motion was clear that ensuring reasonable energy affordability, and as well, and if we think in the scope of the province at large, that natural environments are protected, would be part of the provisos in terms of increasing the renewable energy production. So that's the focus of my amendment.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Can I get a seconder, please, for the amendment? Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. And we just, we had an error in our script, actually, in terms of speakers. We do actually have a speaker for this item. I'm just wondering from the clerks if we should deal with the speaker now or if we should come back to them. This is an amendment. Hear the speaker. Okay. So we're going to hear from the speaker on this item. Apologies about that, Councillor Carr. There was an error in the script. And the speaker is Mary Ann Moffat-Metter. Your biggest fan.
Yes. I've been here since 9.
Well, I'm glad we got to hear from you, so sorry about missing you there.
Again, I'm just going to reiterate what I said about Adrian before, and if you could attach it to this this issue. I just have one curiosity, is what I'm going to label it as. The demand for more power here is without question with the increase in population, but is there not some way that we can reduce the amount of power we send to the U.S. as a tool to mitigate our situation? So I'll leave that with you. It's the only thought that I have on it, and I support again Adrian on this motion.
Okay, thanks very much. Sorry for missing you on the speakers list. Okay, so we'll just resume with questions or.
Yeah, I wonder if I could ask a clarification question
Yes.
through you, Chair, if that's permissible to the mover, just to help my understanding. Because the language is important, but I wonder if Councillor Carr could just help me understand it in simple questions. If they're paying more to make it more viable, but is that ultimately going to make the alternative energy more expensive?
Councillor Carr, did you?
Yes,
need that?
I got that. Sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Fine. Turn it to me. Of course, and that's there's somebody's going to have to bear the cost in that, and that's why my amendment makes it clear that we should ensure reasonable energy affordability. You've got that in there, reasonable energy affordability, because in fact, to be able to for hydro to be able to pay more, it has to be deflected somewhere in terms of pricing. Why, though, I think it's incredibly important is that I've talked to a number of First Nations in particular that have had viable projects, have actually invested in projects, but were not able to receive a sufficient enough purchase price from BC Hydro to make their projects a go. And so therefore they're just sort of sitting in limbo. So there has to be some sufficient price to enable the production to happen. It's incredibly critical as we move from fossil fuels into renewable energy to enable that to happen. And yes, I wish there was another way to do it, but I think my motion talks about
That's helpful. Can I ask just for time, because that's helpful? Can I ask a quick follow up on that, if I can, Chair, through you? So, because I am fully with you on the need for the alternative energy. Do we know why BC Hydro is not paying sufficiently? Is the market not there, or why is it that they're not paying, quote unquote, a sufficient rate to make it viable, particularly?
That is the very question that the First Nations communities I've talked to have been asking. So I don't have an answer for you, Councillor.
Okay. Thank you. I guess I just have one comment on this, and I'm not an energy expert, so I'm trying to sort of weed through some of the background information and better understand and supportive of the goal to get the energy production, but I also worry about increasing the costs that it becomes a disincentive for people to adapt it. And so I know that it's a bit of a cart and horse and a catch-22 because you need it produced, and then you produce a higher volume, and then hopefully the cost comes down, or then more people want to. But also worry it'd be a disincentive. I heard some really interesting commentary on the news today around, this week, and it was around heat pumps and how punitively expensive it is because, for example, rebates can't be accessed for condo strata owners only for single family, and there was a bunch of that. But then they also got into a cost and discussion around heat pumps and still the expense of those. And again, we want to adopt those and are trying to look at supporting ways to do it. But we do seem to be stuck in this circular situation around trying to get to the alternative sources, but then creating an environment where the economics don't work or they disincent people in a highly inflationary and affordable environment. So I have to admit that I'm a bit stuck on how best to deal with supporting or not supporting this one, because I'm 100% behind the goals, but I'm worried about the consequences potentially working about the actual intention. And again, it's not my area of expertise, so that's my comments at this point.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, just to elaborate a bit on that good question. Other jurisdictions that have really amped up the renewable energy sector, I'm thinking a number of decades ago now in Ontario, in California, in fact, in many United States, and certainly in Europe, there were high prices paid for energy, renewable energy, and it really did create a very thriving economy in the production of that energy and in the production of the technologies related to that energy. As time has gone on, the rates have decreased because they've achieved the goal of getting the energy supply up there. So I think it's a process that is not just a decision made in time that holds on forever, that there are points in flux there. And, the costs of not making the transition to renewable energy will only get higher, and it'll be more difficult in the future. So this is a good time to pursue it.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Carr. Okay, seeing no one else on the queue on this amendment, I'll now call the vote. So clerks, if you could please take us to the voting panel, and council, if you could please cast your vote on the voting panel. Just waiting for a couple more votes. Okay, that passes unanimously. Okay, so that is the vote on the amendment. Now we'll go back to the main queue. And Councillor Carr, did you have any additional comments?
No, I think I've made my comments. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks very much. So we'll now vote on the main motion as amended. So clerks, if you could please take us to the voting panel, and council, if you could please cast your vote once again on the voting panel. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thanks very much. That concludes item A7 on the agenda. And the standing committee portion of this meeting is now complete. We will now convene in council with Acting Mayor Fry as chair to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's committee meeting and to consider one bylaw referred from yesterday's council meeting. And Councillor Fry, did you need this script, or you have it?
Thanks, Chair. I've got a script here.
Perfect.
I think that looks pretty good. All right. Thank you. We will now convene in council to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting and the one bylaw referred from yesterday's council meeting. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Sim is on a leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly is on a leave of absence for personal reasons. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry is in the chair. Councillor Montague is on leave of absence for personal reasons. Councillor Klassen. Councillor Meisner.
Present.
And Councillor Zhou.
Present.
The meeting has quorum. Acting Mayor Fry.
Thanks, Clerk. Okay, we will need a motion to adopt the Standing Committee's recommendations for reports 1 to 6, and member motions A1 to A8. And a reminder that we're going to need a full 8 affirmative votes for report number 2. Moved by Kirby-Young, seconded by Meisner. All in favor, say yay.
Yay.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Referred items. At the council meeting on June 27th, 2023, council referred the following bylaw to the council meeting following the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting on June 28th, 2023, in order to allow staff to do further updates to reflect the intent of council's direction. A bylaw to amend the vacancy tax bylaw number 11674 regarding the tax rate, new exemptions, and other miscellaneous amendments. Would someone like to move a motion to adopt bylaw 1? Moved by Carr, a seconder. By Boyle. Oh, sure. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Klassen. Okay, council discussion. Councillor Boyle, your mic is on.
Thanks. I'm just hoping to ask a point of information through you to the city manager, just to clarify. I know there were a number of questions and there was some changed language, hoping we can just get clarity on the changes to the bylaw language here and what it means both in terms of the retroactive piece and going forward.
Thanks. Through the chair. So the changes apply to section 7, the final kind of part F of that section, and are intended to clarify the application of the bylaw going forward, so that new units that are constructed and receive an occupancy permit in 2023 or in future years, if they are unsold and meet the other conditions, would be eligible for that exemption. The original wording that we had proposed in the bylaw, it was not clear that that would be the case. The retroactive application of that exemption is limited to units that were declared under the tax for the first time in 2022. So it's fixed at that.
Okay, thank you for that. So just to say, there were a number of amendments to the empty homes tax bylaw that I was happy to support, that saw the addition of some flexibility where people were perhaps being unfairly penalized, but I don't support the retroactive application changes that were made, nor do I support the reduction of the empty homes tax to 3%. So I will be voting against the bylaw. I won't restate everything, but
nope, that's perfectly fine. Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Given that, perhaps we can move to a voting queue rather than a verbal. Is that okay, clerk? Can we do a voting queue, like a voting panel, as opposed to a verbal? Okay. So we'll just pull up the voting panel. Although, clerk, I have no means of ascertaining whether or not people have voted or what the... Oh, perfect. Great. Thank you, clerk. Okay. So the approved bylaw can be found, that does pass, and the approved bylaw can be found on the city's website. Okay, would somebody like to move a motion to adjourn the meeting? Moved by Councillor Klassen, seconded by Councillor Joe. All in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. This motion carries unanimously and this meeting is adjourned. Thanks, everybody, and thank you, clerks. And the real thanks goes to Chair Meisner, who did all the heavy lifting today. I just got to show up in the end. And
Come on. You did a great job.
Right back.
Closing us out.